Hey everybody, we're back again with another sleep video. This one being another collection of my longer form essay content. Just a small disclaimer I always like to include, but these videos have been released previously on the channel over a long period of time. So if there are any facts that are included that are a little outdated, that's why. It shouldn't affect the overall narrative of the videos very much, but it is worth mentioning. Now, I hope you all sleep well, and have a great rest of your night.
Well, the 2025 MLB season is officially over, with varying degrees of success for each ball club. In today's video, I want to give every single team a letter grade based on how their regular season went. Keep in mind, this has nothing to do with their postseason results, whatever they may be at the point I release this. My criteria for judgment will be twofold. First, their performance relative to preseason expectations, and second, how their overall season progressed in terms of arc and narrative. I will also be attempting to do so in roughly 30 seconds or less per club. I'm going to be going in alphabetical order, division by division, starting with the National League and the Atlanta Braves. This was, in no uncertain terms, an absolute disaster of a season for a team that had nothing less than the expectation of a postseason berth entering the campaign. And while yes, they dealt with a litany of injuries, there was more than enough underperformance to go around as well, leading to a team finishing solidly below the 500 mark despite a late season surge. This thing was a nightmare front to back, and I'm pretty sure every Braves fan out there will be looking to forget it. F. Who would have guessed that the Marlins would actually have a better record than Atlanta coming into the season, only finishing 4 games out of a wildcard spot? They saw the emergence of multiple players that will be huge for them going forward, like Kyle Stowers, Jacob Marcy, Agustin Ramirez, and a host of usable arms in the bullpen. With all the issues they have yet to solve, you can't argue with the heart of this team overall. B. Oh, the Mets. My goodness, what is there even to say? They went out over this offseason and spent what felt like billions of dollars on a roster construction that wasn't even able to make the playoffs after being the best team in baseball through early June. Poorly timed injuries, insane bouts of unclutchness, and a roster that sneakily lacked depth all contributed to their downfall in Miami and what has become a near tradition for them. How could they get anything less than an F? I was one of, I think, quite a few people in the baseball space that thought the Nationals were going to be an interesting team for 2025. They not only had a number of very intriguing players, but some decent prospects as well that seemed to be on the cusp of making their big league debut. And while a number of these guys definitely did perform well, they were not complemented by anything in the way of overall production, leading to their squad having the second worst run differential in the entire sport, being one of only 2 with a sub-200 mark. D. I think Philadelphia is a good example of a club that managed to almost exactly meet their expectations coming into the year, even if they did start a bit rocky relatively speaking, as they ended up running away with the East after the Mets fell apart. They got quality contributions all up and down a roster that had some major aging concerns, but very few of which actually showed up on the field, though the injury sustained by their ace, Zach Wheeler, could prove catastrophic in October. A. The Brewers lead off the Central as our first team who will undoubtedly receive a perfect letter grade, as they had about as fairy tale a season as any in 2025. Led by a core of young, underrated players, along with the resurgence of Christian Yelich and the steady production of Wilson Contreras, the Brew Crew rode one of the hottest stretches we've ever seen in the middle of the season to a pretty solid division win over the heavily favored Cubs, something I'm pretty sure nobody predicted in the spring. A+. St. Louis had an uneven year, though I would struggle to say it was disappointing per se, even though they ended up finishing below 500 on a 4-game losing streak, as they were in the playoff picture much longer than I think a lot of people predicted they would be. And they saw some decent development from some of their young talent, finally starting to get a picture of what a decent Cardinals roster might look like going forward. So while it didn't blow anyone away, I don't think it was a failure in any respect. C. The Cubs looked like they might be a 100-win team for much of the first half, toting one of the most powerful lineups in the game and one of its brightest young stars in Pete Crow Armstrong, along with some impressive depth up and down the roster. But pretty much every one of these things fell apart somewhat in the second half, allowing Milwaukee to step in and take the division handedly. Still, somewhat easily making the postseason after a relatively long drought shouldn't be ignored. B+. The Pirates are a tough team to evaluate in some respects to me. Yes, they finished last in the division, 10 games under 500, but they had stretches where they were pretty good, and they do have some of the best young pitching in the sport, led by soon-to-be Cy Young winner Paul Skeens. I just have a hard time giving them props when they so obviously could have and should have been around 500 with even a small investment over the prior offseason into their offense. For that reason, I'm going to knock them down a bit to a D. The Reds are an interesting one to me because while they did make the playoffs for the first time in forever, with an unlikely run to boot, it's not like they were especially elite during the regular season, only finishing 2 games above 500. In fact, their ticket to this year's big dance had more to do with the collapse of the Mets than the exceptional play of Cincinnati, though they did still have to execute when they needed to, and did just that, while boasting some of the deepest starting pitching in the game. B+. We enter into the final division of the NL with the D-backs. who, similar to the Reds, had a bit of a late season surge out of irrelevancy, but one that didn't end up resulting in a wildcard spot. More importantly, they pretty much underperformed relative to their expectations besides this wire-to-wire, enough so that they actually sold at the deadline. They still boasted one of the best lineups in the sport, but those bullpen blowups are going to give their fans Vietnam flashbacks for years to come. D+. The Dodgers did end up securing another division title while ending the year on a 5-game winning streak. But the route they took to get there was certainly a winding one, filled with late-inning blowups and prolonged stretches where their Hall of Fame offense couldn't hit water if they fell out of a boat. However, a 93-win team, in my opinion, can never be considered a disappointment, even if they had all-time great expectations preceding this year. So, as such, I'm going to give them a B. One of these years, I'm sure the Giants are going to be good again, as besides the true outlier that was 2021, they haven't managed to consistently make the playoffs since the mid-2010s, even if prior to this year not a lot of people were picking them to break this streak. 2025 ended up being a familiar story. Many cobbled together projects that produced a .500 record with no real consistency game to game. The additions of Rafael Devers and Willy Adames could end up being instrumental in the years following, however, so good on Buster Posey for those. C-. The Padres ended up being a real surprise team for me, as though they had, in my opinion, one of the worst off-seasons in 2024, losing a ton of talent without doing much to replace it. They still proved that, through the power of a super bullpen, which actually was added to mid-season, and enough offense to help get you by, you can still win 90 games in today's MLB, while going toe-to-toe with your biggest rivals, series in and series out. They may not have won the divisional race, but they certainly proved something in even engaging in it. A. We now come to a team that has to receive the worst grade of this entire video, not because they had a bad season, mind you, everyone expected them to, but because of just how bad it was. 43-119 with a negative 424 run differential, being the only team in MLB to give up more than 1,000 runs pitching, while being one of just 2 to score less than 600. Wire to wire, this was an all-time stinker. And with the Monfort family firmly entrenched in Colorado, I don't see it getting much better going forward. F-, which actually isn't even an official grade, but I'm going to make an exception here for an exceptionally terrible squad that never really had much of a chance to begin with. Moving on to the American League now, we lead off with one of the bigger surprises of the 2025 season as a whole, the Blue Jays, who managed to take preseason expectations of finishing anywhere from 3rd to 5th in the division and turn those on their head, en route to winning their first East title since 2015, as well as securing the best record in the AL period. Veteran resurgences, surprise breakouts, insanely hot stretches of play, they had it all, while solidifying a culture that could be instrumental in creating future success over the next half-decade. A+. The Orioles remind me very much of the Braves, a team filled with young talent that had nothing less than postseason expectations entering the campaign, yet never managed to get any kind of momentum going when it mattered. Injuries, regression from key players, a prior offseason that was easily among the worst for any team. You could go on, but I think I'm going to cut it off here with the obvious letter grade of F. This was truly an amnesia year for the Birds. Do you remember when the Rays were perennial playoff contenders, making the postseason every year from 2019 through 2023? That, to me, feels like a long time ago, as over the past couple seasons, they haven't managed to be anything more than mediocre, not being able to build off a summer hot streak that saw them, for a time, sit atop the East. However, with new ownership officially on the way, along with the emergence of superstar Junior Caminero, things could be set to change going forward in Tampa Bay. Still, for 2025 in isolation, they have to get a D+. I saw a decent amount of people picking the Red Sox to make the playoffs in 2025 prior to spring training, but nearly an equal amount as well saying that they were going to disappoint, and I think we saw both sides reflected throughout their schedule, at times looking like a juggernaut, and at others a young team well out of their depth. But you simply can't deny 88 wins and a postseason berth from a team that had missed the cutoff 3 years in a row preceding. This was an objective success. B+. It's funny, because when it was all said and done, the 2025 Yankees actually had the same record as their previous year's team, even if for long stretches it didn't feel like they had a lot in common. Whereas last year's identity was more so wrapped up in the success of a couple of key superstars, this year relied much heavier on an overall deeper balance of depth spread throughout the roster in general, and in my opinion, besides one really bad stretch around the trade deadline, it worked to greater game-to-game success. And hey, the proof is in the pudding. They only finished a tiebreaker shy of being the best team in the entire American League. A. Leading off the AL Central, we have an interesting one, being the Guardians. Now, I know a lot of people in the MLB media are really high on this team right now because they managed to overcome one of the biggest divisional deficits in the history of Major League Baseball, jumping over 15 games in a month to overtake the Tigers. But I think it's important to consider that this was a team that, in 2 out of the last 3 years, won their division with a positive run differential and 90-plus wins. Only 2 this year win 88 with a -6 ratio. Hot streak notwithstanding, I don't think I can give this team any higher than a B+ for that reason. The Royals are one of my personal lower-key disappointments, as they followed up a postseason berth when they were 5 games over 500 by regressing to 82 and 80, seeing a number of their previous year's key contributors not manage to come through for them when they needed most. Witt Jr. still had an amazing season, Maikel Garcia and Vinny Pasquantino's breakouts were awesome, but besides this, there wasn't a ton to chew on. C-. Detroit might be the hardest team to grade of this entire video, considering that they went through pretty much everything you can in 1 year. Being for stretches the surprisingly good team at the top of the league, and for others, essentially being the Rockies, allowing them to choke away the biggest divisional cushion ever recorded. However, it's important to remember that this is still an exceptionally young roster, and they actually improved by 1 game prior to last year after not making the playoffs for basically a decade. So to me, it's hard to call this the failure that some people want to. When the dust settles, I think a B is probably appropriate overall. Another slam dunk failure of a year goes to the Minnesota Twins, who managed to slap their fan base in the face like few others by essentially punting their window entirely after a disappointing start. Yeah, I didn't think their deadline was all that bad in terms of what they were able to acquire, but the decision to intentionally bomb their roster was certainly a questionable one, and could do a number on their chances of competing for the next half-decade at least. Easy F. The White Sox were another fascinating squad to me, because on the surface, they had a bad year. 21 games under 500, a -95 run differential, a 27-54 record away from home. But all of these did represent improvements somehow from the prior season, when they actually had a worse record than the Rockies this year. So you can't say it wasn't growth, and the emergence of some of their key young players, including Colson Montgomery, Lenny Sosa, Shane Smith, and a few guys in the bullpen, do give some hope going forward on the south side. C. The last division of our video is led off by one of the most consistently underwhelming teams in the big leagues, due largely to how stupidly they run, in the Anaheim Angels. Despite getting great campaigns from a number of players, including Zach Neto, Joe Adell, Taylor Ward, and Kenley Jansen, they weren't able to cobble together anything close to what would be considered a respectable season. Sure, they hovered around 500 for a bit, but when you have an organization that refuses to commit to a path of consistent improvement, you're not going to have anything close to sustained success. D-. The Astros remind me a bit of the Tigers if they hadn't managed to actually make the postseason, as they too went through pretty much everything a team can in 1 year. Big-time success juxtaposed by big-time struggles. It is hard to blame them, however, as when you can't get more than 130 games of playing time from Jeremy Pena, Isaac Paredes, or Yordan Alvarez, who actually appeared in under 50 contests, it's going to be really hard to cobble together something successful. As such, I actually don't think 87 wins was all that bad. C+. The Athletics basically were the same team that they were in 2024, a fun, bad squad that got hot later in the year thanks to an exceptional offense. However, this time around, they have a new player that could end up being not only the face of their franchise, but one of the faces of the entire sport, in Nick Kurtz, who had, and I'm not being hyperbolic here, one of the best rookie seasons ever from a hitting perspective. Between him, Shea Langoliers, Tyler Soderstrom, Jacob Wilson, and Brent Rooker, they have a ton of position player talent. They just need to add some pitching and improve their overall record. C. Seattle is going to be the only club of this entire video that I'm going to give a perfect letter grade to that didn't win over 90 games. Why? Because Seattle hasn't had a division win in almost 25 years, and they managed to do just that this season by knocking off their biggest rival and relative historical juggernaut, Houston, while registering one of the best catcher seasons of all time from Cal Raleigh, featuring 60 home runs and some, more than likely, heavy MVP support. We'll have to see how they manage to handle the playoffs, which is their last real boogeyman to face, but for now, this regular season has to receive an A+. The Rangers come in as our last team in the video, and I guess it's appropriate as they ended up being the average of pretty much every other club in the sport, posting a record of exactly 81 and 81. You can definitely argue that this was one of the more unlucky seasons we've ever seen, as their expected win-loss total based on their run differential was actually 90 and 72, better than the Mariners, Astros, or Blue Jays. But they simply couldn't get their offense going at any time of the year, allowing them to lose close game after close game. This, coupled with some notable injuries, ended up sinking their campaign entirely. D+. Alright, that was reviewing every MLB team's season in around 30 seconds or less. Be sure to let me know if you agree with my choices and recommendations for any other content you'd like to see me do in this vein.
In the Marvel Universe, Captain America was Steve Rogers, a super serum-enhanced patriot from New York. On a baseball diamond, Captain America was David Wright of the New York Mets, of roughly equal baseball powers, speed, strength, and for a time, endurance. In comic books, superheroes don't really age and rarely get hurt. They maintain incredible powers and vanquish every enemy who stands in their path, in one way or another. But in real life, baseball's Captain America was felled by a foe that no one has beaten, the inevitable physical degradation of the human body. Except, in Wright's case, his anatomy betrayed him far too early for an elite athlete, robbing him of years of productivity that probably would have landed him in the Hall of Fame. Wright had gotten tagged with the Captain America moniker during the 2013 World Baseball Classic, during which he led the tournament in RBIs with 10 despite playing in just 4 games. He also put up a slash of 438, 526, 750 for an OPS of 1276. He was coming off a monster 2012 season in which he'd finished 6th in MVP voting due to his high batting average, decent power, and solid run production, all while playing what was seen as Gold Glove caliber defense at the hot corner. Little did Wright know that as he was being lauded as Captain America in 2013, he'd never again hit 20 homers, or drive in more than 90 runs again, or post a WAR above 5 for the remainder of his career. He was just 30 years old. It didn't seem possible he was nearing the end. He was universally praised as an all-around good dude who loved being a Met and was proud to be a part of Team USA. He took care of himself and worked tirelessly to improve his swing or recover from whatever injury he was dealing with at the time. Despite being a corner infielder, Wright ran well enough to join the 30-30 club and routinely joined the 20-20 club, usually the domain of superior, powerful athletes who typically reside in the outfield. At age 30, he had career numbers that compared to Scott Rowland, Freddie Freeman, and Mookie Betts at the same age, at least at the dish. A betting person would have wagered that Wright had a decent shot at Cooperstown if he could stay healthy. But Wright could not in fact stay healthy. In fact, he would never again get close to this status. He would hit only 20 homers over his last 3 seasons. He would record only 2.7 WAR over the same span. David Wright couldn't have known in 2013 that his time as Captain America was in some ways doomed, that within 2 years he'd be diagnosed with spinal stenosis, a condition that usually targets the elderly, not pro athletes in their prime. Painful surgeries and countless hours of physical therapy followed, before, in 2018, David Wright announced he was officially finished with Major League Baseball. He was just 34 years old. But we're getting ahead of ourselves a bit. It's time to go back to the origins of Captain America. His dad was a police officer and his mother worked in the school system in Chesapeake, Virginia, part of the Tidewater region that includes Norfolk and Newport News. Lawrence Taylor, Allen Iverson, Michael Vick, these are the gods of Tidewater athletics. But, oddly enough, between 1997 and 2005, the region saw a surge of first-round picks in the MLB draft. Michael Kadire, Wright, B.J. Upton, Justin Upton, Bill Bray, and Ryan Zimmerman were all snagged in the first round. Mark Reynolds of Virginia Beach was taken in the 16th round in 2004 and went on to hit 298 big league homers. Was something in the water? No, but there was an AAU coach named Marvin Towney Townsend who had some unorthodox ideas about teaching kids to hit. Replicating methods found in the Dominican Republic, Townsend would recruit promising kids in elementary school and then spend hours tossing them plastic lids from Cool Whip or coffee cans that would break wildly while the kids tried to make contact with them. Wright assumed that all kids were being taught like this. It must have worked. All had great hand-eye coordination and very advanced bat-to-ball skills coming out of high school. Scouts regarded them as some of the most capable hitters in their drafts. The lowest of these picks was Wright, who didn't end up going until a 38th pick in the supplemental first round in 2001. Because, coming out of high school, Wright was just 6 feet tall and 190 pounds. He lacked enough speed to play in the middle of the infield, and superstar corner infielders like Scott Rowland were at least several inches taller and about 30 pounds heavier. Scouts raved about the raw power Wright generated, but they worried if it would effectively translate to the next level. Each team passed on him at least once. Wright had signed with Georgia Tech to replace Mark Teixeira at third base. The Mets finally drafted Wright 38th overall in that 2001 draft. But the irony of this was that David had grown up an avid Mets fan despite being born in Chesapeake, probably largely because that's where the Tidewater, now Norfolk, Tides played, and they happened to be the Mets' AAA affiliate. And so, Wright's professional baseball journey began, with few projecting what would soon come for Captain America. Of course, not even first-round picks are guaranteed any meaningful time in the show. NBA, NHL, and NFL first-rounders usually get on a roster, at least for a while, but MLB operates on a different timeline and under different circumstances. Waiting years for a first-rounder to mature can lead to unforeseen outcomes, and that's why about half of these picks never really get any service time, despite the investment the teams made. As an undersized third bagger, Wright came into the organization with doubters ready to pounce. But he hit 300 during rookie ball and impressed with his ability to hit to all fields and swipe bags while playing solid defense. After that initial season in the Appalachian League, Wright was named the Mets' 5th best prospect. By age 19, he was in the South Atlantic League, where he hit .266 with 11 homers while also driving in 93 runs in just 135 games, with 21 stolen bases to boot. One coach said that Wright was a 19-year-old kid going on 30, which speaks to his maturity and dedication. He rose to become the fourth best prospect in the organization, along with the likes of Scott Kazmir and Jose Reyes at the time. He seemed destined to break out. The next season he spent in the Florida State League, and by mid-July he was mired in the 240s. Based on some of the looks they'd got at him, the Mets brass didn't understand why Wright wasn't blowing up his league, so they dove deeper into his numbers. It turned out that Wright was hitting 100 points higher on the road than at home. How could that be possible? The Mets asked him about his routine. Was it different on the road? At first, Wright shrugged, and then the truth came out. He was taking 4 or 5 hours of BP before home games, and on the road, of course, he took a normal amount. Now, a serious player might take hours of BP during the off-season, but in-season is a grind, and 4 hours of swinging would wear down the Jolly Green Giant. The Mets told him to cut back, so Wright did, and then proceeded to hit .323 for the rest of the season. At the start of 2004, Wright kept crushing to the tune of a .363 batting average. At mid-season, the Mets promoted him to his hometown team, the Norfolk Tides, but he spent just 31 games there before he was summoned to the Big Apple. The era of Wright was about to begin. Less than 3 years after being drafted, David Wright was in the majors to stay. Nothing beats making a good first impression, and Wright's rookie campaign did just that. Despite going 0 for 4 in his debut against the Montreal Expos, he doubled in the next game for his first big league hit. He would get 76 more of those during his rookie campaign, which spanned 69 games, and 32 of them were for extra bases, including 14 bombs. That added up to a slugging percentage of .525 and an impressive OPS plus of .119. Wright would never end up dropping below 100 for an OPS plus when he played more than 10 games in a season, even when he was struggling through injuries late in his career. That's right, from beginning to end, he was always better than an average major league hitter, despite whatever challenge he was facing. In 2005 and 2006, Wright was way above average, posting OPS plus marks of 140 and 133. It's not hard to see how he did it. He kept his average above 300 with power, hitting 53 homers between the two seasons, along with a ton of doubles, more than 40 each year. Each season he drove in more than 100 runs, cementing himself as a certified clutch performer. By 2006, he'd established himself as one of the best players in the game, earning a spot on his first All-Star team where he started at third and crushed a homer off Kenny Rogers. Against the Yankees on May 19th, Wright hit a walk-off single off the wall against Mariano Rivera, the greatest closer the game has ever seen. He was also routinely flashing leather at this point. In 2005 alone, he had 2 gems that showcased his guts and determination. First, in Seattle, he dove into the stands to catch a Raul Ibanez pop foul. Then, 2 months later in San Diego, he raced into shallow left field to rob Brian Giles of a bloop single on a barehanded diving catch in what became this year in baseball's Play of the Year. The only real down note of the season was the fact that the Mets ended up losing in Game 7 of the NLCS to the Cardinals. Wright batted just .160 after going hitless in his first 10 ABs in the series. In Game 7, he came up in the 8th inning with the game tied at 1. Carlos Beltran was on first, and he struck out. Then the Cards scored twice in the top of the 9th, and that was the ball game. A sad end to an amazing year that saw him place top 10 in MVP voting for the first of many years to come. Many observers thought that Wright got robbed of an MVP award in 2007, but it's not really hard to see why. He put up a tremendous season, batting .325 with 30 homers and 34 steals, officially becoming a member of the 30-30 club. He also drove in 107 runs and played Gold Glove winning defense at third. All this came with career highs in WAR at 8.3 and an OPS plus of 149. But the Mets had a 7-game lead on September 12th, and they seemed poised to cruise into the playoffs, looking for revenge for the prior year's disappointment. The team, however, went on to lose 12 out of their next 17 games, and didn't even make the postseason as a wild card. The Phillies, led by 4 WAR MVP winner Jimmy Rollins, had won the first of their 5-peat division titles. Had the Mets stayed in first, Wright might have managed to finish in the top 3 in MVP voting. But, as things sat, he had finished 4th in one of baseball's many poorly aging award races. Wright had played in 160 games that season, and did the same thing the next year. Largely, it was like Wright had hit the reload button, another incredible season of hitting .302 with 33 bombs and 124 RBIs, which equated to the 10th best WAR in the NL at 6.9. His OPS plus remained virtually the same as well at 142. This year he finished even lower in MVP voting at 7th, but again won a Gold Glove and Silver Slugger for the second straight year. Given his durability and team-first attitude, Wright was now seen as one of the best position players in the big leagues, a budding star among stars, and was doing it on the biggest stage in the baseball world, in New York. The Mets, however, again missed the playoffs in 2008. To give some indication as to the level of respect other players saw of Wright, consider what rookie Jay Bruce did in 2008. After coming up with the Reds, Bruce asked Wright for his phone number so they could stay in touch, because to Bruce, David Wright was the epitome of what a professional baseball player should be, and that kind of connection was seen as invaluable, even to opposing players. Between 2006 and 2010, Wright hit 128 homers. Only two other third basemen hit more, A-Rod and Aramis Ramirez. His 522 RBIs were again second to A-Rod. His 25.2 WAR again ranked just behind Alex and Adrian Beltre. He'd also managed to swipe 115 bases during that same span, while winning 2 Gold Gloves, 2 Silver Sluggers, and being elected as an All-Star every season. He certainly belonged in the conversation of who was the best all-around player in the game. But Wright did more than just crush it in the big leagues. He also dominated the world stage in the WBC in both 2009 and 2013. The 2009 tournament was eventually won by Japan, but Wright provided some of its most iconic moments. Facing elimination against Puerto Rico, Team USA went into the 9th inning down 5-3. Just a few days before, Puerto Rico had mercy ruled the Americans 11-1 in 7 innings, and a second loss would mean that Team USA wouldn't advance to the championship round. A bit of an embarrassment since the games would be played in Dodger Stadium. But with the bases loaded and down a run, Wright took a 2-1 pitch and lined it to right field for the dub. In 2013, Wright was even better, hitting that aforementioned .438 with a homer and 10 RBIs through the first 4 games. Team USA won 3 of them to head in the second round, but they had to do it without Wright, who was scratched from the lineup before the game against the Dominican Republic because of a sore back. Without Wright, Team USA lost to the DR and to Puerto Rico, scoring just 4 runs total in the 2 games. But the team paid homage to Wright by hanging a superhero cape in the dugout, and hence was born Captain America, amplified when later the Mets named him team captain before the 2013 season. He seemed to be at the pinnacle of his powers. After a couple nagging injuries had sapped some of his production in 2011, he came back strong in 2012 after signing an 8-year, $138 million extension in the offseason. In that monster year, he finished 6th in MVP voting with a 7.1 WAR, 144 OPS+, and near 345 slash. He kept it going into 2013 with a career-high OPS Plus of 156, though he played in just 112 games due to some nagging injuries. Nothing that didn't seem out of the ordinary at the time though. What's more, he rolled into August on fire, especially against lefties, with a .336 batting average, 6 homers, and 10 doubles. But he injured his hamstring legging out an infield hit, and his season was toast. Little did anyone know they would never see the same Wright again. Considering the numbers he put up in 2012 and 2013, the Mets were looking forward to a healthy David Wright to complement new addition Curtis Granderson, as well as emerging prospects like Noah Syndergaard, Jacob deGrom, and Steven Matz. But David got off to a slow start in 2014, hitting just .270 and slugging .365 before missing games in June with what was diagnosed as a bruised rotator cuff. He got a cornerstone shot and then limped through July and August, hitting .238 with no homers. A second MRI in September convinced the Mets to shut him down for the remainder of what would be his worst statistical season, with an OPS plus of 101, barely average. Worse, his runs above average against fastballs was negative 7.4, one reason his walk-to-strikeout ratio was 0.37, a drop of 30 points from 2013. His WAR of 1.9 was a far cry from when he was in the top 10 seemingly every season, but this somehow wouldn't be the all-time low for Wright, as in 2015, the nightmare really got started. He played in the first 8 games before hurting his hamstring. Then, one day in late April, he was shagging fly balls in the outfield when shooting pains went down his back. The injury seemed to come out of nowhere, and it became impossible to stand for more than 10 minutes. Sitting wrong could wreck the whole flow of his movement. In May 2015, he'd get a diagnosis he and the baseball world weren't at all prepared for. Spinal stenosis. It's a condition where the spinal canal narrows, almost like a hose that develops a kink, and it seemed like it was going to end Wright's career. From here, he truly did everything he could to prevent that. I kept telling myself that this condition had no shot against me, he explained. It was like, it may have ended other people's careers, but not me, man. No way. What followed was hours of physical therapy that began at 6 a.m. His first goal was to walk for 5 minutes without crumpling over in pain. A born grinder, Wright attacked his rehab and was able to return to action in August. In his first game back, he homered. Wright would show up 8 hours before the game to get the work in he needed just to stay on the field. It was a grueling, arduous process, but he was able to stay with the Mets as they marched to the World Series in 2015. They would end up losing to the Royals, but Wright homered and drove in 4 during the series. In a career-low 38 games, Wright had still managed to post a 126 OPS plus with an 814 OPS. Bottom line, he was still really good at the plate, even if his fielding had declined so badly that he was almost certainly the worst third bagger of the year when he was active, as he had accumulated -7 DRS in that roughly quarter of a year span. Wright again tried to play in 2016, but only made it through 37 games before going down with a major neck injury. In spring training 2017, he hurt his shoulder. He He tried to rehab it all year, even managing to eventually appear in rehab games, but in September he underwent yet another surgery to repair a torn rotator cuff. A month later, he had back surgery to help with the spinal stenosis. Incredibly, Wright rehabbed voraciously again with the idea of playing in 2018. Nevertheless, he certainly feared getting injured again, and as he later said, "I was a shell of my former self, and I absolutely knew it at that point. I just physically couldn't do it anymore." But Wright really wanted his children to see him play at least once, and so on September 29th, 2018, Wright put on the number 5 Mets jersey one last time. He played in 2 games, had 3 plate appearances, and managed to draw a walk. And, just like that, at the young age of 34, Wright's career was officially done. There was another New York corner infielder whose career was derailed by a back injury that probably kept him out of the Hall: Don Mattingly. Like Wright, Mattingly had to stop playing at the age of 34 because his body betrayed him. Mattingly was arguably one of the top 3 players in all of baseball in the mid-80s, winning 1 MVP award and finishing second the next year. But, just like that, he was done. His numbers short of Cooperstown, especially in an era of cumulative numbers being prioritized over peak production. Like Mattingly, Wright's career was also over too soon, but it won't easily be forgotten by anyone who's lucky enough to see him play. He still is the all-time Mets leader in hits, with 1,777. If he'd aged normally, it probably could have been around 2,580, according to a Fangraphs study. Instead of 242 homers, he probably would have been closer to 350. "I gave it everything I had. I really, really did," he said when it was all over. "It just wasn't in the cards for me." By the time he was 29, Wright had the 12th best offensive numbers for a third baseman in MLB history, with a 43.3 WAR that put him ahead of the paces of legends like Chipper Jones and Brooks Robinson. He was almost certainly going to be an all-time great, but the narrowing of his spine was probably a congenital issue that he was powerless to prevent, other than by simply not playing baseball. His arm issues were probably at least in part due to genetic factors as well. Captain America never quits, and Wright never did. He went down like a warrior and left a heroic legacy. However, it seems impossible to ignore the abject tragedy of losing one of our all-time greats to something as sad and unchangeable as genetic deficiencies. A tragedy that will endure in the hearts and minds of baseball fans everywhere for years still to come. From 2018 to 2022, JT Realmuto was considered the gold standard for all-around glove work from the hardest position in the sport. In fact, he ranked among the top catchers in fielding run value, baseball's best current measure of defensive play in my opinion, year in and year out, posting 19 in 2019 and 14 in 2022. But since 2023, he's ranked near the bottom of all catchers, at -20. He's gone from a golden glove to a cardboard one. But how do we get here? And what factors caused one of MLB's most stunning defensive drop-offs ever? Jacob Tyler Realmuto grew up in Del City, Oklahoma, where baseball ran in his family. His dad, David, played college ball. His sisters, Ryan and Amanda, both caught for major college softball programs. His uncle, John Smith, the famous Oklahoma State wrestling coach with 2 Olympic gold medals. Despite the familial connection, young JT wasn't a catcher at first though. At Carl Albert High School, he was a shortstop who could absolutely rake. His senior year in 2010 was the stuff of local legend. 119 RBIs in just 42 games, setting a national high school record that still stands today. He hit .595 with 21 homers and 22 doubles, again, in 42 games. Video game stuff, but sometimes when their starting catcher had to pitch, Realmuto would slide behind the plate. That's when Marlin scout Steve Taylor saw something different. "You'll have better MLB chances as a catcher than shortstop," Taylor told him. Smart advice that shaped his future. The Marlins drafted him in the 3rd round and signed him for $700,000. That convinced him to skip his promise to Oklahoma State. Not bad for a kid who started catching part-time because his team needed someone behind the dish. The minor leagues weren't kind to Realmuto at first. In 2010 with the Gulf Coast League Marlins, he hit .175 in limited action. But scouts saw something beyond the struggles in the batter's box. Quick feet, a cannon arm, and a level of baseball IQ that just couldn't be taught. By 2012 at Jupiter, Realmuto was throwing out 42% of would-be base stealers and giving up just 3 passed balls all season. His offense was progressing steadily as well, though not at nearly the same pace, with him posting OPSs around 700 year over year. It would be his 2014 breakout at Jacksonville that truly changed everything. A .299 average with 62 RBIs and his typical fantastic defense got him Marlins Minor League Player of the Year honors. Baseball America ranked him as the 10th best prospect in their system and called him the best defensive catcher. The kid from Oklahoma was nearly ready for the show. JT's MLB debut would come on June 5, 2014. He was called up when Jared Saltalamacchia got hurt, and in his first game went 3 for 5 with 3 RBIs in an 11-6 win over Tampa Bay. His first career hit was a 2-run single, perfect for a player who'd end up making clutch hitting a habit. But it was 2015 when Realmuto really made his name known in the major league sphere. After Jared got cut in April, the starting job was his. He set Marlins rookie records with 114 hits and 7 triples. That was the most by a first-year catcher since 1972. Oh, and he hit an inside-the-park homer too, because why not? The defensive base was also building with the hitting numbers. His 2018 All-Star season officially sealed the deal. Even though he missed some time with a back injury, the former shortstop hit .277 with 21 homers, and became the only Marlin picked for the All-Star game. He earned his first Silver Slugger award and team MVP honors. His glove work also yielded 2 fielding runs in the first year that they actually started measuring stuff like that. Solidly above average. The Marlins had developed a real budding superstar, and like is typical in Miami, they'd trade him away before paying him, all the way to Philadelphia. When the Phillies traded for Realmuto in February 2019, they weren't just getting a player, they were getting one of the fundamental missing pieces for their championship hopes. Since Carlos Ruiz's last good year in 2014, they hadn't had a consistently good and healthy backstop for a full season. Boy, did Realmuto deliver both of these things instantaneously. His 2019 season was a clinic in all-around excellence. He led all MLB catchers with 83 RBIs, 90 runs, 144 hits, and 36 doubles. But while all this was impressive, it was the defense that really turned heads. Working with coach Craig Driver, Realmuto became one of the best pitch framers in baseball, putting up +5 framing runs. This helped complement 2 other key areas in which he excelled, his blocking and throwing, tallying 4 and 10 runs in these capacities respectively. Together, all this added up to 19 FRV, 5th best in all of MLB. He was certifiably elite, and by many's evaluation, the best overall defensive backstop. The hardware started piling up. Gold Glove, Silver Slugger, all MLB first team. He caught more innings than any other catcher in baseball while throwing out 37 runners, the most for a Philly since Darren Daulton in 1993. It was a magical year in pretty much every regard. The shortened 2020 season showed Realmuto at his absolute best. He hit 8 homers in his first 14 games, the best start by a catcher since Gabby Hartnett in 1925, and overall had his career high in OPS at 840. For whatever that's worth given the fact it was a partial season. His defensive numbers slipped a bit, with him only being on track for about 7 FRV over a full campaign, but it was still nothing to scoff at, keeping him well in the upper half of the league. Then came 2021, which was preceded by a record-breaking contract. 5 years, $115.5 million, the largest ever given to a catcher. The pressure was huge, but Realmuto seemed to embrace it. In fact, he played so well he ended up starting the All-Star game, and became the first Philly since Mike Schmidt in 1981 to homer in the Midsummer Classic, all contributing to another near 800 OPS season. Further, his glove work stayed consistent in the same range as before at 8 FRV. But 2022? That was pure magic. Realmuto did something only one catcher before him had ever done. A 20 home run, 20 stolen base campaign. Ivan Rodriguez did it in 1999, over 20 years ago at that point, and at the peak of the steroid era, which some people theorized Pudge may have been in on. He was actually so good on the bases, he went 21 for 21 in stolen base tries as well, finishing with a perfect success rate. He even had a 130 OPS plus, a career high, and won a Silver Slugger as a result. His postseason was equally as notable, with his inside-the-park home run against Atlanta in the NLDS making him the first catcher ever to do that in October. Then came World Series Game 1, and a go-ahead homer in the 10th inning that nearly propelled the Phillies to their first championship since 2008, before they eventually crumbled to the Astros. But it was his defense that really mattered in those October games. Against the Braves in Game 4 of the NLDS, Realmuto threw out 2 would-be base stealers and framed 3 borderline strikes in big situations. His game calling helped the Phillies pitchers attack the strike zone with trust. This would again be near his peak when it came to his glove work overall, especially in the advanced regard, as he had posted another 14 fielding runs, his second best total ever, again being elite in every metric possible. Another Gold Glove and all MLB first team were no surprise as a result. In fact, he actually finished a career-high 7th in MVP voting as well. At 31 years old, JT was the clear-cut best catcher in baseball. Sure, he was likely to see a moderate decline over the next few seasons, but there was seemingly no reason to expect him to be anything less than average at worst over the next half-decade. Then, at least defensively, it all fell apart. The first crack in the base came after 2022, though nobody seemed to really realize it at the time. You see, back in 2019, the aforementioned Craig Driver, the catching coach who'd first helped Realmuto become a top pitch framer, left for the Cubs. Driver's approach had been all about the details. He taught Realmuto how to set up slightly outside the zone and smoothly pull borderline pitches back over the plate. The timing of his glove movement, the angle of his wrist, even how quietly he received the ball. He fine-tuned every aspect. Most importantly, he showed Realmuto how to frame without making it too obvious to umpires. It was an art form to be included in the tasks of a catcher. The Phillies promoted Bob Stumpo to fill the gap, and for a time it worked. In fact, he even tied his career high in framing runs in 2021 at 5 with that 2019 season. It seemed as if Stumpo reinforced everything JT had learned before perfectly. Where 2022 comes in is that when Stumpo took a promotion to become the catching coordinator and player development, the Phillies didn't replace him with a dedicated catching coach on their major league staff, instead opting for more bullpen catchers. Good baseball people, sure, but not specialists in the art of receiving. The effect wasn't obvious right away. Realmuto's 2022 season was great on the surface, but astute ball knowers did notice his framing numbers had started to slip. The progression was notable. 5 framing runs in 2021, down to +2 in 2022, his lowest total in a full season since 2018. Then, 2023 happened, and the bottom fell out completely. Here's how bad things got. By season's end, Realmuto's framing had crashed to -14 runs, making him the second worst in that regard in all of baseball, behind just Martin Maldonado. But here's the weird part. It wasn't an overall decline. Everything else in his toolbox stayed great. He posted an above-average 1 throwing run, the same total he had in 2021. He even had 3 blocking runs, tied for his second most ever, and he caught a career-high 1,142 innings, more than any catcher that year. It really only was his framing that had a huge, noticeable hole in it. A deep Fangraphs analysis attempted to solve the mystery as to why. Their article, which used their own framing run statistic, which is a little bit separate from Savant's, showed that Realmuto's performance in this regard went from plus 18.8 Fangraphs runs over those 3 years to negative 12.2 in one season. This alone verified it wasn't the measuring stick. And they also verified that his pop time was still in the 100th percentile, and his blocking was decent. The best guess that they postulated was the aforementioned coaching changes. The first time this had been suggested publicly, that losing Craig Driver and Bob Stumpo had left a huge hole in his maintenance and further development that hadn't been filled afterwards. As if seeing his framing ability erode wasn't enough, 2024 brought new challenges in the health department. In May, during a rainy game against the Giants, Realmuto tweaked his knee while legging out a triple. For about a month, he played through the pain. This was classic Realmuto. The guy had built his reputation on toughness and durability and wasn't about to let a sore knee slow him down. But by June, it was clear something had to give, as his movements had got increasingly more strained as the season continued. On June 12, 2024, Realmuto underwent surgery to repair a torn meniscus. The timing was important. The Phillies wanted him back by the All-Star break, so every day mattered. President of Ops Dave Dombrowski had to actually personally convince him to have the surgery done. So strong was his urge to keep playing. When I talked to him myself, I said, "JT, it looks like we'll have to get this," Dombrowski recalled. He said, "Yeah, Dave, we can do it anytime you want, but I'm all right to play." And I said, "No, I think it's time we get this thing done." The surgery kept JT out for 39 days, his longest injury absence since becoming a regular. When he returned on July 20th, something was different, a little more stiff behind the plate. Thus, arguably the most athletic thing a catcher has to do, block errant pitches, suffered as well, with him then finishing with negative runs in this regard for both 2024 and the ensuing 2025 season, the first time he had ever done so. That, coupled with a still poor framing game, led to him putting up cumulatively negative 10 catching runs over those campaigns overall, a number tied for 6th worst in the sport, behind guys like Salvador Perez and Yainer Diaz. He had went, seemingly overnight in 2023, from arguably the best defensive catcher in baseball to one of the absolute worst. Truly insane. And it's undoubtable the injury didn't help. But what makes Realmuto's story interesting isn't just the decline, it's how he's handled it. While his defensive numbers have cratered, his leadership and character have remained constant. JT is tough, man. He's the backbone of our team, Nick Castellanos said during the 2024 season. Bryce Harper echoed the sentiment. His work ethic sets the standard for everyone. Even backup catcher Garrett Stubbs, who's watched Realmuto up close, was amazed by his approach. "JT has completely changed how I approach both the physical and mental aspects of catching," Stubbs said in 2023. "You'd be hard-pressed to find a more beloved player on the Phillies roster than this veteran, and that's worth enough to offset some of his degrading metrics alone for the time being." Facing the reality of his defensive decline, Realmuto has also shown ample willingness to change. When manager Rob Thompson suggested he might try left field during spring training to manage his workload, Realmuto's response was perfect. "If he wants me to go out there and stand on my head, I'll try to do that." The Phillies were looking at creative ways to keep his bat in the lineup while reducing his catching load. More designated hitter appearances, games at first base sometimes. The goal was extending his career while accepting that catching 130 games a year might not be possible anymore, especially if he wants to reclaim some measure of his prior analytical performance. "I don't think there's a perfect answer because I don't know what the best thing to do is," Realmuto admitted while discussing workload management. "I think you gotta go off of how you feel. I like this story. I've been pretty much healthy my whole career." Exiting 2025, Realmuto faces his biggest off-field challenge yet, the negotiating of a new deal with Philadelphia, or potentially somewhere else. This is where the story laid out in today's video gets quite interesting. What will a new contract look like now that he's become, quite shockingly, a bat-first backstop? What's that going to be worth relative to his previous MLB high for catchers at $23.1 million a year? In closing, what makes JT's defensive freefall so crazy isn't that it's unique. Every player eventually loses their edge, and catchers especially so. No, it's how fast and complete the fall was, from top-of-the-league defensive numbers in 2022 to downright horrible in 2023. Just 1 year difference, and then sustained subpar play since, when he hadn't been below average a single year prior. The coaching changes clearly played a huge role. Craig Driver's leaving after 2019 took away an important support system. Then Bob Stumple's promotion before 2022 left the Phillies without a replacement. The team's lack of focus on special catching seemingly created a perfect storm for a defensive disaster in a very specific yet seemingly consequential way. Age and wear probably deserve some blame too. Realmuto has caught over 9,000 innings since 2015. That's more than any catcher in baseball during that span, and by a decent margin. The physical beating from that workload, combined with getting older, means his athleticism, which always masks decline, is only going to degrade faster and faster. Looking back, his career breaks into 3 distinct phases, each with its own challenges and triumphs. First came his development years from 2014 to 2018, a young player learning his craft in Miami, building his hitting skills while developing defensive basics, the base for everything that would follow. Then the peak years from 2019 through 2022, top performance on both sides of the ball, impressive Silver Slugger hitting seasons combined with Gold Glove top-of-the-league defense, the peak of complete analytical catching greatness. And now, the most recent years from 2023 to the present, a veteran player facing surprising defensive challenges while trying to remain valuable through his hitting, leadership, and willingness to play different positions. Regardless of whether he ever gets back to even average overall play with the glove, he still is going to be a positive presence for as long as he dons the tool of ignorance. And, dare I say it, I still think there might be more in the tank for the righty if he happens to land with the right team who can make a couple tweaks to help him get back to what was once a major source of strength. There's quite a few near certainties in Major League Baseball, but I think it's safe to say that MLB will not see a player reach 3,000 career hits and 500 homers in the next couple decades. The last to do it? Miguel Cabrera. Today, no one's even close. Could Freddie Freeman or Jose Altuve reach 3,000 hits? Maybe. Will Giancarlo Stanton, Shohei Ohtani, or Mike Trout hit 500 homers? At the pace that each is at, most likely one of them will. But to cross each of these thresholds, it feels increasingly impossible as the game continues to evolve. But wait, there's more. If you act now, we'll throw in this factoid. Miggy ended his illustrious 21-year career with a .306 batting average. That would have placed him 5th overall during the 2025 season, in a contest that was won by Aaron Judge at .331. Wait a second, what about Aaron Judge? He certainly got the pop, and the numbers prove it. Today, he's just 132 homers short of 500. If he stays healthy, he'll get there in the next 3 years. But he only has about 1,200 hits, meaning he has, honestly, no shot at 3,000. And while his career average of 294 might rise to around 300, he'd have to defy the norm of aging power hitter decline to get there. Let's put it in this context. There have been just 3 players out of 23,600 who retired with 3,000 hits, 500 homers, and a career 300 average. Henry Aaron, Willie Mays, and Miguel Cabrera. The odds of any MLB player reaching this milestone as such is 0.013%, or about 1 in 8,000. And those totals are perhaps appropriate to describe Cabrera, because in many ways he seemed like a hitter from a different time. It wasn't just that he put up huge triple slash and counting numbers. He did so when the average MLB hitter's performance in these regards was dropping year over year. This was a player who got MVP votes for 14 straight seasons. That's prolonged greatness. For a point of comparison, Mike Trout's longest streak is 9. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. In order to fully appreciate why there will never be another Miggy, we have to go back to the beginning. A young Miguel was nothing short of a phenom, already playing professionally at the age of 14, and by 16 starting at third for the Tigres de Aragua, a powerhouse of the Venezuelan Winter League. The Marlins signed him the second he turned 16, literally at midnight on his birthday, for $1.8 million. Scouts were positive he had all-star upside, the kind of pure hitter who could hit 300 with 25 homers a season. Cabrera expected even more. "I want to be the best," he told scouts when he was 15. "What I'm doing right now is nothing compared to what I'm going to do. You watch. I'll play in the big leagues, and I'll be a good one." It didn't take long for the rest of baseball to realize the kind of hitter Miggy was. By his 20th birthday, he was in the Southern League, dominating with a .365 average and an OPS north of 1,000. The Marlins were struggling, mired in 4th place at the time. Cabrera hadn't played a game above AAA. This didn't deter them. He got called up in a youth movement that also saw the arrival of Dontrelle Willis. Mike Lowell was entrenched at third, so where would the phenom play? The outfield, where he'd spent just 3 minor league games prior to his promotion in June. No matter, his bat had to be in the lineup, and in his debut, he showed the world why, hitting a walk-off homer against the Rays for his first big league hit. That win served as an avatar of a turnaround that propelled the Marlins to a 91-71 finish, good enough for the NL wildcard spot. Then they took care of the Giants and Cubs, both in dramatic fashion, only to top it all off by winning the World Series by beating the storied Yankees in 6 games. Cabrera left his mark by shrugging off a Roger Clemens brushback pitch, then belting an opposite field homer, creating another of his early iconic highlights. From here, he would simply become one of the best players in the game, making 4 straight All-Star teams. Between 2004 and 2007, he averaged 32 homers, 115 RBIs, and a .319 batting average per season. Remember, he hadn't yet turned 25 years old. By all rights, the Marlins should have locked him up with an extension, but things were not so different then from now. The team lamented its revenue stream, the lack of a new stadium, and on and on. The bottom line was that Cabrera was due to make more than $10 million in arbitration, and so the Marlins decided to move him and their other star rookie from that '03 team, Willis, to the Tigers, for a huge package of prospects, the centerpieces of which were Cameron Maybin and Andrew Miller, players who would go on to post a combined WAR for them of -0.6. The Tigers, meanwhile, were getting a player who, in many ways, was a throwback to a time when hitters had little technology to help them, at least in terms of personal training. Ever since Iron Mike had debuted in the 1950s, hitters had been taking long hours hitting off of pitching machines. Other advances followed, leading to the machines of today, which can crank out all manner of velo and spin. Cabrera, though, didn't like hitting off a machine. "If I don't recognize the ball in hand, I'm in trouble," he explained. His time in the cage was spent mostly swinging with just his left hand. There was never a fixed number he'd take. When he felt in the zone, he stopped completely. Film study, advanced metrics, not really for Miggy. He didn't want alternate perspectives clouding his view of that grip, that release point, which was the key to his success. And he didn't need film anyway, because Cabrera could remember every one of his ABs on a pitch-by-pitch basis, a talent that awed his teammates. Once, though, he admitted to peeking at film, quote, when nobody was looking. Some suggested that Cabrera would have been even better if he'd trained a little harder, and when he got older, he'd see clips of his younger days and moan, "What happened, Miguel?" Laughing, of course, the entire time. But as the old saying goes, you can't steal first base. And with the Tigers, Miggy was never tempted to, reaching a level of performance he had previously never achieved. In his first season, he led the AL in homers with 37. For the next 6 seasons in a row, he hit over 300, drove in more than 100 runs, and clubbed over 30 homers. Yet with Cabrera, often the anecdote intrigued more than even his insane raw data. Rumor was that Cabrera used to goad pitchers into throwing certain pitches by swinging and missing badly, on purpose, lulling pitchers into a false sense of security. "It's easier for him to have fun playing than it is for most other guys," his manager Jim Leland explained. "It just comes easier to him." And yet Mickey toyed with the best pitchers on the planet like they were his buddies in a high school scrimmage. Even still, there was another level left for Cabrera. For Mickey went from being great to being something otherworldly. Between 2010 and 2016, he won 4 batting titles. He struck out more than 100 times in a season twice, while hitting at least 35 homers 4 times. He won back-to-back MVP awards in 2012 and 2013. And in that 2012 season, for the first time since 1967, he won the Triple Crown, which he'd flirted with in 2010 and again in 2013. Yeah, after a hiatus of 45 years in which no one had hoisted the crown, Miggy nearly bagged 3 in a span of 4 seasons. No one's managed to do it since. The numbers were ridiculous. 330 with 44 homers and 139 RBI in 2012. And then, somehow, he got better in 2013. 348 with 44 and 137, along with an OPS plus of 190. Best in all of baseball, despite battling various injuries throughout the season. That OPS plus, by the way, was higher than Willie Mays, Ken Griffey Jr., or Rickey Henderson ever posted in an individual season. "You can't pitch to him," teammate Torrey Hunter said. "He can hit the inside pitch. He can hit the outside pitch. He can hit the up and in. He can go down the line to right or down the line to left. He can go all over the field. And he's smart. He's a smart hitter. He's going to battle at the plate." The only blemish during this dominant stretch was the 2012 World Series, which would have capped off a dream season for Cabby and the Tigers. Instead, he hit .231, and had to watch as his team got swept by an outstanding Giant squad, with his own K being the final out of the entire series. In 2014, despite still having 2 years left on a deal he'd signed in 2008, Cabrera signed an extension with the Tigers that would pay him basically $30 million per year until he turned 40. At the time, he was 31 years old and as dominant as ever. But the Tigers still got some flack for the deal, mostly because of his large frame that didn't inspire hope he'd age well. Sadly, those who were skeptical ended up being proven correct. For the first 3 years of his deal, Cabrera produced his usual numbers, putting up a WAR of 15.1 over those seasons. In 2014, he led the AL in doubles. In 2015, he won another batting title. 2016, however, was Miggy's last truly monster year. 38 bombs, 108 RBIs, and a .316 batting average. Then he hit 35 years old, and everything changed. If each unit of WAR is worth roughly around $8 million, then between 2014 and 2016, Miggy got paid $90 million for $120 million worth of high-quality baseball. He was legitimately, somehow, a steal. But after that last great year, his best single-season WAR would be just 0.3. The Tigers, at least on paper, were then paying him big bucks for his past contributions. Not for recent ones, but perhaps that undersells just what he had accomplished in the Old English D. Between 2009 and 2015, he came to the plate 4,000 times and came away with an average of .332, when the rest of the league was sinking to the lowest league average since 1968, a year in which the mound was raised. He averaged over 35 homers per 162 games, an OPS plus over 150. Even those twilight years were rough, and they certainly were, it was refreshing to see a player stick around with the club that he had achieved legendary status with. First of all was the 500 homer threshold, which Miggy eclipsed in August 2021 in a game against the Jays in Toronto. The team had tried to situate it so that Miggy would pass the milestone at home, but he went 31 straight at-bats without homering. There was a lot of things going on in my mind because I wanted to do it in Detroit, Cabrera said, but it's tough to hit home runs. It certainly is tough to hit homers, and to get to 3,000 hits. Again, as I said in the intro, nearly impossible, and even more so to do both. But Cabrera joined that club the next year, meaning now Miggy was in an even more exclusive group, being those who had done both, which includes Hank Aaron, Willie Mays, Eddie Murray, Rafael Palmeiro, Albert Pujols, and Alex Rodriguez. Even with his sagging production near the end, Cabrera still somehow finished with the best batting average and on-base percentage of that bunch. His twilight years would conclude with him having posted a batting average under 260, a slug south of 420, and an OPS under 750 for each of his final 4 seasons. Pretty much wall-to-wall they weren't pretty, but they still happened to bookend one of the greatest careers overall we've ever seen, while allowing the hulking Venezuelan legend to reach many a milestone. Only a few of which I'm going to detail here because of the insane total amount. Few players have ever reached the heights Miggy did in his prime, and fewer still managed to maintain that level of production for as long as he did, leading to some of the greatest numbers this game has ever seen, along with some of its most exuberant happiness displayed on a nightly basis. Those base hit and homer totals, that over 300 career average, multiple MVPs, and even more than I could ever hope to properly capture, is why I firmly believe we will never see another Miguel Cabrera. Lou Piniella was getting nervous. In Arizona for Seattle's 2001 spring training, Sweet Lou had spent weeks watching his prized Japanese import, Ichiro Suzuki, slap and bloop pitches to left field, to deep short, never pulling anything hard to the right side. Many American scouts had wondered if Ichiro's smallish stature at 5'11", 175, and lack of exposure to big league pitching would prevent him from catching up to big league heaters. Their doubts were obviously echoing Piniella's head. And not just in Lou's head, the entire squad was wondering about Ichiro. I think everyone was skeptical, recalled pitcher Jeff Nelson. He really didn't do anything in spring training, and people were thinking, this guy might be overmatched. Then Sweet Lou got an idea. He decided that Ichiro needed to take extra batting practice, which many students of Ichiro would consider hilarious, because Ichiro was one of the most dedicated players in the history of the game. In the cages, the Seattle skipper openly questioned the 27-year-old rookie. "Do you ever turn on the ball?" Ichiro said that he did, sometimes, and then they played a meaningless spring training game. After socking a pair of doubles, Ichiro came up again in the 7th. This time, he clubbed a homer to right field. He came back to the dugout and asked Piniella, "Are you happy now, Lou?" It would be the last time anyone doubted the baseball greatness of Ichiro. He went on to have a rookie season for the ages, winning the batting title, stolen base title, Rookie of the Year, and the AL MVP award, only the second player ever to do so in his first season. His 242 hits were the most in 71 years. The Mariners won 116 games, tying the all-time record of the 1906 Chicago Cubs. And he just kept doing it after that. 10 straight years of 200 hits, 10 straight years of winning a Gold Glove, 10 straight seasons hitting over 300, 12 straight years of stealing 20-plus bases. Since his second big league game, his career average never dipped below 300. He ended up with 3,089 hits, which, when coupled with the 1,278 hits he got in Japan, places him first all-time in the professional ranks with 4,367 hits. Pete Rose wasn't amused. The Japanese were making him out to be a hit queen. The Hit King said, soon they start counting Ichiro's high school stats. But Ichiro did something that Rose never did. In 2004, he set an MLB record that is probably about as safe as DiMaggio's 56-game hitting streak and Hack Wilson's 190 RBIs. He notched 262 hits in a season, a record that will more than likely last longer than Bobby Bonilla's Mets contract. When asked by a Miami journalist what he would do after baseball, Ichiro replied, "I think I'll just die." This summer, that will become impossible because Ichiro will easily be a first-ballot selection for the Baseball Hall of Fame, and his legend won't ever perish. Ichiro still has baseball in his blood. He shows up at high school games and practices in Japan, often unannounced, and will hit BP or pitch to the kids. If you spend 10 minutes watching Ichiro's career highlights, either throwing, fielding, running the bases, or hitting, you'll realize he was a transcendent talent, as good a player who's ever stepped on a big league diamond. But with all that being said, there's an oddity to Ichiro's stats that, when you parse the numbers, leads you to a startling conclusion. Somehow, this incredibly unique talent was both overrated and underrated in unique ways when he played. You see, it wasn't that he wasn't just as good as advertised, just that how he was good was actually a bit different than people realized at the time. But before we dig into that, we have to go back, way back, to the origins of Ichiro and how the legend molded his game from a very young age. Ichiro turned pro in 2nd grade. Okay, not really, but in 2nd grade, Ichiro began playing baseball like it was his job. It was then that his father, a former high school pitcher, began a routine with his youngest son that would persist until Ichiro attended high school. Ichiro would throw 50 pitches, make 50 infield plays, 50 outfield plays, and hit 200 soft tosses from his father. Then would come dinner, and after dinner, the two would head off to the batting cage for 300 more swings. All left-handed, even though Ichiro was naturally a righty. Lefties got down the line faster, his father reasoned, and so a lefty Ichiro became. This was a year-round routine that the weather didn't interrupt. Cold, hot, raining, didn't matter. In a 6th grade essay, Ichiro wrote that he played with his friends 5 or 6 hours per year. That's how much he practiced. Later, Ichiro would consider this routine a kind of hazing that led to much suffering, but Ichiro couldn't say no to his father as a youth. But one thing all this grinding just couldn't change was that he was small. At the end of his junior high school career, he stood just 5'9" and weighed 120 pounds. He didn't start until he was a junior, but over 2 seasons, he had hit .502 and never struck out swinging in 500 ABs once. Twice, he led his team to the Summer Koshien, the insane high school tournament that's basically Japan's version of March Madness. Still, he wasn't taken until the 4th round, 36th overall in the MLB draft, mostly because of his size and lack of corresponding projectability. He then spent most of the next 2 seasons in the minors, and when he finally got to play every day in 1994, he broke the MLB season hit record with 210 over 130 games. He hit .385 in the process, good enough to win his first MVP. He would win 2 more in the next 2 years while leading his team, the Oryx Blue Wave, to a league championship. He won 7 batting titles in a row to start his full season career. He got to be so famous in Japan that a letter addressed with just his first name would end up getting delivered to his house. But Oryx needed cash, and Ichiro was going to become a free agent. Instead of losing him to another MLB team, the club decided to post Ichiro, thinking that a US team would pay handsomely for one of the best players in the world. Seattle forked over $13 million to Oryx simply for the rights to sign him, and in 2001, Ichiro was starting in right field for the Mariners. When Barry Bonds first saw him, he said, "That little can hit." Between 2001 and 2010, Ichiro made the All-Star team and won a Gold Glove every single season. For those 10 consecutive years, he collected over 200 hits and hit over 300. In 9 of those years, he got MVP votes. In 7 of those seasons, he led the league in hits and ABs. He even led the league in WAR in 2004. Ichiro went on to play for 9 more seasons after that until he was 45 years old. After 2010, he never got 200 hits again or batted 300. The effectiveness he had gotten so consistent in producing fading in lieu of an aging curve destined to affect every MLB player at some point. He made no All-Star teams, won no Gold Gloves, and got no MVP votes. He'd gotten traded near the deadline in 2012 to the Yankees, where he'd hit .362 to lead the Bombers into the playoffs. Here, Ichiro played in the postseason for his second and final time, losing to the Tigers in the ALCS. Ichiro never ended up playing in a World Series. He spent parts of the next 3 seasons with the Marlins, and in 2016, he blasted a triples for his 3,000th hit. The next season, he almost broke the single-season mark for pinch hits, with 27 and 100 ABs. That was really the end, except for a few games he started in right field for the Mariners over the next 2 seasons, largely due to the nostalgia he was capable of inspiring and his undoubtedly helpful presence around the M's young players. He was the 5th oldest player to start on opening day in MLB history, when he appeared in right for a couple games in 2019, making this insane throw to finish out his playing days. Let's be clear, Ichiro was an epically great player, and if he'd begun in the majors at the age of 21, the record books would probably be very different. Pete Rose can complain all he wants, but he very well may have been the silver medal holder, and Ichiro may have worn the crown. Remember, all those hits in Japan came in seasons of just 130 games. His career total could have possibly been much higher than 4,367. Having said that, it's time to tackle what aspect of his game was probably a bit overrated. Today's data revolution in baseball has yielded some robust statistical tools that can unearth buried truths that have long been suspected. If you applied old school metrics to Ichiro's numbers, batting average, hits, steals, Gold Gloves won, then you can't help but gawk at the things that Ichiro did. Did you know that he also set a record in 2004 by hitting 225 singles? Yet another mark that probably won't get broken going forward. To put it simply, Ichiro's slap-hitting ways probably led to him being given more credit than he may have deserved in his prime. Hear me out, this isn't disrespect, and I'll explain in a moment why he was drastically underrated in another way. In 2001, players like Jason Giambi were juicing. We know this because Giambi was outed in December 2004 by the San Francisco Chronicle. He'd gotten caught up in the Balco investigation, which might explain how he went from hitting 20 homers as a 26-year-old in 1997 to 43 in 2000 as a 29-year-old. With that being said, for today's interest, we're more so using him as a juxtaposition point for Ichiro's own productivity at the plate over this time period. Take 2001 for example, Ichiro's amazing rookie year where he hit 352 with 242 total hits. That same season, Giambi hit 38 homers, 47 doubles, and drove in 120, all while batting .342. A monster campaign by the reigning MVP, good for a league-leading OPS plus of 199. For those that don't know, OPS plus tries to level the playing field when it comes to evaluating the output rate of hitters. It sets a baseline of 100 for the average MLB player in any given season, using a complex formula that includes numbers like on-base percentage and slugging percentage. The more above 100 you get, the more above average a player becomes. When you arrive at 199, you've concluded that Jason Giambi was roughly about twice as impactful as the average MLB player in 2001. For some context, Babe Ruth's career OPS plus was 206, so for one season, Jason Giambi was basically Babe Ruth. He lost the MVP to Ichiro, whose OPS plus during that incredible rookie year was 126, which, to give him credit, is where Johnny Bench and George Foster sit on the all-time list, both very good hitters, though it is 245th all-time. Great, but not elite. Giambi's total WAR as well, 9.2 to Ichi's 7.7, a Mike Trout-esque WAR total in comparison to a Chris Bryant one. And it wasn't just OPS plus and WAR. The same results arise if you use WOBA or WRC+. Giambi's output in this respect was elite, with top-of-the-league numbers of 465 and 193, whereas Ichiro ranked 21st and 26th in baseball. Again, this isn't to say Suzuki was a bad ball player by any means. He was still elite by every metric, but probably not MVP-worthy that season. The same can be seen throughout his career. Remember that record-breaking year of 2004 with 262 hits and a 372 average? He had an OPS plus of 130 that year. Do you know what Kyle Schwarber's 2022 OPS plus was? The year he batted .218 with an 827 OPS and 200 Ks, albeit with 46 dingers, 131. This isn't to say Ichiro wasn't one of the best players in baseball that year, and obviously much better than Kyle Schwarber was in 2022, as when you combine what he did at the plate with his fielding and base running, he managed to register a Trout-esque WAR total himself this season with a 9.2 mark. In fact, this was probably the season he deserved an MVP more than any. But still, what he did at the plate was probably a bit overrated at the time. During Ichi's entire tenure in Seattle, he averaged a WRC plus and OPS plus around 115, and generated an average batting value per Fangraphs of around 15 per season. Again, impressive totals. But how do these stack up historically? Tony Gwynn, a very similar player to Suzuki in mold, averaged a WRC plus around 135 in his prime, and a batting value per season of around 30. Wade Boggs sat at marks of around 140 and 40 himself, and just recently, Luis Arraez's 2023 season featured an OPS plus of 131. That's 1 point higher than Ichiro ever tallied, along with his own batting value of nearly 25. Why was this? Why was Ichiro not as productive at the plate as people may have thought? There seems to be three principal reasons. One, he didn't really walk. He registered just 2 over 50 walk seasons in his prime. This greatly drove down his overall OBP, an important metric in many of those advanced stats. 2, he didn't really hit for any power. This one is obvious to those who watch the day-to-day game. Going back to 2001 and examining a stat as simple as total bases, we can see how much less overall offense he generated at the plate in comparison to someone like Giambi. That year, Suzuki had 316 total bases, almost 30 less than Jason's 343, even with Suzuki registering over 60 more total hits. And the third and last prominent factor, I think, was the dominance of his era. When looking back, stats like OPS plus or really any of the plus stats rely on the environment in which they were generated, meaning that Ichiro probably suffers a bit from his performance being directly measured against the height of the steroid era. But even as this faded away in the late 2000s, his numbers didn't dramatically rise in these respects, even as his output stayed fairly consistent. So I don't think this overall had an especially large effect. But now, enough of that. Let's get to how Ichiro was actually underrated in the eyes of many baseball fans. It might seem odd to think of Ichiro as being underrated in any way, since many still consider him among the all-time greats, and he'll undoubtedly be a first-ballot Hall of Famer, perhaps unanimously. But, just as the advanced numbers bring down his overall stature as an elite hitter, closer inspections of other factors of his game bring into focus other ways he made up for this, creating more perceived value than perhaps he even gave back. We're going to be looking at his defense, his base running, and to a lesser degree his insane endurance, as a means to completing the full picture of Ichiro's monumental legacy in a fair and balanced manner. First up, the defense. Everyone knew Ichiro was a plus defender, as all those gold gloves gave evidence to, but more advanced fielding metrics bring an entirely new dimension to his prowess. Over the course of his career, according to Fangraphs, he made 99.5% of all routine plays, meaning he messed up about 5 out of 1,000 easy chances in the outfield, the kind that get made about 60 to 90% of the time. He basically handled all of those. More incredibly, he got to 74.2% of 50-50 balls. The plays an average MLB outfielder makes half the time. His 50-50 balls were the unlikely plays that got made between 10 and 40%. Ichiro made them at 45%, or almost half. Basically, he caught everything that he was expected to, and much of what he couldn't have been expected to. He saved 107 runs during his career, but in his heyday between 2001 and 2010, he ranked right behind another phenomenal outfielder, Carl Crawford, in runs saved overall with 76. Ichiro was also the best outfielder in baseball at this time in RGFP, or runs saved by good fielding plays, with 18. That's why, according to Fangraphs, Ichiro's greatest value as a player was in his fielding, with a career value of 149.2. For context, they have his batting value at a still impressive 61. That still would make it almost 100 points less impactful than his work in the field. But again, this probably isn't where he was most underrated. Like we said, everyone knew he was great in this respect, though maybe just not how great. This brings us to perhaps his most underrated overall skill, his base running, where his career value, again per Fangraphs, was 95. Here's where the subjectivity comes in a bit. Using similar methodologies, Baseball Reference considers Ichiro a more valuable hitter, with a career runs above average of 84, compared to his base running runs of 62. So why the difference between the two sites? Well, because it's hard to quantify base runner acumen with discrete values. There's too much blur in taking the extra base or scoring runs. What we do know is that Ichiro scored more often than an average MLB player when he reached base, at about 35% to 30%. And yes, causation here can get complex, but Ichiro also stole bases at a much higher success rate than the rest of the league while going pretty often, at a rate of 81% versus the league average of 72%. On top of all of this, he was obviously seen as a baseball genius by all who played against him consistently, and on the bases is probably where he best got to show it off, shrewdly taking extra bases on unlikely plays, scoring from first on doubles with regularity, and executing some of the craziest dodges of tags baseball has ever seen. And remember, Ichiro didn't break in until he was 27. 6 of his best years came when he was in his 30s. A young Ichiro would have been probably about as fast as his prime self, and an absolute terror on the bases, maybe even allowing him to approach career stolen base totals of 700 or 800, versus the still impressive 509 he tallied instead. That last area of underratedness comes in especially when reviewing his legacy. You see, it's easy to just look at the raw or advanced numbers and go from there, viewing the totals in a vacuum. This would largely discount one additional area of Ichi's greatness that shouldn't be overlooked either, his aforementioned endurance. Ichiro was famous for his pre-game routines, a discipline that reached all the way back to his youth, when his father would do drills with him every night. There's even a hilarious story of Tom Brady himself trying to reach out to Suzuki to get his stretching routine, only to have him turn to a nearby teammate after receiving a text from the Hall of Fame quarterback and asking, "Who the f is Tom Brady?" What all this work did was keep Ichiro on the field for a truly insane amount of games. Ichiro played no less than 146 contests in a season from his age 27 through 39 campaigns, playing the full 162 4 times, and at least 155 games 11 times. This is part of the reason his cumulative numbers, both his hits and overall WAR totals, were always so impressive. He might not have produced the highest clip overall, but he played so much it allowed him to rack up counting stats like few others. And yeah, while games played might not be the sexiest stat, let me ask you, would you rather have a guy with a 7 WAR in 162 games, or a 5 WAR in 80? Staying on the field is a skill, and no one was better at it in his day than Ichiro. The beauty of Ichiro's game was that modern statistics both elevate and downgrade his performance, mostly because the nuances of his skills evaded easy capture. The little things added up, sometimes in unexpected ways, and while he didn't ever crush 40 homers in a season, or even 20, he did everything with such technical skill that his true value is probably best seen through the lens of still evolving metrics. And it makes sense, this was a player who'd stand at home, no pitcher, and then at game speed run to each of the bases in order, over and over again. He did this by himself, after practice when no one was watching, just because he wanted to perfect the small gestures that separated him from every other MLB player. This was a guy who stretched for hours and hours in a manner that allowed him to post Iron Man games played totals that haven't been equaled since. A guy who executed batting practice like it was surgery, with each swing a slice of his scalpel, preparing him for the bright lights. Hopefully, this video will come across as I mean it to, as an exploration and dissection of the greatness of Ichiro, even if that greatness came in a manner that wasn't quite what many probably thought it was at the time. A little while back, I evaluated every MLB team's regular season with a grade, and you guys seemed to enjoy that, so I thought I'd come back today with another video in the same vein, this one being giving every team who made the postseason a grade specifically for their exploits in the playoffs. Now, this doesn't mean I'm not going to consider what their expectations were entering October. It simply wouldn't be fair to evaluate a team like the Reds with the same scrutiny as the Yankees, as no one assumed one would be there, and the other one was considered a near shoo-in from Game 1. With that being said, let's hop right into it, going in order by which they were eliminated. First up, as such, we do have Cincinnati. There's certainly an argument to be made that this specific 83-win squad shouldn't receive a poor grade just because of the expectations clause, but I don't think that would be fair, and for one reason specifically. Their pitching was considered a major strength coming into their matchup with the Dodgers, and if they got swept, it was assumed it would be because their hitting wouldn't show up. but instead, they gave up 18 runs over 2 games. This and Tito Francona's abysmal use of his starters out of the pen means I'm gonna have to give the Reds a failing grade of F. They basically accomplished nothing they set out to do, even if one of their major goals was just to give the Dodgers a run for their money. Next up, we have the Guardians. They pushed the Tigers to 3 games, and entering the 7th inning of Game 3, had been within 1 run or leading every single inning. But it was then an overtaxed bullpen fell apart a bit, giving up a chorus line of hits that ended up doing them in eventually. As well, they would cut their deficit to 6-3 on a 2-out error. Jose Ramirez would be thrown out trying to advance, killing their final chance at a rally. Expectations are key here as well. Pretty much nobody thought the Tigers were going to win this one based on how their final month of the season had gone, but the Guards simply weren't able to close this one out, even if their improbable regular season run to get there was something to behold. And, oh man, I gotta say, was Guards ball hard to watch in the batter's box. D. The Padres were one of the biggest disappointments of the entire postseason to me. For a squad who managed to win around 90 games to come in and score 5 runs through 3 contests was just shocking. And it's not like they didn't have their chances. They just didn't capitalize at all, going a ridiculous 3 for 26 with runners in scoring position, with them getting just 2 hits combined from Fernando Tatis Jr. and Manny Machado in any circumstance at all. If those guys weren't doing anything, it was always going to be an uphill battle. Their pitching certainly was as advertised, with 35 strikeouts being posted, but unfortunately for San Diego, Mason Miller, who struck out all 8 batters he faced, and the rest of the bullpen couldn't score the team runs. This, to me, also has to get an F, as while they did manage to actually win a game, they weren't able to live up to, in any way, the playoff standards they've set for themselves over the previous 3 seasons. The Red Sox round out our portion of wildcard exits with hands down the best start of any of these teams, emerging victorious over the Yankees in Game 1. It looked like they had all of the momentum in their direction, but from here, just like with San Diego, their offensive approach seemed to fall off a cliff, scoring just 3 runs total in the next 2 games, including getting shut out in Game 3 by rookie Cam Schlittler over 8 full innings. In those final 2 matchups, they were burned by sloppy play and an inability to come through with a big hit, not managing to hold a lead for even 1 batter. They only ended up giving up 9 runs in the 3 games, but when you only score a grand total of 6, that's just not a calculation that's going to go in your favor, leading to my grade of D-. The Yankees themselves now lead off our division series exiters, getting bounced in 4 total games at the hands of division rival Toronto. Even the fact that it went in extra contest I think obscures how dominant the Blue Jays were in this series, as they managed to outscore the Bronx Bombers 34-19, getting back-to-back double-digit offensive explosions in games 1 and 2, before finishing off the guys in pinstripes in Game 4 with a bend-but-don't-break performance from their bullpen. Yes, New York did manage to beat Boston and watch as Aaron Judge registered one of the clutchest postseason hits of his entire career, but in a journey that I think everyone thought was going to take them a bit further, or at least play a bit more competitively, this was an abysmal overall performance, most notably in Game 4, when they left 10 runners on base while seeing Jazz Chisholm commit a back-breaking fielding error. For the pedigree they have, and their own expectations they've chosen to lay out year over year, I think I'm going to settle on a D. It could have been worse, but not by much. Oh, the Phillies. What a way to go out, getting down 2 games to none, then managing to rally back to crush the Dodgers 8-2 in their home ballpark, only to lose on a walk-off error, which was the first time a postseason series had ever ended like that. Just insanely brutal. But perhaps this does underscore a bit what their biggest problem was in their short run. A lack of offensive thump. If you took out Game 3 and that offensive explosion, they only managed to tally 7 runs in the other 3 games, with Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper, and Trey Turner essentially being silent across those 29 innings. For an aging squad that's seeing their window close a bit more year after year, this can only be designated as an abject failure. F. The Tigers had easily one of the most bizarre runs of 2025, managing to push 2 separate series to an elimination game, yet along the way, never feeling in any way dominant aside from when Tarek Skubal took the mound. Essentially, they largely carried with them their struggles of the last half of the season at the plate, yet pitched so well they found themselves just 1 game away from the championship series. And believe me, the hitting was downright brutal most of the time, setting a record for runners left on base versus the Guardians, then watching as 15 innings went by in the deciding Game 5 in the DS, with runs only coming on a single swing off the bat of Kerry Carpenter. With that being said, they did show a level of grit that's rarely seen in baseball, and considering the division lead that they had just blown, no one would have been surprised if they had just rolled over. It's for this reason, I'm going to give them a C+, the highest grade we've looked at so far. The Cubs took a different route to an identical result as Detroit, playing in 2 elimination games with the same record, but with theirs being set up by coming back from a 2-0 deficit to force a Game 5 versus Milwaukee. It was a tale of 2 teams in the DS for Chicago. Across Games 1, 2, and 5, they scored 7 runs while giving up 19. But in Games 3 and 4, reversed this to a ratio of 10-3. When they were on, they were on, and when they weren't, boy, was it a tough watch, especially to me in Game 5 when they couldn't manage to register more than 4 hits in a bullpen game. Even if the Brew Crew certainly did have a good bullpen, what separates them from the Tigers to me when trying to lay out a grade was the fact that they came into the DS with the 3rd best run differential of any team in baseball in the regular season, setting them up with a level of expectation that simply wasn't there for Detroit. It's for that reason I'm going to give them a marginally worse grade of C-. It was a good effort to bounce back along with the series win over the Padres, but in the end it wasn't nearly good enough. We lead off our final 4 teams with the aforementioned Brewers, who looked for a decent portion of the prior series like the Milwaukee we'd gotten used to seeing in the regular season. A scrappy, slap-happy club that could beat you with home runs once in a while and a really deep pen, even if they lacked some of the starting pitching depth you'd like to see from a contender. But versus the Dodgers, they looked downright unrecognizable, setting multiple records for hitting ineptitude en route to scoring 4 runs in 4 games, not giving them a chance for the vast majority of innings played. You want to hear something crazy? Christian Yelich, Bryce Terang, Sal Frelick, and Andrew Vaughn managed to tally 3 hits cumulatively. And while their manager, Pat Murphy, couldn't seem to get his mind off of how much the Dodgers were spending relative to them, I don't think it ended up being their money that beat the Brewers, instead being a hitting approach that looked, by Game 4, to be more guessing than strategy. Between the impressive Cubs series and the ridiculously bad Dodgers one, I think I'll settle on a C. The Mariners are one of the more interesting teams we're going to evaluate because, on one hand, they won 6 playoff games, including quite a few that were gritty, hard-fought contests, putting up some of the best postseason performances in the process, the most iconic of which being their 15-inning walk-off to advance to the ALCS. But on the other hand, they blew a 2-0 lead versus the Jays, and then couldn't manage to close out either Game 6 or 7, despite having the lead late in the latter contest, having to watch as a hobbled George Springer took them yard and franchise icon Julio Rodriguez struck out on 3 pitches nowhere close to the zone, sealing one of the more painful losses you'll ever see in a postseason, one so agonizing in fact that it had J-Rod screaming in agony afterwards. I do think there was more good than bad overall, and it's important to remember that not every successful playoff push results in a World Series. With this in mind, I'm going to give them a B. The Toronto Blue Jays are the second to last team we're going to look at, fresh off their own heartbreaking defeat. Similar to the Mariners, you have to appreciate the journey they were able to go on, coming within 2 outs of winning their first World Series since 1993, while seeing Vladdy Jr. and Ernie Clement go on historic runs. These guys, plus the rest of their extremely deep lineup and some key pitching performances, allowed them to consistently look like the most complete team in baseball. With that being said, I have to deduct a pretty sizable amount based on the fact they weren't able to finish the job, choking away what felt like thousands of opportunities over those final 2 games, including on the very last play when Alejandro Kirk hit into a series-ending DP. A-. We now come to our final squad, the back-to-back World Series champion Dodgers. It's crazy to think that in August, many were questioning whether or not this was going to be a division-winning team, let alone one capable of making a deep playoff run. But in those final 2 months, they not only got hot, but got healthy, and started experimenting with using some of their high-priced starters in the bullpen, and that ended up being the catalyst that, I believe, not only saved their year, but allowed them to dominate like many thought they might coming into the season. Think about it. Entering the Toronto series, they had lost exactly 1 game while winning 9. And then versus the Blue Jays, they managed to register one of the greatest wins of all time in that 18-inning marathon, then pull off a comeback of biblical proportions in Game 7. This team, to me, not only proved what can happen when there's some actual investment in a roster, but also when guys fully buy into the idea that they're capable of winning every game, no matter how much the odds seem stacked against them. An A+ if I've ever seen one. Alright everybody, if you made it this far, I appreciate you watching, and if you did, consider checking out any of these other videos on your screen right now for other content just like this. Also, if you ever see anything you'd like to see me detail in a video, feel free to reach out to my email, basebpoet@gmail.com, and if I end up using your idea, I'll give you a shout out. Thanks for watching. Have a great rest of your day. Craig Kimbrell is a solidly above average MLB pitcher as things stand today. Now, some might not think that's much of an eyeball-grabbing headline. After all, Kimbrell's been designated for years as a hot and cold phenomenon, being just as capable of striking out 15 in a 6-inning stretch as giving up 5 homers in that same span. But Kimbrell, who today is pitching for the Baltimore Orioles and currently has an ERA plus just north of 110, wasn't always this way. No, in fact, it's probably fair to say that even last season's version of Craig, when, as a member of the Phillies, he made his 9th All-Star team, struck out 94 over 69 innings, and registered an ERA plus of 134, was still somehow less than half the pitcher he used to be. I'm not knocking Kimbrell at all. He's still a usable big league pitcher at 36 years old, which is impressive for a relatively undersized power arm. I'm just trying to illustrate how dominant he was to begin his career, how he came out of the gate being more unhittable than any pitcher had ever been, and then stayed at that level for basically the next half decade. So staggering was this run that it defies easy analysis. Some of his numbers seem to be the work of fiction, reading almost like the fabricated story of Sid Finch, the fake Mets prospect who could throw 168 miles per hour and played the French horn. Kimbrel, at his peak, was truly Finch-like. Pitchers weren't supposed to reduce the best hitters in the world to helpless hacks who couldn't even manage to make contact in the form of foul tips. They weren't supposed to strike out literally over half of the batters they faced in a full relief season. They weren't supposed to register numbers that made them about 4 times as good as an average MLB pitcher. That's why today I wanted to take a closer look at the insanity of Craig Kimbrel at the height of his powers, detailing to my best efforts the abject domination of a kid from Huntsville, Alabama, who, somehow, wasn't even the best pitcher on his high school team. Most hurlers who weren't drafted out of high school in the late 2000s faced especially long odds of making it to the show, especially if they were barely 6 feet tall, weighed 160 pounds, and threw in the mid-80s. This pretty much described Craig Kimbrel, who was the second best pitcher at Lee High School behind lefty Buddy Boschers, who was 6'3" and 200 pounds, just the kind of prospect D1 teams were looking for. Kimbrel posted a 3-7 record while being pretty wild on the mound, unable to control most of his pitches. He didn't even make the All-City team, so it made sense no D1 schools bothered with him. Kimbrel instead accepted an offer to play at Wallace State Community College in Huntsville, Alabama, after the coach saw him pitch in a showcase. Then, the summer before he left for school, Kimbrel suffered an injury that would in many ways change his life for the better. Since Kimbrel was 12, he'd spend his summers working with his dad, who was an electrician. On that fateful day, before Kimbrel could install an outlet in the house he was working on, he had to move a stack of sheetrock. If you've ever handled sheetrock before, you know it's bulky and cumbersome, and the last place you'd want to drop it on is your foot. But that's what Kimbrel did. Not one sheet, mind you, but 12. He'd be in a cast for 3 months, about 3 times longer than normal for a break, because the bone that connected the big toe to the rest of his foot was dislocated. He couldn't stand and throw, but he could do 2 things: lift weights that focused on his upper body, and throw from his knees with a cast on. Lots of players throw from one knee as a training method, but Kimbrel was throwing from 2. 20 minutes a day, 6 days a week. After 8 weeks, Kimbrel could throw a baseball from third base to the right field foul pole. Then he could throw out the length of a soccer field. The drill taught him how to generate torque with his upper body, and how to get perfect backspin as he released the ball. The weightlifting also added pounds of muscle, and by the time the season started in the spring, Kimbrel was touching 95 instead of 85. Because of the injury, Kimbrel started his career as a closer because he wasn't built up to start. It seemed to match his natural competitive nature. He went 8-0 as a freshman, good enough for the Braves to draft him in the 33rd round. But instead of signing, Craig decided to return to Wallace State and again dominated, posting a record of 9-3 as a starter this time, while fanning 123 in 81 innings. The Braves had seen enough at this point to draft him in the 3rd round, and so his professional journey began. But not before hitting a major roadblock. The year was 2009, and Craig was in the process of getting demoted from High A Myrtle Beach back to Low A Rome because his ERA had ballooned to 10.97. That's right, 10.97. Why? Kimbrel was trying to improve his changeup, which would cause him to drop his arm and mess with his mechanics overall. A coach in Rome said to forget the changeup and just be a 2-pitch power guy, using his elite fastball with ride and biting knuckle curve to just straight out blow past hitters. Kimbrel took the advice and ran with it, striking out 103 batters in 60 innings between Single A, Double A, and Triple A over the next 2 summers. By 2010, he was in Atlanta to stay, where in 20 2/3 innings he struck out 40 batters, a rate of 17.4 Ks per 9. His ERA plus in that time frame, an otherworldly 9.14, built on the back of a 0.44 ERA. No homers allowed, and just 9 hits against. At the time, you probably would have thought, that's a fluke. There's no way he could possibly do something close to that for an entire season. But you'd have been wrong, as he basically went out and did exactly that in 2011, his official rookie campaign. To give you just one example of his dominance, he surrendered one of his only earned runs on June 10th. The next one he'd give up would be on September 9th. In between were 37 2/3 innings over 38 appearances, in which he allowed just 1 extra base hit while striking out 67 batters. By the end of the year, he ranked first among all MLB relievers in WAR, Ks, hits per 9, and WHIP. He set a rookie record with 46 saves and was unanimously chosen as NL Rookie of the Year. His stuff is truly electric out there. Mets third baseman David Wright said, "You don't see too many guys throwing 98, and you definitely don't see too many guys that make it look as easy as he does with the life. And it's not like he's 7 feet tall out there either. In fact, even to this day, when Kimbrel delivers the ball to home plate, his release point is only about 5 feet off the ground, as the ball explodes from his 3/4 slot. That means when he pitches up in the zone, the pitch looks like it's coming out of his jersey, and then just keeps on rising. The only blemish in the whole season was when Craig blew a save in Game 162 to the Phillies, part of one of the greatest 129 minutes in baseball history, when multiple pennant races climaxed within minutes of each other. Kimbrel got his revenge on the league, however, by absolutely destroying everything in his path over the next few seasons. In 2011 up through 2014, Kimbrel put up arguably the greatest run by a reliever in the history of Major League Baseball, such as in 2012 when Kimbrel struck out more than half of the batters he faced. 231 came up to hit against him, and 116 sat right back down. No one had ever done that over a full season. That same year, he set the record for the lowest batting average against as well, at just 126. Yet, that same season, Kimbrel walked only 6.1% of batters, with an ERA of 1.01. No other pitcher in baseball history had struck out so many, walked so few, with an ERA that low while pitching more than 60 innings. He never gave up more than one hit or one run in an inning all season. All of that translated to an ERA plus of 399, making him almost 4 times better than an average MLB pitcher. I'm throwing 89-mile-per-hour fastballs, and he's throwing 87, 88-mile-per-hour curveballs, teammate Chris Medlin said. It's hard to even understand how he gives up any runs. Not many, though, obviously. By now, what Kimbrel was best known for, aside from his dominance, was his pre-pitch stare down of the batter. Again, to this day, he stands on the mound, leaning over, his right arm angled like he's throwing a punch. If you were to do that and throw 92, it'd be a joke. But when you strike out over half of the batters you face in the best league in the world with an exploding 99, it's straight intimidating. Between 2012 and 2014, he converted 93.6% of his save opportunities, while the league average hovered at around 70%. One save, though, he didn't get was in the 2012 wildcard game against the Cardinals, which the Braves lost 6-3. Kimbrel pitched a perfect inning for his part, but the game overall was marred by a disputed infield pop-up ruling that cost the Braves momentum. The following season, in 2013, the Braves made it to NLDS against the Dodgers, with Kimbrel picking up a save in Game 2, but when facing elimination in Game 4, the Braves took a 3-2 lead in the 8th inning. Instead of bringing in the game's best closer for a 6-out save, Kimbrel watched from the dugout as David Carpenter gave up a 2-run home run to Juan Uribe, and the Braves went home again. That season, Kimbrel had actually registered his career high in saves with 50, along with posting another ERA plus north of 300 at 311. His ERA, again a staggeringly low 1.21. However, things were soon to change in Atlanta. There was no postseason for the Braves in 2014 as the team stumbled to 4 games under 500, but they still had the game's best closer to dangle as trade bait following, as Craig had again dominated the world that year en route to a 1.61 ERA, 2.23 ERA plus, and nearly 14 Ks per 9. All of that along with his 4th straight season with over 40 saves. So it was right before the 2015 season opened, the Braves pulled the trigger, trading Kimbrel and BJ Upton to the Padres for a host of prospects that ended up resulting in a draft pick that became Austin Riley, while also getting rid of Upton's onerous salary. A good move for the Braves in retrospect. At that point, Kimbrel had the all-time best ERA at 143 and the all-time best K rate at 42.2 in MLB history for pitchers who'd thrown over 250 innings. He was just 27 years old. He'd grown up a Braves fan, but the Braves were now in rebuild mode and needed to replenish their farm system and shed salary. The Padres wanted to win now, and in a flurry of trades give out prospects like Max Fried, Trey Turner, and Yasmani Grandal, all en route to finishing 6 games under 500 themselves. Ouch. 2015 proved to be the first season that Kimbrel appeared to be human. He saved 39 games and 42 chances, but his ERA ballooned to 2.58 as he gave up more hits and homers than he had ever had. His ERA plus of 145, while still good, was by far the worst total of his career. The next season, the Padres, since they traded every decent prospect they'd have the previous offseason, decided to pivot again, now back to prospect acquisition mode, sending Kimbrel to the Red Sox for Manuel Margot and 3 other prospects who mostly amounted to nothing. Though he was coming off a poor season by his standards, he was under team control until 2018, and still had elite stuff. The 2016 version of Kimbrel again didn't match his all-time greatness, as his ERA reached another career high at 3.40, which led to another career worst in ERA plus at 132, being down now by a factor of over 3 from when he was at his best. So, was his dominance a thing of the past? Would he sink into the realm of simply dominant relievers, down from the pantheon of the all-timers? Not for at least one more year, because in 2017, Kimbrel came roaring back with a vengeance. The numbers were so surreal that teammate Joe Kelly said, "You couldn't even do that in a video game. The game won't let you strike out that many." And he's doing it in the major leagues. He's the best stuff I've ever seen. By mid-June, his batting average against was just .086. In May, he gave up exactly 1 hit. Over his first 30 appearances, just 46 balls were put into play. He was striking out 53.2% of hitters. He went on to dominate the rest of the year as well, striking out his 2nd highest rate of batters ever at 16.4 per 9. He saved 35 games, had an immaculate and 4 strikeout inning, and finished with an ERA plus of 319. The first time since 2013 he had climbed back to that lofty perch, 3 times better than an average hurler. But in the postseason, he didn't equal his regular season brilliance. Needing to force a Game 5 to stay alive, the Sox used Kimbrel in the 8th inning with the game tied at 3. With a runner on first, Kimbrel threw one to the backstop and then walked George Springer, before battling Josh Reddick, who ended up grounding a single to left to put the Astros on top for good. The Red Sox would storm back the following year, winning the World Series in 2018, with Kimbrel having an excellent, if not insane, regular season, with 42 saves and a 2.74 ERA. He did manage to set a few MLB records along the way though, like becoming the youngest player in MLB history to reach 300 saves at age 29, along with doing it in the fewest appearances at 474, and save chances at 330. But, again, October baseball gave him fits. He saved 2 games against the Yankees in the ALDS, but gave up 3 runs in 2 1/3 innings. In the ALCS against the Astros, he gave up runs in his first 2 outings, though he again earned saves in both. Before Game 5, former closer Eric Gagne relayed to Sox manager Alex Cora that Kimbrel was tipping his pitches. Kimbrel tried to make the corrections necessary on the fly. In the World Series against the Dodgers, he saved Game 2 but gave up a 2-run home run to Kike Hernandez in Game 4. In the clincher, it was Chris Sale who pitched the 9th. He was a free agent following the trophy hoisting, and the Red Sox decided to let him walk. In 2019, Kimbrel would end up signing an MLB contract until June 5th, for 3 years, $43 million for the Cubs. He went on to, for the first time in his MLB career, struggle mightily in limited action, battling through knee inflammation and route to the lowest ERA plus of his career at just 68, meaning he was only a bit better than half of an average MLB pitcher, based on a bloated ERA of 6.53 with just 13 saves. He pitched just 20 2/3 innings in total, his lowest total since his first year, and gave up 9 homers in this time span. This from the man who had given up just 1 hit in a month 2 years before. The next season was 2020 COVID, and Kimbrel struggled again, posting another season where he was below average on the mound overall with an ERA plus of just 87 in 15 1/3 innings. He even lost his closer role to Jeremy Jeffress, but did manage to pitch 1 1/3 scoreless innings in the wildcard series against the Marlins. But Craig wasn't ready to hang up his cleats following a couple down years, as he came out firing in 2021, and by June 15th, he led the majors in saves with 18, with an ERA that was back down to a microscopic 0.66. The Cubs were winning, and life was good. Kimbrel's ERA plus was back in the stratosphere at 865. His whip was 0.71, and he was fanning 15.7 per 9. In other words, he seemed to be back to his old self. Sadly, so were the Cubs, who started losing massively before trading away anyone of value at the deadline, including Kimbrel to the White Sox, who already had a closer in Liam Hendricks. That meant Kimbrel had to adjust to being a setup man, and, needless to say, he didn't take well to the new role, going 2-2 with an ERA of 5.09, looking much more like the 2019-2020 versions of himself than the one he had presented in the first half of the season. He ended up allowing 3 runs over 2 innings in the ALDS against the Astros, in a series the White Sox would lose. His journey, nevertheless, continued, as before the 2022 season, he was traded to the Dodgers for AJ Pollock. LA needed a closer, and Craig needed a chance at redemption. He wouldn't really find it, however, as he blew 5 saves in just 32 chances, while posting a 108 ERA plus, and, to make matters worse, after he walked in the winning run on September 27th, the Dodgers decided to wash their hands of him completely, leaving him off their postseason roster entirely. That led to him signing a 1-year deal with the Phillies, where he would rebound somewhat, making his 9th All-Star team after a rough start. 20 games in, his ERA had been at 6, but he'd finished strong, saving 23 games with an ERA of 3.26. His K rate bounced back to 33.8%, and his batting average against was down to 181. Then came the postseason, and again, Kimbrel struggled. He gave up basically nothing in the first 2 rounds, but in the NLCS against the Diamondbacks, he went 0-2 with an ERA of 12. He's now with the Orioles and has again been up and down, going 4-1 so far with 12 saves and an ERA of 3.15. The Orioles are again set to make the playoffs, but given that Kimbrel's career postseason ERA is 4.50, fans have to be wondering if they can trust him with the ball in October against the likes of Soto, Judge, Ramirez, or Seager. Craig Kimbrel is now simply an above-average major league pitcher. He's no longer at the peak of his all-time great powers, but few are when they're 36 years old. He currently ranks 5th all-time in saves, and has a chance to overtake Frankie Rodriguez for 4th place when he gets to 438. For all of his struggles over recent years, he still managed to convert 88.4% of saves in his career, better than even the great Mariano Rivera at this point. And he had, undoubtedly, one of the most dominant stretches ever between 2010 and 2014. Will he make the Hall of Fame? Well, he got to 400 saves, pitching in 707 innings, faster than anyone else in MLB history. His career ERA plus of 170 would be the 2nd best mark ever if he manages to reach 1,000 career innings pitched. But Billy Wagner had a better mark than this at 187 in 903 innings, and he hasn't exactly glided into the Hall. Overtaking Frankie Rodriguez for 4th place all-time in saves won't guarantee him a spot in Cooperstown either. Frankie himself isn't there after all. Regardless of whether he ends up getting elected, he will still go down as one of the most dominant hurlers ever to pick up a baseball, and for a prime period of almost half a decade, put up numbers that baseball had never quite seen before. In our minds here at MTC, that alone deserved examination, and more than a little celebration as well.
Baseball history is littered with spectacular flameouts and broken dreams. Some pitchers fade gradually into obscurity, others crash and burn overnight. But Perhaps no young, powerful arm has ever fallen apart as completely as Bobby Miller. The towering right-hander appeared destined for stardom after his dominant 2023 rookie campaign with the Los Angeles Dodgers, during which he posted a solid 3.76 ERA with 119 strikeouts and 124 innings across 22 starts, with, at times, 4+ pitches. Yet, by the end of 2024, Miller had transformed from future ace to league-worst starter with a terrible 8.52 ERA. In 2025, that's when the Dodgers were forced to make a decision that would have been unthinkable during Miller's rookie year. Rock bottom had been hit. But what led us here? Bobby grew up in McHenry, Illinois, as a huge prospect, eventually reaching 6'5" by his senior year. At McHenry West Campus High School, he posted a 5-2 record with a 1.98 ERA and 76 strikeouts in 55 innings as a junior. His senior year was even more dominant, as he pitched to a microscopic 0.80 ERA, this time punching out 96 hitters while walking just 6 in 52 innings. The Baltimore Orioles took notice, selecting him in the 38th round of the 2017 draft. But Miller had bigger plans, deciding to opt for college instead. It wasn't just the stats that had caught scouts' attention. Miller had something he can't teach, a smooth delivery that allowed him to not only throw triple digits, but to make it look easy. At the University of Louisville, Miller's path continued upward. As a freshman in 2018, he immediately made an impact with a 6-1 record and 2.97 ERA over 17 games, earning freshman All-American honors and spots on the American Athletic Conference third team and all-freshman team. That summer, he played for the prestigious Brewster Whitecaps in the Cape Cod Baseball League, a proving ground for future major leaguers. In his sophomore year, Miller went 7-1 with a 3.83 ERA. Then that summer brought him even greater recognition when he was selected for USA Baseball's top college team, one of the most elite groups in amateur baseball. Miller's junior season in 2020 was cut short by COVID-19, but not before he went 2-0 with a 2.31 ERA over 4 starts, striking out 34 batters in just over 23 innings. The Dodgers had seen enough to select Miller 29th overall in the 2020 MLB draft. This time, he was ready to turn pro, with even more polished pitchability. In the minor leagues, Miller moved through the system like a man among boys. By 2022, scouts were running out of good things to say. He was ranked as a top 25 prospect in all of baseball entering 2023. He was also the top pitching prospect in the Dodgers system. Now that's saying something for a team known for developing great pitchers. Scouts loved his 4-pitch mix. His fastball hit the upper 90s consistently and could still touch 100 when he needed it to go along with a sharp slider, fading changeup, and diving curveball, all of which flashed plus at times. But what really caught everyone's attention was how easy it all looked. Even when Miller was throwing 98 miles per hour, his delivery looked smooth and repeatable. There was no violence, no red flags that came with his raw mechanics. The Dodgers viewed him as a cornerstone piece for their future rotation, and they had every reason to believe so. Miller exploded onto the scene on May 23, 2023, immediately establishing himself among baseball's elite young arms with his debut against the Atlanta Braves. He pitched 5 innings of 1-run ball, striking out 5 and earning the win in an 8-1 Dodgers victory. But again, numbers don't do justice to just how dominant he looked. His very first pitch in the majors clocked over 100 miles per hour, and 9 of his first 19 pitches hit triple digits. The Braves lineup, one of the most feared in baseball, looked completely overmatched. After allowing a run in the first inning, the young right-hander had also made small but important adjustments by mixing in his secondary pitches more, and that was all she wrote for Atlanta. Dodgers manager Dave Roberts heaped understandable praise on him after that debut. He was really impressive. He showed a lot of poise, noting how Miller managed his emotions while maintaining a decided edge. Even the opposing manager, Brian Snitker, took notice. An arm like Bobby Miller's is what it takes. Good stuff, and we just couldn't get a hold of him. That's a good-looking young pitcher right there. He's got a really bright future. That strong debut was no fluke. Miller went on to have a very solid rookie campaign, becoming a fixture on a Dodgers team that was postseason bound, seemingly from opening day. But it wasn't just his rock-solid consistency that impressed. It was how Miller seemed to rise to big moments. Against San Diego in August, Miller pitched 6 scoreless innings in a crucial divisional matchup. His overall season included an 11-4 record, with that 3.76 ERA and nearly 9 Ks per 9 across 22 starts. That record also made him the first American-born Dodger rookie starter with double-digit wins since Tim Belcher in 1988. But perhaps most importantly, Miller was beginning to understand which pitches made him most effective. By September 2023, he was confident about the order of his offerings, noting that while his slider and changeup had potential to be dominant, his curveball had become his best secondary offering at the time. It's hard to argue with my curveball being my best pitch, Miller said that fall while being asked about his development. Everyone who watched even a cursory amount of MLB seemed to predict Miller as a future rotation anchor. The expectations weren't just high. They were through the roof, and that's when the pressure really began to mount. If 2023 was Miller's rise to stardom, 2024 became what one beat writer called the sophomore slump to end all sophomore slumps. But here's the truly bizarre part. He actually started 2024 even better than the season before. In the Dodgers' second game of the year, Miller took the mound against St. Louis and was absolutely electric,
6 innings, no runs, with 11 strikeouts. He was hitting 100 miles per hour consistently, his slider was untouchable, and Cardinals hitters looked downright helpless. That performance, justifiably, had baseball people talking about Miller as a potential Cy Young candidate. The stuff was just that good, and the command was that precise. Everything that made him successful as a rookie seemed to be amplified. For one glorious afternoon, everything had come together in a way it never had before. Unfortunately, that would be his last good start of the season. In his very next appearance at Wrigley in early April, the wheels completely fell off. He couldn't escape the second inning, needing 58 pitches to record just 4 outs while surrendering 5 runs to the Cubs. His fastball command was gone, his breaking stuff was hanging over the plate, and Cubs hitters were making him look like a batting practice pitcher. Something was clearly wrong, and Miller struggled again in his next start against the Twins. Shortly thereafter, the Dodgers placed him on the injured list with right shoulder inflammation. That issue sidelined him for about 10 weeks, a lengthy absence that interrupted any chance of rediscovering his early season rhythm. But here's where things get really depressing. During his rehab stint in the minors, Miller was getting absolutely shelled. Over 4 rehab starts split between Single-A and Triple-A, he posted a 7.80 ERA in 15 innings. Even more alarming, he walked 8 batters while only striking out 10. Manager Dave Roberts tried to stay optimistic at the time, downplaying the ugly rehab numbers and suggesting Miller would refocus once he got back in a big league environment. Unfortunately, the troubles only deepened upon his return. When Miller came back in June 2024, any hopes of a quick turnaround were destroyed immediately. His first start back came at Coors Field in Denver, which, in retrospect, was a bit of a head-scratcher of a decision. 5 runs allowed in 6 innings. His next outing? Far worse. Facing the struggling White Sox, a team that was on pace for the worst season in modern baseball history, Miller couldn't make it out of the second inning. He labored through 60 pitches while getting knocked around by hitters who were struggling against everyone else in baseball. If you couldn't get 2024 White Sox hitters out, you had serious problems, and Miller did indeed have those in bunches. Outings like these became, sadly, quite routine. He would start games, get into immediate trouble, labor through every frame, and then get pulled after 3 or 4 innings max. The Dodgers kept hoping he'd find his rookie form, but it never came. The absolute rock bottom arrived on July 8th, 2024, against Philadelphia. Miller was rocked for 9 earned runs in only 4 innings. 9 runs in 4 innings. You can't get much worse than that. Here's how bad Miller had become. Batters were hitting over 300 and slugging .571 against him. That's borderline MVP level numbers. Basically, versus his pitches, every hitter was Yordan Alvarez. His fastball, once his calling card, became a downright liability. In 2023, opponents hit .258 and slugged .367 off of Miller's fastball. Basically league average production, and that's not counting how well it set up his breaking stuff. In 2024, opponents hit a whopping .327 and slugged .634 off the heater. And it's not like any of his off-speed pitches were doing much better either. Here's how bad it got. Among all MLB pitchers who threw at least 50 innings in 2024, Miller had the league's worst ERA at 8.52 and its worst FIP at 6.97. He wasn't just bad, he was statistically the worst pitcher in baseball. His numbers were so poor that he actually cost his team nearly 2 wins as compared to a replacement-level pitcher you could grab from AAA, per B-WAR, a swing of nearly 4 from his first-year mark of 2.0. Finally, the Dodgers had enough. In mid-July, despite desperately needing pitching, they optioned Miller back to AAA to let him regroup and work on his issues. There would be a couple of brief flashes. He even managed one decent outing against Baltimore in late August. But more often than not, every time the Dodgers gave him another chance, Miller faltered. The final straw came in September against Miami. With the team trying to secure a playoff spot, Bobby was given one last chance to redeem himself against the lowly Marlins. He lasted just 2 innings, giving up 4 runs on 7 hits while laboring through 65 pitches to record 6 outs. The Marlins were one of the worst offensive teams in baseball, but they crushed Bobby like he was a position player throwing in a 12-2 game. The next day, September 18th, 2024, the Dodgers sent Miller back to AAA for good, effectively shutting him down for the rest of the season. They didn't even consider him for their postseason roster, opting instead for bullpen games rather than risking another Miller start, and it worked, en route to a World Series ring. A ring that probably felt a bit hollow for a player that actively hurt his team's chances of winning it. Hoping that 2024 was just a nightmare fluke prompted largely by injuries, both the Dodgers and Bobby looked at 2025 as a fresh start. Sadly, this wasn't to be. Miller didn't break camp in the starting rotation, but when the Dodgers needed arms early on due to injuries, they called him up for a spot start. On April 16th, a little over 1 year after his dominant 11 strikeout gem against St. Louis, he took them out against Colorado. This time, it was in Dodger Stadium. The results were sickeningly familiar. 3 innings pitched and 6 runs given up, including a 5-run third inning capped off with a grand slam on a hanging curveball. Though Miller struck out 7 batters with his undeniably powerful raw stuff, it didn't matter.
Once again, he couldn't stop innings from spiraling out of hand. He was pulled after having blown the 7-1 lead the Dodgers offense had given him against the worst team in baseball. Though LA went on to win 8-7, the righty himself admitted after the game that he too was disappointed in his performance, looking dejected while answering questions and saying, quote, "I know I'm a lot better than what I showed today. This would be Bobby's only start in 2025. He made one other brief MLB appearance in relief, but the results weren't much better. In total this season, he appeared in just 2 games, pitching 5 innings and giving up 7 earned runs. That's a 12.60 ERA. But even these small sample size struggles weren't as concerning as what he was doing down in AAA, which is to say, struggling badly again. He posted a 5.58 ERA with a bloated 1.64 whip in 69 innings. He struck out just 57 batters while walking 49. Sure, the run environment is high down there, but not enough to make up for these kind of results. A nearly 1-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio? That's downright ludicrous at any level. By midsummer 2025, the Dodgers made a decision that would have been unthinkable 2 years prior. They announced Miller was going to be converted to a relief pitcher. Dave Roberts explained the thinking behind the move. "I think that this might be something that unlocks him. Going hard for a shorter period of time to get some confidence for him, which could help us here." The team that once viewed him as a future ace had all but given up on him as a starter, at least for the time being, but they weren't giving up on his talent yet. So, how does a pitcher go from future Cy Young candidate to the worst in baseball? And in just 1 year. Everyone's been trying to figure this out, obviously, but I do think there are some key factors. The shoulder injury that sidelined Miller in early 2024 was the start, but what happened next was the real disaster. To protect his arm, the Dodgers tried to make some mechanical tweaks when he returned. They moved his position on the pitching rubber. They altered parts of his delivery to reduce stress on his shoulder, and it seemingly blew up in their faces. Bobby had pretty much zero command with his new mechanics. Miller's fastball in 2024 was either wildly missing the strike zone or catching far too much of the plate. The raw velocity was still there, sure. He continued to average near 98 miles per hour and could still touch 100, but without anything approximating decent control. MLB hitters began teeing off on the pitch. Miller's walk rate spiked to over 5 per 9 innings because he frequently fell behind in counts, which not only gave birth to all those free passes, but many times also resulted in him having to groove heaters later, which partially explains why his fastball numbers were so bad. Dave Roberts said that Miller needed to, quote, "learn how to handle hitters and innings to go deeper into games," but that's never quite happened. Instead, we often saw him laboring, throwing 20-plus pitches in any given frame. The longer an inning grew, the more his confidence seemed to waver, leading to nibbling at the edges or unraveling with big misses over the plate. All these factors contributed to wild inconsistency. His once nearly unhittable curve became hittable. His opponents batted .357 against this pitch type last season. The movement profile wasn't all that different, but he was again missing in similar ways as with his fastball, and the same was largely observed with his other 2 off-speed pitches as well. Most nights he operated as a 2-pitch pitcher, just his fastball and whatever other pitch he could at least semi-locate. This obviously made him predictable and easier to hit, as he himself said. But perhaps the most telling insight came from Miller himself in mid-2024. "It's hard. I'm going through it right now, to say the least." The mental toll was becoming obvious. Every start carried the weight of previous failures, and the still 26-year-old often pitched like he was walking on eggshells. That was a far cry from the confident, aggressive rookie who attacked hitters in 2023. Teammates and coaches noted he was putting in the work and doing his best to keep a good attitude, but the bad results kept piling up, creating a vicious cycle. Being yo-yoed back and forth between AAA and the majors likely only added to this pressure. Everyone seems to agree that Miller's downfall was a perfect storm. Injuries led to lost command, which created a crisis of confidence. The changes that were then made to his delivery that were supposed to prevent injury and fix these issues instead further messed up his effectiveness. His main weapons went from overpowering to batting practice, and he just hasn't been able to adjust. Bobby Miller's journey from budding star to struggling pitcher has been astonishing in its speed and severity. In 2023, he was a 24-year-old phenom firing 100-mile-per-hour fastballs and putting up numbers that screamed future ace. Fast forward 2 seasons, and he's been demoted to AAA relief work, trying to rebuild his career from scratch with poor results in the process. Miller's mindset entering 2025 shows both sides of the dichotomy he's more than likely still operating with, caught between worrying and fighting. It was obviously a rough year, but I saw what I was able to do as a rookie, so that's the bright side. Another bright side is it can't get much worse than what it was last year. Unfortunately, you could probably say the same thing about this season as it comes to a close. At 26, time is still on Miller's side. The Dodgers' experiment to convert him into a reliever could represent a new chapter, as perhaps simplifying his role will allow his natural talent to play up again, or maybe he'll crash and burn, leaving behind one of the bigger what-if stories in modern MLB history.
Many are called, few are chosen. R.I. Dickey was one of the chosen, an athlete with skills so refined that it seemed inevitable that he'd dominate in the majors. He was chosen, in fact, in the first round of the 1996 MLB draft by the Texas Rangers, and as the 18th overall pick, he was a bona fide prospect from the get-go.
But by the 2007 season, R.A. had found himself pitching for the AAA Nashville Sounds for yet another minor league season. It was during a road trip to Council Bluffs, Iowa, that Dickey stood in his hotel room and looked down to the churning Missouri River, that fabled ribbon of water that had taken Lewis and Clark into lands unknown. Where would it take a 32-year-old pitcher whose career seemed as washed out as the plains he languished in? No longer the property of the Rangers, Dickey was now part of the Milwaukee Brewers organization. Being stuck in Council Bluffs can play tricks on your mind. Being stuck in AAA at the age of 32 can reduce you to a blubbering mass of anxiety. This prompted Dickey to have an idea. Why don't I swim across the river? That decision would change the course of his life in many ways. It doesn't seem possible that a confused, depressed, deeply intelligent person could descend to the depths only to rise to the very apex of his profession 5 years later, becoming one of the oldest Cy Young Award winners in MLB history. Right there, that statement. 5 years later, Dickey was 32 in AAA, and he'd already bombed in the major leagues multiple times. How could someone hold on for that long, at an age when many pitchers are coaching back in their hometowns and starting second careers? Given the cutthroat way that baseball treats players on the margins, Dickey's 2012 Cy Young with the Mets seemed like a made-for-TV heart-tugger that's as plausible as Air Bud. And, as if to add to the bizarre nature of his ascension, Dickey threw a pitch that literally no one else in the major leagues threw in 2012, a knuckleball, a pitch of infamy that somehow has produced greatness in spurts despite the misgivings of almost every front office exec since the days of Hoyt Wilhelm. But the knuckleball pitchers who make it are always the ones who are broken by the game, the hungry ones who don't mind hanging on by their fingertips, the weird ones who don't mind being outcasts, the fighters who don't know when to quit even when they probably should. That's R.A. Dickey in a nutshell. But R.A.'s story almost did come to an end in 2007 when the mighty Missouri battled a mere mortal whose will to win was driving him to utter despair, a despair born from unspeakable acts against a child who could only find peace through sports. Instead of trying to swim across the river, a sane man would have walked away from both it and the game that was threatening his inner peace. Dickey never did make it fully across the river, but he did end up making it to New York, and having one of the greatest, most unlikely, pleasingly redemptive seasons in baseball history, then a string of productive seasons following. So, how did he do it? It's not accurate to say that R.A. Dickey had a childhood. He was legally a child, sure, but at the age of 8, ungodly things happened to him that robbed him of his boyhood forever. His dad was a construction worker and left when R.A. was 7, leaving him to live with his mother, who was then struggling in the throes of alcoholism. Nashville is a home to country music, which is home to all kinds of heartache and heartbreak. It is also the place that R.A. Dickey still calls home, where he grew up a 3-sport star and then went off to the University of Tennessee to become a star pitcher and academic All-American. On the surface, it seems like Dickey would have been the product of a stable middle-class home, where hard work is rewarded and children are tucked in at night with a sweet kiss. Not quite. Because his mother's addiction often kept her out at night, Dickey was taken to various babysitters, including a 13-year-old girl who abused him several times during the summer he turned 8. Later that same summer, Dickey was touched by a 17-year-old boy. We know these horrible things because Dickey, one of the most humane and literate men to ever play Major League Baseball, has written about the episodes. Yes, publicly, and by his own volition. But he didn't begin writing about the horror until 2005, and so, for years, Dickey kept these secrets to himself. The trauma made him feel like there was something wrong with him, that he was dirty, and so he threw himself into becoming an elite athlete through sheer determination. He would launch footballs late into the night, shoot hoops in the snow, and stay on the baseball field so long he earned the name Lapdog for how he'd follow his coach around. As Dickey explained, sports served as kind of a punishment for his alleged sins, and as a way to make himself feel better, a paradox only victims of abuse can understand. During high school, he bounced between mother and father, but mostly, he felt alone and isolated, often sleeping in his car. He loved the Star Wars franchise and lost himself in that fantasy world, where boys grew into heroes. At Montgomery Bell Academy, Dickey was the epitome of the well-rounded student-athlete. Starting QB and starting shoot guard, Dickey also used that athleticism to dominate on the mound. His senior year, he tossed 3 no-hitters, going 15-3 while fanning 122 in 60 innings. The Tigers were impressed and took him in the 10th round of the 1993 draft, but Dickey decided not to sign and went to Knoxville instead. At Tennessee, Dickey started lifting for the first time and added 20 pounds of muscle. A high 80s fastball became a mid-90s one, to go with a funky delivery and a burning desire to win. He became the school's only 3-time All-American, going 38-10 during his career with the Vols. Then, in the 1996 draft, Dickey went 18th overall in the first round to the Texas Rangers. The former 10th rounder was going to get paid, real money of somewhere in the neighborhood of $1 million. That's a lot of money even today, but even more so when you consider that was almost 30 years ago. But nothing about R.A.'s rise to stardom was a straight line. After getting drafted, Dickey went to Arlington to sign his contract, worth $810,000. For the son of a construction worker and receptionist, that was life-changing. He'd sign and then throw out the first pitch of that night's Rangers game. But Dickey had pitched for Team USA in the 1996 Olympics, and he had appeared on the cover of Baseball America with the other starters. All very innocent, until a Texas team trainer noticed something odd about the way Dickey's elbow was bent. Instead of signing his contract, Dickey went in for a closer examination, which revealed he had no UCL, or ulnar collateral ligament. Yeah, not a torn one, mind you, but none at all. No UCL, no deal. The Rangers were sure that Dickey's elbow would become a huge problem, even though he had made it this far without one. Doctors were shocked that Dickey could even turn a doorknob without pain, but he could. Nevertheless, the Rangers withdrew their offer and countered with another. $75,000, less than a tenth of what he would have made otherwise. Dickey felt like he had to take this fraction of his bonus because no other team would sign him, ever. It was take it or leave it. R.A. decided to take it. Dickey never had his UCL fixed, if you could even call it that. What's more, he never really had any significant elbow issues during his long career. In baseball and in life, money talks. If a team spends $800,000 on a player, that player will get every chance to prove his worth. When a team spends under $100,000, you're considered more so a dime a dozen. You're fighting with everyone else for a spot somewhere in affiliated baseball. That fateful Baseball America cover had made Dickey into an afterthought. Yet, being fearlessly competitive, Dickey charged forward, and by 2001, he was making his MLB debut with the Rangers. He was 26, and still clinging to the hopes of being a traditional fastball slider pitcher. But in his 4 games, he gave up 3 home runs, and walked 7 in just 12 innings. So, he spent the next season in AAA Oklahoma, where he started throwing something called the Thing, which he said at the time was a forkball, but was in fact a hard knuckleball. He got back up to the show in 2003, where he became a starter in July. His pitching coach was Oral Hershiser, and Dickey was thinking he could slide in as perhaps the 5th starter. Dickey at the time was also working with former knuckleballer Charlie Huff on his grip, though Dickey's knuckleball remained a work in progress. Between 2003 and 2005, in 3 separate stints with the club, Dickey went 16-17 with an ERA of .579. He gave up 1.3 homers per 9 innings, lots of hard contact, and his max velo just kept dropping, eventually cratering down into the mid-80s. He kept bouncing between the minors and the majors, and he knew that it was just a matter of time before he'd get cut. There would be one final indignity. Dickey made the squad coming out of spring training in 2006, a huge accomplishment for fringe players. His first start was the 4th game of that season against the Tigers. By then, he was a knuckleball pitcher exclusively, surmising it was the only way to keep his career alive. He was right, but not in 2006. In what would end up being his only start, Dickey gave up 6 homers, 5 of them solo shots, the only, quote, positive manager Buck Showalter could take from the disaster. Dickey was taken out in the 4th, and never appeared in a Rangers uniform again. He was sent back to the minors, and then, in October, released. At the time, he was 31 years old. Most careers would have been over, maybe a few seasons of independent ball would follow, but Dickey wasn't ready to quit. The demons from his youth kept chasing him, and sports had been his solace since he was 8. Quitting sports meant letting the demons win. He'd struggled with suicidal ideations in the winter of 2005, and so Dickey knew what horrors could take place in lieu of the grind of professional sports. There was no way he could quit, which didn't mean he thought he'd succeed. Success at that point was staying alive, and baseball was his best shot to do so. It's probably starting to make more sense why R.A. Dickey tried to swim across the Missouri River. He was running away from the same thing that had hounded him for 24 years. It also makes sense why he would sign a minor league deal with the Milwaukee Brewers, whose AAA affiliate was in Nashville, Dickey's hometown and the hometown of his abusers and his unending pain. Maybe it was cathartic, possibly it was destructive. Dickey wrote about episodes of self-destruction, including an affair that nearly cost him his marriage. But one thing was finally working: his knuckleball. He perfected the grip, and in 2007 got on a roll for an extended period, going 13-6 with a .372 ERA. His hits per 9 innings dropped to a career best 8.5. He was giving up less homers than ever as well. He was voted the PCL Pitcher of the Year, yet the Brewers never called him up. He was still considered AAA roster filler. Then things got weird in pure R.A. Dickey fashion. The Brewers released Dickey in October, and by then, the end really seemed to be nigh. This time, Dickey even considered going to play in Korea, but then he got an offer by the Twins in November for $525,000, just above the MLB minimum salary. But because he wasn't put on the 40-man roster, Dickey was eligible for the Rule 5 draft, and he was selected by the Mariners in December. In March 2008, the Mariners sent him back to Minnesota, who then traded him directly back to the Mariners in exchange for Jair Fernandez. Despite his knuckleball's progress, the Mariners didn't break camp with Dickey, but did recall him a few weeks later. Yeah, that's a lot in the way of unique transactions. The long journey to superstardom wasn't over. Dickey would spend time in Tacoma, Rochester, and Buffalo. He had to keep bouncing around AAA during this time because his numbers were pretty awful. More hits than innings pitched and an ERA in the vicinity of 5. For a knuckleball to work, it can maybe spin a quarter of an inch. Anything more is BP to big leaguers, and RA's was still spinning like a top all too often. The pattern continued for the next couple years. Sign a one-season deal and get released. Ironically, this happened again with both the Mariners and the Twins. At age 35, before the 2010 season, Dickey signed yet another minor league deal, this time with the Mets, who promptly started him off at AAA. But it was then that things finally started to turn around for Dickey. In one AAA start early in the year, RA allowed a bloop single to lead off the game, and then set down the next 27 batters, registering a very rare reverse perfect game, sorta kinda. Still, the Mets didn't recall him for 5 more weeks. When he finally did get a start on May 19th, he gave up just 2 earned runs over 6 innings, getting a no decision against the Nationals. Finally, he was in the big leagues to stay. And he was good. In fact, really good. By the end of 2010, he had gone 11-9 with an ERA of 2.84, good enough for 7th in the NL. In 2011, his record slipped to 8-13, but his ERA remained a robust 3.28. He gave up less than a homer per 9 innings, with his batting average against coming in at 280, well below league average. He got a lot of ground balls and gave up few fly balls, with a ground ball to fly ball ratio of 1.05. His ERA plus was 112, 12 points above league average. But no one could have predicted what would happen next, when RA would follow somewhat comparatively moderate success up with perhaps the greatest knuckleball season of all time. During spring training of 2012, he published his first book, Wherever I Wind Up, which got glowing reviews. Some even compared it to one of the best baseball books of all time, Ball 4, with Dickey's perspective being seen as incredibly earnest and emotionally laden, with an analysis of life in professional baseball that was especially illuminating. After conquering the literary world, he went on to win one of the most unlikely Cy Young awards in MLB history, going 20-6 with an ERA of 2.73. He led the league with 33 starts, 5 complete games, 3 shutouts, and 233 strikeouts. He threw back-to-back one-hitters. On top of all this, he barely walked 2 batters a game. Remarkable, considering his primary offering was a dancing knuckler. He threw extremely hard, around 80 miles per hour. His ERA plus was almost 40 points better than league average at 139. CBS writer C. Trent Rosecrans wrote that it, quote, was perhaps the most unique season ever by a knuckleballer, while also listing it amongst the best ever overall, right up there with the top campaigns by Hall of Famers Phil Niekro and Hoyt Wilhelm, modern legend Tim Wakefield, and the iconic lefty Wilbur Wood, who once posted a sub-2 ERA with the eclectic offering. Impressive company, surely. But the Mets were a 4th place team, so, recognizing the stock of their then 37-year-old pitcher wasn't going to get any higher, traded him to the Toronto Blue Jays for 2 outstanding prospects, Noah Syndergaard and Travis d'Arnaud. With the Blue Jays between 2013 and 2016, Dickey posted solid seasons, always hovering around 100 ERA plus. He was also paid, for the first time in his career, making $41 million over those 4 seasons. His magical year of 2012, for which he was paid just $4.25 million, propelled Dickey to riches beyond his wildest dreams. The Braves were the last team that Dickey would suit up for, with him getting paid $8 million in total for a 2017 season that saw him throw 190 innings of 102 ERA plus baseball. He was 42 years old at the time. Often, survivors of childhood abuse face uncertain outcomes. Some may get the help they need and flourish, while others keep the cycle of abuse going and lead forlorn, forsaken lives. If anything, Dickey's story has to have given solace to some of those who've suffered in silence like he did. Who knows how many attempted something like Dickey's swim across the Missouri River and failed to make it out alive. All I know is that that number is definitely lower as a result of him telling his story. It took Dickey years before he told his wife about what he'd endured as a child. The magnitude of his suffering is perhaps proportional to the magnitude of his generosity. Dickey continues to speak, counsel, write, and raise money for the causes he deeply cares about. That incredible year of 2012 speaks volumes to Dickey's unfathomable will and determination. After all, minor league baseball gets harder for players who reach their 30s, and especially those for someone who throws something as outlandish as the knuckleball. Currently, MLB has only one active pitcher who regularly throws the pitch, Matt Waldron of the Padres. If you could go back in time and examine the chances of Dickey mastering that pitch to become the only knuckleballer in MLB history to win a Cy Young, you'd think they were so small you might need a quantum computer to calculate the odds. Yet, he did it, and stacked intergenerational wealth in the years that followed, all while throwing up year after year of solid baseball. What a story, what a career, and what an insanely impressive human being.
Your team signs Juan Soto for $765 million, the biggest contract in sports history, and you start the season 45-25 with the best record in baseball. You've got 96% playoff odds. It's a foregone conclusion that you're not only going to be a postseason team, but a frontrunner. The best starters ERA, the third best OPS, contributions from up and down the roster. You could probably count the number of critics who question whether this team, the 2025 Mets, were headed for a collapse on one hand, but collapse they would, and in a downright historic fashion so tragic, it deserves a deeper look. December 2024. Steve Cohen is done waiting. He's done being patient. He's done watching the Dodgers, Phillies, and Yankees compete for championships every year while his Mets sit at home more often than not, even after their most recent unlikely run to the NLCS. So, he does what billionaires do when they want something bad enough. He opens his pocketbook. Juan Soto. 15 years, $765 million. But Cohen doesn't care about the money. He cares about winning. He says so over and over. And even better, he just stole Soto away from the evil Yankee empire across town. That alone makes it worth it for Mets fans. The impending Hall of Fame production is a big bonus though. The baseball world absolutely freaks out. Experts are calling the Mets a super team before spring training even starts. And on paper, they certainly do look the part. You've got Soto coming to provide elite left-handed power and on-base ability. You've got Francisco Lindor, who just put up an MVP runner-up season. You've got Pete Alonso, who's one of the most dangerous power hitters in baseball at his best. You've got Mark Vientos breaking out as a young star, Francisco Alvarez, Brandon Nimmo, Kodai Senga. There's plenty of talent to get excited about. But Cohen isn't done spending. Not even close. He brings in Clay Holmes, the Yankees' former closer, with the intention to convert him to a starting pitcher. He signs Frankie Montas to a 2-year deal worth $34 million to add rotation depth. He brings back Sean Manaea. He adds Griffin Canning. The payroll, as a result, climbs to over $341 million, second highest in all of baseball. Only the Dodgers are spending more. Mets fans are going crazy. After years of disappointment, this finally feels like their year. Their rotation could be deeper, but with one of the deepest minor league systems when it comes to arms, it doesn't feel especially pressing at the time. Everything seems to be pointed towards October. Super teams work on paper, but real life is much different, because buried under all those big names were some problems. The bullpen, for one, looked just okay, with guys like AJ Minter and Danny Young already dealing with injuries before the season even started. Defense at key positions was a big question mark. Their lineup was great, but their depth was a little lacking. All this contributed to a margin for error that was probably a little smaller than most people realized. And in baseball, that margin disappears fast. Opening day arrives and the Mets look exactly like the super team everyone expected. Everything is clicking, and they're maintaining game-to-game consistency. April turns to May, and the wins keep piling up. The offense is putting up runs in bunches. Some nights they score 8 or 9 and blow teams out. Other nights they scratch out 3 or 4 and the starting pitching makes it hold up. The bullpen's doing their part to lock down leads. By early June, something special is happening in New York. The Mets have the best record in all of baseball. They're 45-25 on June 13th. That's 20 games over 500, a 96% playoff probability. World Series contender level stuff. There's not too many teams in modern baseball history that have started a season 45-24 or better, and almost all of them made the playoffs. Some won championships. It's elite company. But here's the thing nobody wants to talk about if you're a Mets fan. Some of this is undoubtedly smoke and mirrors. Guys are pitching a bit over their heads. The rotation has a 2.79 ERA after all. How long can that last? They don't have a certified ace on paper, and injuries have been a big part of most of the guys they've been counting on's careers. Same with the bullpen. Their peripherals suggest regression is probably coming. The Mets are riding high, but the foundation isn't solid. That's exactly why they don't hand out the World Series trophy in midsummer. June 13th, 2025. Remember that date. Lock it in, because that's when everything changes. That's the peak. That's the top of the mountain, and they're about to fall off a cliff. What the Mets didn't know is that they had just played their best baseball of the entire season. By far. And they're about to play some of the worst baseball in franchise history. The collapse is about to happen so fast, so completely, that by September, they'd be fighting just to stay alive in the playoff race, let alone their own division. After June 13th, the Mets go 38-54 for the rest of the season. They go from the best squad in baseball to posting a record that rivals teams like the Rockies and Nationals. How does a squad that was seemingly that good become one of the worst teams in the entire sport? How does a roster with this much talent, this much money invested, just fall apart this completely? It started with the pitching. The starters who were so solid in April and May began getting rocked. Kodai Senga, who had a 1.47 ERA through June 12th, gets hurt covering first base. When he comes back about a month later, he posts a 5.90 ERA afterward, literally getting demoted at one point to try to work on some things. Frankie Montas emerges from injury long enough to post a 6.68 ERA before needing Tommy John surgery. Sean Manaea posts a 5.64 in limited time. And when your starters can't even give you respectable innings, that puts enormous pressure on your bullpen. And that's where things really start to fall apart. On that fateful date of June 13th, the bullpen gave up 6 runs in one inning, kicking off a 7-game losing streak. It was the first warning sign. From here, every single game felt like an adventure on the mound. Edwin Diaz was still good as the closer, but getting to him became impossible. And that's where it got even worse. The Mets go on multiple losing streaks of 7 games or more. 7 games in a row, multiple times. When you're a supposed super team, you shouldn't be losing 7 straight ever. Probably the lowest point of the season came at the end of June. 3 games in Pittsburgh from the 27th through the 29th, and the Pirates, who won't even win 75 games by year's end, absolutely demolished the Mets 30-4. Their offense, with multiple All-Stars and the highest paid player in sports, managed 4 total runs across 3 games, while giving up 30. One of the most lopsided series in franchise history. This isn't a slump. It's a complete systems failure. The front office knows they have to do something. David Stearns, the president of baseball operations, starts making calls. The trade deadline is coming, and the Mets need help. The Mets go into trade deadline mode with 2 principal goals: fix the bullpen and add depth, both of which are supposed to help the team get back on track. Stearns makes his moves. He grabs Cedric Mullins from Baltimore to help in center field. He brings in Tyler Rogers, Gregory Soto, and Ryan Helsley to bolster the bullpen. On paper, these moves make sense. Mullins has long been a quality center fielder with some pop. Rogers has been a very good reliever. Helsley has been a very good closer at times, and Soto has done well in his career at times being a late-inning depth piece. The Mets give up some prospects, sure, but it takes quality to get quality. This feels like a team going all in to save their season. Except almost none of it works. Mullins, who was supposed to fix center field, hits just 182 after the trade. He becomes a liability in the lineup instead of an upgrade. Helsley posts a 7.20 ERA with 3 critical losses. He ends up getting demoted to low-leverage situations because nobody can trust him when games are close. Soto posts an ERA of 4.50 with a whip over 1.5. The only quality addition proves to be Rogers, who manages a 2.30 ERA. Here's the kicker. The one thing the Mets didn't add was a starting pitcher. They didn't address their biggest on-paper need, which is somebody who could eat innings and give the team a chance to win every 5th day. That decision comes back to haunt them. Instead of stabilizing the team, the deadline seemed to make things worse. New guys came in and didn't fit. Roles got shuffled. The clubhouse felt less and less like a team and more like a collection of players who happened to wear the same uniform. And the losses kept piling up. By August, the Mets are in a freefall, and it's not just that they're losing. It's how they're losing. Starters give up 5 runs in 3 innings, then the bullpen comes in and gives up 3 more. The offense scratches out 2 runs and loses 8-2. Or the offense puts up 7 runs and the pitching staff gives up 10. There's no balance, no consistency, just chaos every single night. And here's the cruelest part. Juan Soto, Pete Alonso, Francisco Lindor, and Mark Vientos all go on late-season tears at separate times. It doesn't matter. The fundamentals fall apart too. Basic baseball becomes impossible. In late September against the Nationals, in a must-win game, they faced Jake Irvin and Mitchell Parker, who had the 2 highest ERAs in all of baseball among qualified pitchers. Francisco Lindor made a throwing error. Pete Alonso committed a defensive miscue of his own. Cedric Mullins made a base running mistake that got him doubled off. Sloppy play. And they ended up scoring just 2 runs, losing 3-2, and falling out of a playoff position completely. It was their 11th loss in 15 games. In early September against Philadelphia, the Mets score 4 runs in the first inning, and then proceed to blow the lead. They lose. Earlier that month, rookie Nolan McLean, who went on to star for the rest of the season, pitched 6 scoreless innings and left with a 2-0 lead. The bullpen immediately coughed it up. Juan Soto reaches near 40-40 status after having never stolen more than 12 bases in a season before. And it's barely even relevant because of how bad they are. The playoff odds that are at 96% in June keep dropping. By September, the Mets don't control their own destiny anymore. They need help. They need other teams to lose. And they need to win out, and they were running out of games quick. The season came down to 3 contests, against the Marlins and Miami, a team that, while impressive in many respects, was still going to be sub 500. And they needed some help from the Brewers versus the Reds. But one thing was clear. If they lost the series, they'd be headed to Cancun. Game 1 sees them score 2 runs. They gave up 6. Brandon Sproat, one of their many shuffled-in rookie starters, gives up 4 in less than 5 innings. The offense looks downright lost. Everything that plagued them for the last 3 months shows up in one game. But there are still 2 contests left. Win both, and you're in. The season is still alive. Game 2 on Saturday. Clay Holmes takes the mound and delivers the best start of his career. 6 scoreless innings on just 78 pitches. Only 1 hit allowed. The Mets win 5-0. They're alive. They control their destiny at this point. Win Sunday, and they're in the playoffs. Game 3. Win or go home. This is it. They have to emerge victorious. They don't. Instead, they drop it without scoring a single run. 4-0. A shutout loss in an elimination game. Across games 1 and 3, the Mets scored just 2 runs combined while giving up 10 across 18 innings of baseball. Their offense, loaded with stars, completely disappears when it matters most. The Marlins score all 4 runs in Game 3 during the 4th inning off the bullpen, just to really rub it in. The Mets' best chance comes in the 5th with the bases loaded and Pete Alonso at the plate. He smashes a line drive at 116 miles an hour, his hardest hit ball of the entire season. By all rights, it should have been a double, but Marlins left fielder Javier Sanoja, playing in the gap, tracks it down. Francisco Lindor puts the final nail in the coffin by grounding into a double play in the 9th to end it. The Mets finish 0 for 70 on the season when they trailed after 8 innings. And just like that, it's over. 83-79. The same record as the Cincinnati Reds, but with tiebreakers considered, 1 game worse. Instead of playing in or even hosting a playoff series, they're watching from their couches. So, how the hell did this happen? How does a team with that much talent, that much money, that much expectation do what they did? Let's start with the numbers. Through June 12th, the Mets had that aforementioned 2.79 team ERA, best in baseball. After that date, 5.09, ranked 24th. The bullpen was a disaster. A 4.05 ERA ranked 15th in baseball, which would have been far worse without the excellent play from Diaz and Rogers. They blew 27 saves and converted only 58.5% of their opportunities. The offense, meanwhile, scored 766 runs, which was good, ranking 9th in all of baseball. But they probably could have been far better, as they left 1,142 runners on base, 3rd most in the sport. And again, because it bears repeating, they went 0 for 70 in games where they trailed after 8 innings. When they needed the clutchest of hits, it never came. I don't know how bad the pressure got. I had to look this up twice because I couldn't believe it. In August, the Mets scored 177 runs, a franchise record. They hit 53 homers, another record. As a team, they batted .285 with an .866 OPS. Essentially, for a full calendar month, they were all Jose Ramirez. Historic stuff. And you know what their record was during that time? 11-16. How is that even possible? The 2025 Mets will be remembered as having one of the biggest collapses in baseball history. They indeed had the best record in baseball deep into the summer. Again, they had a 96% chance of making the playoffs. And boy oh boy did they miss them at the last moment possible. For NY fans, this is a special kind of pain. It's one thing to have a bad team that never had a chance, but this was a team that looked like a champion. This was supposed to be the year. Instead, they got eliminated by a 79-win team on the final day, cementing the 3rd time in the last 20 years the Marlins have ended their season, 2007, 2008, and now this one. However, the Mets won't be starting over. Juan Soto is still there for 14 more years. Lindor is still elite. Their young pitching is as good as any in the sport. The core is intact. Steve Cohen isn't going anywhere, and he's not done spending. The bullpen certainly needs fixing. The rotation needs depth. Ideally, they'd like to have Pete Alonso back. But this roster can still compete in 2026. The pieces are there. The money's there. The question is whether they can avoid another collapse. High payroll certainly doesn't guarantee championships. That much is clear. The Mets proved that. But talent still matters. And they've definitely got plenty of it. Will that translate going forward? I guess we'll have to see. But on the bright side, at least it can't get any worse. Right? Alright everybody, if you made it this far, I appreciate you watching, and if you did, consider checking out any of these other videos on your screen right now for other content just like this. Also, if you ever see anything you'd like to see me detail in the video, feel free to reach out to my email, basebpoet@gmail.com, and if I end up using your idea, I'll give you a shout out. Thanks for watching. Have a great rest of your day. Albert Bell was an Eagle Scout. Wait, what? Yeah, let me repeat. Albert Bell was an Eagle Scout. In high school, he was a do-gooder, a member of the National Honor Society who took French and excelled in math and graduated 6th in a class of 266, which, of course, makes no sense at all, because Albert Bell today isn't in the baseball zeitgeist largely because of personal reasons. Which ones? Take your pick. His paranoia, his holding of long-standing grudges against media members, or, probably worst of all, his violent streak. It's one thing when a child who weighs 40 pounds has a public meltdown, and a whole other thing when the tantrum thrower is 6'2" and 210 pounds of pure muscle, who can swing a wooden bat with more power than nearly anybody alive. That kind of person is potential danger to those around them, not an Eagle Scout. Yet, Bell somehow was both at the same time. Two people tightly wrapped into a body designed to do maximum damage to a baseball, and anything else that was in his path when he was raging. Making sense of Bell's career probably requires a background in both sabermetrics and psychology. From a stats standpoint, Bell's a gift that just keeps on giving. You can parse his career numbers in many fascinating ways. Here's one that really jumps out. For each of the last 8 seasons of his career, between 1993 and 2000, he had more RBIs than strikeouts. Not walks, mind you, RBIs. The guy was arguably as gifted as any with runners on base. Meanwhile, he was also one of the most feared sluggers in the game during his prime, as for 8 straight seasons he had 30 or more homers while driving in over 100 runs. At the time, only 3 other players had a streak that long in MLB history: Babe Ruth, Jimmy Foxx, and Lou Gehrig, legends whose careers all began before integration. Bell is the only player in MLB history to hit 4 doubles in a 9-inning game twice. Bell is the only player in MLB history to hit 50 homers and 50 doubles in a season. 3 times Bell hit over 300, scored and drove in over 100 runs, and hit over 30 homers in one season. The only player to have ever done this more than 3 times and is not in the Hall of Fame is Barry Bonds. As is well known, Barry didn't need to use PEDs. He was already the best player of his generation when he began the descent to hell that was the doping scandal of the late 1990s and early 2000s. In a similar fashion, Bell didn't need to be a rage-filled pariah, yet some dark force drove these 2 college-educated, articulate, well-informed, and deeply flawed men to mar their legacies in the name of reaching greatness, or, in perhaps Bell's case, achieving revenge. So, what possibly can explain the place Bell occupies in MLB history? How did he end up battling so many demons, even into his 50s, when he was blessed with more ability, both physical and intellectual, than nearly everyone else in the baseball world? Before we get started, let's not pretend like race had nothing to do with it. Several of Bell's most egregious transgressions involved him being subjected to racial slurs prior. As a child of the South, Bell had an enormous weight of hatred pressing down on him. Not everyone responds to this pressure the same. Unless you've walked in his shoes, there's no way to predict how you'd act under the same circumstances. This isn't to say he responded appropriately, mind you, just that things were probably a bit more complicated than were initially reported on. Albert Bell put up average season numbers that got others like Willie Stargell and Hack Wilson voted into the Hall: a .295 career batting average, 40 homers per 162 games, and 130 RBIs. However, there's almost no chance Bell will ever have a plaque in Cooperstown, despite having a slew of the only MLB player kind of stats, due to a bad hip cutting off the back end of his career and even worse press relations. But before he was drumming up controversy, he was a kid from Louisiana, just looking to make his way in the baseball world. Perhaps the key to unraveling Bell just began with his name. Until 1990, he was called Joey, since his middle name is Jojuan. Apologies if I'm not pronouncing that correctly. Joey Bell grew up in Shreveport, Louisiana, where both of his parents were teachers. In addition to teaching, Joey's father, Albert Bell Sr., was also an assistant baseball coach at Airline High School, who taught both him and his fraternal twin Terry how to play the game. The center of Bell's life were 2 pillars of the Shreveport black community. Joey sang in the choir and became an Eagle Scout with his brother. Both played football and baseball. Both would go with their father to a middle school where he would pitch them deeper into the night. Shreveport wasn't an easy city to be young and African American. The city was the last capital of the Confederacy, and to this day remains in many ways deeply segregated. Likely no one from Shreveport was surprised when Bell showed anger at times in his life. Growing up there imbued people with a festering sense of injustice. Baseball in Shreveport wasn't taken very seriously. It's football country, where Bell also played and starred in. But it was on the diamond where Joey truly shined. He had 615 with 9 homers as a senior, being named the state's 4A Player of the Year. He played on the 1984 national team, earning a silver medal in the process. Despite his size, athleticism, and obvious power at the plate, pro scouts weren't beating down his door. Not yet, anyway. Joey matriculated to LSU in 1985, which at the time wasn't the powerhouse it is today. Before Bell's arrival, the school had never even been to the College World Series, much less won a national title. But he managed to get there at the perfect moment, because it was early in Skip Bertman's tenure as manager, who'd go on to win 5 national titles. Unlike the pro scouts who passed over Bell completely, Bertman was no fool. He started Bell in his freshman season. By his second year, he was the most dominant player in the SEC, leading the league in homers in 1986 and 1987 with 21 each season. In 1986, he hammered 2 bombs against Tulane to send the Tigers to Omaha for the first time. Even though Bell crushed a homer against the University of Miami, his team got knocked out with a pair of tough 4-3 losses. Wait till next year, except Bell never played again in the College World Series, for reasons that probably need a closer examination. Bell was now a star, one of the best college players in the country, and those guys usually play in summer in the Cape Cod League. Bell joined the Chatham A's, and when he came back to Baton Rouge, he was a bit of a different person. The temper tantrums had begun, throwing helmets and bats after strikeouts. Over the next 2 seasons, Bertman sat Bell down about 15 times for disciplinary reasons, apparently mostly to do with him getting angry over making it out at the plate. At all other times, Bell seemed to be a nice kid and a hard worker. In 1987, Bell again led LSU on a return path to Omaha. But during the SEC tournament, a Mississippi State fan began hurling racial insults at Bell in the outfield. Bell didn't ignore the hatred. He went chasing after the fan and had to be restrained by teammates. He was, perhaps unfairly, suspended from the team and never played for LSU again. As the MLB draft approached, Braves bigwig Bobby Cox had a rule: anyone who drafted Joey Bell in any round would get fired, which is why one of the best players in college baseball fell all the way to the 2nd round, where the then Indians nabbed him. Bell returned to the Cape Cod League and played for the Mets alongside Robin Ventura, but Bell got kicked out of the league after multiple run-ins with opposing players, umpires, and fans. After signing, he spent some time in the minors, and then in early 1988 went off to the Mexican League to get ready for his first season of pro ball. But he threw a catcher's mask out of the stadium and was sent packing early, having been ejected from the league and the country. So, what gives? Bell himself said that he expected to be a star by the time he was 21, but instead, he was all the way in A-ball. Each time he made an out, it ate at him. He couldn't control the anger that built up in a game where failure was the norm. A bad temper in a baseball player is a combustible mix, especially when matched with a little physical violence. He made it to the show by 1989, getting his first career hit and RBI off Nolan Ryan. He also stole a base later that inning. In 62 games, he hit .225 with 7 homers and 37 RBIs, a bit of a slow start by his own standards. It would get worse for him before it got better, slumping so badly in the process that he ended up back in AAA, where he became infamous for tearing up bathrooms after a strikeout. Bell sought help. He spent 10 weeks at the Cleveland Clinic for treatment for alcoholism, which surprised many who knew him, but Bell said he'd kept it hidden and only drank to get drunk and drown his troubles. He was self-medicating to handle his inner demons. Here's where his story could have morphed into an inspiring tale of redemption. Coming out of rehab, Bell could have changed, and in one obvious way, he did. He now went by Albert, not Joey. Albert had no track record of breaking things and getting pissed off at the world. Albert was his father's name. In interviews, he claimed to have learned his lesson, that he was a brand new person. Back in the bigs by 1991, Bell finally harnessed his talent, putting up some impressive numbers in the process. On opening day, he took ace Brett Saberhagen deep and didn't slow up for the rest of the year, finishing the season with an OPS plus of 134 while hitting .282 with 28 homers and 95 RBIs. His anger came boiling back, this time against someone not even on the field. You see, after a Cleveland fan yelled out to Bell, "Hey Joey, keg party at my house after the game," Bell proceeded to chuck a baseball into the heckler's chest at max speed, which got him suspended for 6 games following. This may have looked bad on the surface, but the real issue seemed to be that Bell had learned nothing in rehab about regulating his emotions. This incident didn't involve a strikeout or racial insults, something more extenuating. The comment, while mean-spirited, was the kind of thing that happens all the time in baseball. It probably should have rolled off his back, not ended up in the chest of the heckler. As the years wore on and Bell continued to put up productive season after productive season, the question started being pondered. Did Bell's rage drive his performance? Ted Williams used to scream profanities during BP, and that certainly wasn't very nice to reporters. Yet, like the Hulk, his anger seemed to fuel him to greater feats of strength on the baseball field. The same seemed to be true of Bell. The angrier Albert got, the better he hit. And make no mistake, he didn't soften or mellow or seem to grow emotionally as a person. Instead, he became one of the greatest sluggers in history, beginning a reign of terror in 1992 that caused pitchers to cower in fear for the next 8 seasons. He also became the first player in MLB history to make over $10 million in a single year. His streak of 30 homers and 100 RBI began in 1992, when Bell led the Indians to a 20-game jump in the standings. He hit 34 homers that season and drove in 112. He kept improving the next year, with his OPS plus jumping all the way to 145, while leading the majors with 129 runs driven in and another 38 dingers. With Kenny Lofton, Manny Ramirez, Jim Thome, Carlos Baerga, Sandy Alomar Jr., Jose Mesa, and Dennis Martinez, the Indians were becoming a true juggernaut after decades of futility. Along the way, Bell got the name of Snapper, because no one knew when Bell would go off, or for what reason. He snapped at people from all walks of life, from coaches to broadcasters to even fans. But he reserved a special hatred for reporters, the very baseball writers who voted on awards and eventually on the Hall of Fame ballot itself. Needless to say, he wasn't winning any popularity contests in pretty much any of the areas he dwelled in, but he and the Indians were definitely still winning games. The seasons of 1994 and 1995 capture Bell's career with the utmost clarity. In 1994, Bell was gunning to do something that no batter had done since 1967, win the Triple Crown. He was currently second in batting, third in homers, and third in RBIs, as he battled against Frank Thomas, who would eventually go on to win his second consecutive MVP award. But, like all players, the strike ended his 1994 season in August, short-circuiting his incredible year, as well as those by Thomas and Ken Griffey Jr. But Bell's season also came with an additional grain of salt. On July 15th, Chicago asked that Bell's bat be inspected for cork. The umpires had Bell's bats removed to their locker room for safekeeping, so they could inspect them after the contest. But pitcher Jason Grimsley proceeded to slip through a ceiling tile and into the umpire's sanctuary, where he tried to replace Bell's bats with those of Paul Sorrento, whose name was comically etched into each bat. The plan failed, and Bell was suspended for 6 games. Not that it mattered. The next season was shortened to 144 contests, but Bell blasted his way to the best season in his career. In 143 games, he clobbered 50 homers and 50 doubles, something no other player had done before. He drove in 126 runs. His OPS Plus was an astronomical 177, in the middle of the steroid era no less. He tied Babe Ruth's record with 17 homers for the month of September. And he led the Indians to the World Series for the first time since 1954. In the ALDS against Boston, Bell hit a game-tying homer in the 11th inning, and Red Sox manager Kevin Kennedy asked the umpires to check his bat. Bell flexed a mighty bicep to show where his power really came from, and he got off scot-free. No cork could be found. After a successful ALCS, it was on to face the Braves and their pitching staff full of Hall of Famers in the World Series. Cleveland quickly got down 2-0 with a pivotal Game 3 waiting, but here, Bell again became his worst enemy. During BP, Bell became so incensed that so many reporters were milling around the dugout that he started screaming at them to leave, using what might be called colorful language. NBC reporter Hannah Storm had an interview with Kenny Lofton, so she stayed. But Bell then continued his tirade but directed it personally at Storm, who was shaken by the incident. He was eventually fined $10,000 by Commissioner Bud Selig in February, but that outburst hurt him especially when it came to MVP voting. Despite having better numbers in virtually every category and certainly being the best player on the AL's best team, Bell finished second to the Red Sox slugger Mo Vaughn. Baseball writers vote on the award after all, and baseball writers didn't like Bell very much, for obvious reasons. Apparently, neither did the kids in his neighborhood. After losing in the World Series, Bell then lost on Halloween. His house got egged by teens, probably partially because he wasn't even handing out candy, and so, like any fully grown man, Bell got into his truck and chased the teens around. A bit of stupidity that ended up with him getting fined another $1,000 for operating a moving vehicle recklessly. In 1996, Bell had another monster year on the field, with 48 homers and 148 RBIs, with his OPS over 1,000 for the 3rd straight year. He also threw at a Sports Illustrated photographer and hit him in the hand with a wayward outfield hurl. He wasn't done. Breaking up double play, Bell knocked Fernando Vina into the next decade with one of the more violent tackles you'll ever see in baseball. Vina stood just 5'9" and weighed 170 pounds at the time. It was a dangerous move that certainly seemed out of place on the baseball field. The vaunted Indians lost to the Orioles in the ALDS, but Bell, for his part, hit 2 homers, including a grand slam, in his last game with Chief Wahoo on his chest. In the offseason, Bell turned down a 5-year, $38 million deal from Cleveland to instead sign with the White Sox for 5 years and $55 million. He joined fellow slugger Frank Thomas as part of a fearsome duo. But in the first year of his contract, Bell proceeded to have his worst full season in a minute, grounding into 26 double plays while hitting just .274, pretty low by his standards, albeit with 30 homers and 116 RBIs. His return to Cleveland didn't do too well either, with Bell making obscene gestures to the fans and getting fined again. He was also arrested on domestic battery charges this year that were later dropped. He had to watch as his old team made the World Series without him, losing to the Marlins by the narrowest of margins. Would they have won with Bell? It's anyone's guess. But a little more offense in a 7-game series you lose by a single run certainly couldn't have hurt their chances. 1998 was a major comeback for him overall. He hit .328 and smashed 49 homers to go along with a mind-boggling 152 RBIs. His OPS Plus of 172 led the AL. He almost repeated his 50-homer, 50-double feat. His 7.0 WAR was 7th best in the game despite his less than valuable defense. But the Sox finished under 500, and a clause in Bell's contract allowed him to become a free agent following the year. You see, he had to be among the top 3 highest paid players in the MLB, and when the Sox refused to raise his salary, Bell signed with the Orioles for 5 years and $65 million. His first season in Baltimore was a typical Albert Bell year, with an OPS Plus of 143, right at his career average, along with playing in 161 games and hitting 37 homers while driving in 117 runs. At this point in his career, he had a games played streak of 392. But, unfortunately, in the background, he was developing an arthritic condition in his hip, and following this season, his pull percentage dropped and his oppo percentage rose. In 2000, his OPS Plus sank to just 109, with his home run percentage of 3.7 being his lowest since 1989. By spring training 2001, Bell was done. His hip just wouldn't let him play anymore, so his career ended prematurely, which certainly cost him when it came to his eventual Hall of Fame voting. Or so the story goes. but there probably was more to it than just this. Retirement didn't seem to treat Bell much better. He was arrested twice in 2006, both times for stalking a former girlfriend. In January, Albert had placed a GPS device in the woman's car to track her, and made threatening phone calls. Following that arrest, Bell again made numerous phone calls to the woman that were intimidating, and in May, he was arrested again. In August, he was sentenced to 90 days, but was released on time served. Things then, for a while, seemed to settle down a little bit, with Bell getting married and having 3 children. Those around him seemed hopeful. He was rich beyond most people's wildest imagination. He had seemingly close relationships with his family. Things seemed to be trending in the right direction. But the arrest continued. The next one coming in March 2018, on charges of DUI and indecent exposure. A father and daughter claimed that Bell was publicly urinating in a parking lot, and when they yelled at him to stop, he shook his genitals at them. The charges were dismissed a month later. All of this came after his already violent legacy on the baseball field. During his time with the Indians, they had charged him more than $10,000 for the damage he'd caused to clubhouses at home and on the road. He had all of those violent run-ins with reporters and media members. Certainly used corked bats for points in his career. Rage and anger can lead people to fight against injustice, especially the racial nature a young Joey had been tormented by. But Bell never seemed to find any meaningful outlet for these intense emotions. He tormented and antagonized and belittled, and his teammates in Cleveland, Chicago, and Baltimore didn't seem very sad to see him go. The only reason he was allowed to be so destructive was because of his ability to hit. Yes, he didn't have the counting numbers other guys have posted, but make no mistake, his career totals of 381 homers, a 295 average, and 144 OPS plus would probably be enough to get a more popular presence in via groups like the Veterans Committee, who've certainly elected lesser players in the past like Harold Baines, Bill Mazeroski, and Lee Smith. He made his choices in regards to the media, and it may have cost him a chance at immortality, which honestly is a bit of a sad ending to a career that could have went down as one of the best ever when it comes to peak hitting, but will now more than likely be lost to the sands of time as we get further and further from the 90s era in which he dominated.
Well, everybody, the offseason is officially upon us, meaning it's about time to do what I did last year, being listing off the worst player at every MLB position. Now, this season I wanted to refine my rules a little bit. I am strictly only going to be considering players that played at least 54 games, or a third of the season, with 75% of them at least needing to be played at the position I selected them for. This is so I can still consider slashline stats without it being borderline unfair due to a small sample size. I am aware that some players will play far less in those actual games, so I tried to fold that into my thinking when comparing potential candidates. As for pitchers, I chose to require roughly the equivalent in time on the mound, being in my opinion 70 innings for starters and 25 for relievers. With that being said, let's hop right into it. We begin behind the plate with Connor Wong. I'm pretty sure if you are a Red Sox fan watching in 2025, this is going to come as no surprise at all. But for all of those who weren't necessarily aware, I'm going to list all the categories that Wong was last in among Major League catchers. B-WAR, home runs, RBI, slugging percentage, OPS, OPS plus, and total bases. This dude didn't register even a single dinger, despite taking 188 at-bats, and to top it all off, he was terrible defensively as well. Truly bizarre stuff from a dude who managed to post an OPS last year of 758. At first base, we have Michael Toglia of the Rockies, who actually brings with him the lowest WAR we're going to be looking at today, at negative 1.7. How do you even manage to post that through 88 games? How about by registering a slash line of 190, 258, 353 with just 11 home runs and 28 walks to 132 strikeouts, all while taking the majority of your at-bats in Coors Field. This actually led to an OPS plus that was almost 20 points worse than the next closest, at a mark of 61. Yet, even with this horrible performance at the plate, he arguably was even worse at the field, at negative 8 fielding run value, a pace that would have him on track to threaten for the league lead had he managed to play enough contests. Another Red Sox player, Christian Campbell, is my choice for second base. This might surprise some people because he only ended up playing until June before being sent back down for the rest of the year, but in the time he was up, he managed to register one of the worst defensive performances we've ever seen, with negative 10 FRV through just 541 innings, having him on pace to put up as many as negative 25 in a full season. Add in the fact that he slashed just 223, 319, 345 with 16 extra base hits and horrible batted ball data, and honestly, it's hard to think of a prospect whose stock dropped more in 2025 than Campbell's. For the hot corner, among some admittedly pretty thin competition for this spot, I selected Gio Urshela, the once decent Yankee and Twins corner infielder who certainly didn't have the worst batting average
average ever at 238, but with adjoining numbers that were pretty much across the board horrible, including registering the same number of dingers as Wong, being a fat 0, the only qualified player at his position who did so. This came with an OPS just over 600, a position worst B-WAR of negative 1.0, and below average performances in both base running and fielding per Baseball Savant, the latter of which was certainly surprising considering he was coming off of a very good 2024 with the glove. The Tigers' Trey Sweeney slots in here as the worst shortstop, and not by a small margin, having some of the worst overall numbers we've examined so far, including a 53 OPS plus, 548 OPS, 196 average, and just 14 extra base hits through 118 games. But it's not like he lit the world on fire with his hitting in 2024, even if his advanced metrics were significantly better than in 2025. So this wasn't a massive surprise. No, instead, it was his performance with the glove that fits that description better, with a negative 5 FRV that had him tied for the 4th worst in the entire sport at that position, despite playing significantly less innings than all of those in front of him. It might seem hard to believe, but this guy was once a top prospect just a couple years ago. Left field, to me, is very similar as with catcher, as if you asked Dodger fans what they thought of Michael Conforto in 2025, you would probably get a range of obscenities to describe his performance, and it's not hard to see why. A position worst negative 0.7 WAR, a 79 OPS plus, 199 average, and 333 slug, all posted when his entire mold was supposed to be being a productive hitter first. Further evidenced by his abysmal performance with the glove as well, with a negative 8 FRV and negative 5 DRS, each being among the worst at his position. For a guy on the wrong side of 30, time is running out for him to get back to his pre-pandemic form, which at one point saw him crush around 30 homers with an OPS near 800 for 3 straight years. Okay, I want you to buckle up, Guardians fans, because the next 3 selections are all going to be your guys, starting with Angel Martinez, whose counting stats of 23 doubles and 11 home runs do a bit to mask what was, in a bit of an under-the-hood manner, a downright horrible year, one that included negative 0.7 WAR, a 224, 269, 359 slash, 73 OPS plus, and 110 strikeouts to just 23 walks. Add in the fact that he posted negative 10 DRS and negative 3 FRV, grading out as one of the worst center fielders in the sport defensively, and you have an outcome that was certainly not great for the 23-year-old in his first full major league season. Right field actually involves a sneaky tough choice, as you could make a decent case for rookie Jack Caglione, who somehow managed to post a 157 batting average and 49 OPS plus through 62 games, or Jhonkensy Noel, who, if you can actually believe it, did have worse numbers, to the tune of a position low 480 OPS, 183 OBP, and 31 OPS plus. For me, personally, I'm gonna go with Jhonkensy. I mean, it's vanishingly rare you run across an OPS plus that is less than a third of what a typical MLB hitter produces. One last stat that blew me away about Noel is the fact that he somehow walked just 4 times throughout the year, while striking out 52, a ratio of 1 to 13. Just mind-numbingly bad. Funny enough, for being a dude that clocks in at 6'3", 250 pounds, his best attribute was his defense, where he was about league average with a strong throwing arm. Hopefully this gives him some foundation to build on, as he attempts to reestablish a stock that was relatively high after his big postseason home run last year and a near 800 OPS. Now, rounding out our position players, along with our lineup of consecutive Cleveland guys, we have David Fry at DH. In terms of production, he about split the difference between Martinez and Noel, with a negative 0.8 WAR, 171, 229, 363 slash, and just 12 extra base hits through 66 games. Yes, he dealt with some injuries, but I don't think that does an adequate job of explaining how a guy who managed to make an all-star team with an 804 OPS and 128 OPS plus saw both those numbers drop all the way down to 592 and 61, the latter of which was less than half of the prior year. While his advanced numbers were never crazy good during his time in the big leagues, they were far better than this past year, giving further reason for caution. Unfortunately as well, this past season ended about as badly as a season can for a player, being taking a high-velocity heater right to the face. So hopefully he can find a way to bounce back from that and all of his other ailments in 2026. On to our pitchers, we first have our starters role, and an interesting selection. Now, I'm sure many people would want to point to the duo of German Marquez and Antonio Senzatella, because both had ERAs north of 6.5 and whips over 1.7. But I'm not going to go there, because there actually was a player who somehow had a worse ERA, and crucially here when considering park factors, ERA plus as well, with the worst marks in the entire sport in these regards being posted by Jack Kokonowitz of the Los Angeles Angels. For a guy who actually impressed through 11 starts last year, this level of fall off was certainly a bit stunning, especially because his 605 FIP demonstrated that it wasn't a matter of getting unlucky. The dude was just flat out terrible. What's more, despite the guy having a high 90s heater and dastardly curveball, he only managed to strike out 5.8 batters per 9 while walking 4.7, giving him an abysmal and tied for league worst 1.24 strikeout to walk ratio. Sure, his team's defense was some of the worst we've ever seen on the advanced fronts, but man, even that can't explain away struggles this intense. Our second to last spot of the entire video will be for a relief pitcher, or more accurately, a guy who appeared at least 80% of their team's games as a reliever while registering less than 10 save opportunities. To me, this one's fairly easy, as there is only one guy who meets these qualifications that posted an ERA north of 8 and a WHIP over 2. And that was Eduardo Salazar of the Washington Nationals. This dude's numbers on paper don't even look real. 47 hits given up through 29 innings, leading to a 14.6 hits per 9. That was the worst in the league by over 1 full hit per 9, along with nearly as many walks as strikeouts and 7 home runs given up in that limited time. All I can say is that if he's still taking up a spot in that Nationals bullpen come opening day, it'll be hard to take their midseason front office shakeup all that seriously. On to our final position and closer. We have one of the few other guys who managed to rival Salazar's ERA while managing to get into 11 save opportunities, 3 of which he blew, while losing 4 games as well. That guy is Jordan Romano, a 54 ERA plus courtesy of an 8.23 ERA, 10 dingers given up, and a FIP north of 5.3, all of which spelled disaster every time he took the mound, which, unfortunately for the sanity of Philly fans everywhere, was a borderline stunning 49 times last year. His fastball velo dropped by almost a full mile an hour relative to his career norms. His slider lost some of that vital bite that once made it a weapon. And with already suspect control, those two things combined into a mixture that produced a .515 slugging percentage against. Or basically slightly better than what Jose Ramirez posted last year. Alright, that was the worst player at every MLB position. Don't worry, I'll be doing the best players as well, along with videos on every MLB team's worst and best players, trickled in over the course of the offseason. Also, feel free to leave any comments below for similar videos you'd like to see done in this vein.
In 2016, the average age of an MLB player was 28.6 years old, which makes sense, since that's the intersection between physical prowess and mental maturity for most athletes. And then there was Bartolo Colon, on the eve of his 43rd birthday, who went into spring training in Port St. Lucie for the Mets. He just signed a 1-year deal with New York that would pay him $7.25 million, a far cry from 2008 when he played for the Boston Red Sox and earned the MLB minimum of $400,000 at the time. He was 35 years old then, with his right shoulder being basically shredded from years of overuse. In fact, by 2010, he wasn't pitching in the bigs at all. In 2011, he signed a minor league deal with the Yankees with no promise he'd make the team. By then he was 38. It was over, right? For most formerly elite pitchers, that certainly would have been true. Once the owner of a 100-mile-per-hour heater and a Cy Young award, Colon in 2016 was now throwing two-seamers that couldn't shatter a pane of glass. He broke in 1997 weighing 185 pounds of farm-hardened muscle. By then he'd ballooned to 285, looking more like Paul Blart than Paul Bunyan. Yet, somehow, from the ashes of injury, steroid controversy, and an uphill battle for playing time, Colon had been able to resurrect his career, and as the 2016 season dawned, he was now called Big Sexy, standing as arguably the most popular player on a team that had just gone to the World Series, a team that boasted young stars like Jacob deGrom, Noah Syndergaard, Steven Matz, and Zach Wheeler, a team that threatened to take the Big Apple limelight away from the Yankees. But it was as spring training began that pretty much all Mets fans in the area began to flock around Colon disproportionate to the other players. He really had become a fan favorite. That didn't necessarily mean he had a spot. Upon arriving to spring training, he had told reporters he was taking it 1 year at a time, that he wasn't sure he'd be back the next season or what role he'd play that season. Regardless, nothing seemed to bother him. Baseball was a sport that brought him great joy, and he played it like he was just going out there with his friends. There were many plays to show this off, whether that was his behind the back throw to first base, his hellacious swings at the plate that would cause his helmet to fly off, or the jiggling of his gut between innings. The guy was a fun-loving character at his very core. He wasn't supposed to be a main piece of the Mets' puzzle the previous year, and yet there he was, eating up innings and helping lead the Mets into the playoffs in 2015. When New York had signed him in 2014 for 2 years and $20 million, fans were at best skeptical. Then he went out and gave them 396 innings over the next 2 seasons of serviceable pitching, at times veering into exemplary. That prior postseason, he'd won Game 4 of the NLCS against the Cubs, sending the Amazings to the World Series a year before anyone thought they were ready. In the process, he ended up becoming the oldest player to lose a World Series game. But how many players can say they made their World Series debut at the age of 42? He was a unicorn, who, in 2016, broke MLB's conception of what was possible like few have ever done before. Colon did things that made history, that became part of the game's lore, that remain iconic to this day. That he was the one behind these epic escapades isn't easy to understand, because nothing about the story adds up. He wasn't Nolan Ryan, still hitting triple digits in his 40s. He wasn't Satchel Paige, ageless and elegant to his 5th decade. He was Big Bart, a Homer Simpson lookalike with a Kyle Hendricks fastball and basically no quality off-speed pitch. So, How did he do it? And what exactly did this season look like, month to month? Join us today as we break down the year Bartolo broke baseball. Colon started the season as a fill-in starter for the injured Zach Wheeler, who'd had Tommy John surgery and wasn't expected back until July 1st. The Mets weren't sure exactly what they'd get from the middle-aged man, who in his first 3 spring training outings had posted an ERA over 10. But Big Sexy certainly had more in the tank, and in late March, he went 6 scoreless against the Blue Jays in one of his final tune-up outings. During this time, it also became clear that one of the things that Mets fans loved about Colon was also his selfless attitude. "They'll do whatever they want to with me," Colon said after that game. "I trust them. I just want to help the team out." All spring training, he kept the team laughing with his infectious smile and laid-back attitude, even as his own place on the team remained in flux. One of the biggest sources of joy that Colon brought to the game with the Mets was his hitting as a National League pitcher. Prior to coming to the Mets in 2014, he'd come to bat 85 times and gotten 10 hits, good for a 118 average. Almost half of those ABs came while playing for the Montreal Expos in 2002. Fun trivia fact here, Colon is actually the last player to play for the Expos before his retirement. When given the chance, Colon would approach his ABs with unbridled joy. Sure, sometimes he took 3 straight strikes and would go sit down, or he'd take 3 muddy hacks and go grab some pine. In 2014, there was a lot of slow walks back to the dugout, because he hit .032. Yeah, you heard me right, .032. His average ballooned to 138 in 2015, however. Little did anyone know what would happen come 2016. When the season started, Colon worked out of the pen, pitching an inning and a third scoreless in the opener. Then he went 6 in his first start, taking a tough 1-0 loss against the Phillies, with Ryan Howard victimizing him with his only earned run, a homer. The game time temp was 41 degrees, and Colon pitched in short sleeves. In the 6th, he made an over-the-shoulder catch off a bunt from Freddie Galvis, but the highlight reel was just getting fired up. He won his next start against his old team, the Cleveland Indians, working into the 6th and giving up just 2 runs. The rest of the April, he was vintage Big Sexy. He ate up innings, going at least 5 in each of his 4 starts, and kept his team in the game the whole time, never surrendering more than 3 runs. But perhaps most important of all, the Mets were winning, going 15-7 in the month. Colon's leadership and work ethic were rubbing off on young players like Jerry's Familia, who drank in every word Colon uttered. He's always available if you have questions about baseball, about life. Familia told the New York Times, "I mean, he's 42 years old. He knows more than everybody else here." The Mets kept rolling into May, and so did Big Sexy. Colon won his first May start against the then hapless Braves team in dominant fashion, going 8 scoreless while striking out 7. In his first 32 2/3 innings, he'd walked 3 batters. Despite throwing his 2-seamer between 86 and 90 miles per hour most nights, he could put it anywhere he wanted, usually on the edges of the strike zone, with this also being the reason he gave up 33 hits during that same span. He wasn't really overpowering anybody, but it didn't really matter, as he was also generating consistently weak contact and not really giving away any freebies, the ultimate job of a control pitcher. On May 7th, in a game against the Padres at Petco Field, the Mets needed a boost both practically and emotionally, and Colon provided one in a big way, a baseball history-making way. Having lost 2 in a row to start a West Coast swing, Colon needed to stop the bleeding on the mound. He did that by pitching into the 7th and giving up just 3 runs, but nobody remembers that from this start. What will never be forgotten, what will never be equaled, was what Colon did in the top of the 2nd inning. With the Mets up 2-0, Colon came up to the plate with a runner on and 2 outs. He'd gone hitless to start the season, no big surprise considering his prior numbers at the plate. James Shields was on the mound, a one-time ace with the game's best changeup. Shields was on the decline, headed for a 6-19 season. On the 3rd pitch of the AB, he grooved a 90-mile-per-hour heater right down the center of the plate, and Colon turned on it, crushing it over the left field wall. At 42, Colon had become the oldest player ever to hit a Major League homer, which was one reason why Mets announcer Gary Cohen said during his call,
"This is one of the great moments in the history of baseball."
It was the truth. It took Colon 30 seconds to round the bases, with a mischievous grin and immediate quotes like, "I can't believe I hit a home run," which was what he told former teammate Alexi Ramirez, who was at shortstop. All the Mets players left the dugout and hid in the tunnel to give Big Sexy the silent treatment, then sprang on him in celebration. Sure, this homer didn't clinch a pennant, but it did something else. It reaffirmed the pure beauty of the sport, open to all ages, body shapes, and sizes in a way that no other major sport is. And God, was it pure fun encapsulated. But baseball is also a game of failure, so even during this magical year, Bartolo would suffer some poor starts, including giving up 5 runs to the Dodgers and then 5 walks to the Nationals, something he hadn't done since 2005. Worse, there were troubles brewing in his personal life. Days after becoming a baseball legend with that homer, news broke that a woman had sued him for child support, alleging that he'd fathered 2 children with her. The case was quickly settled, but might help explain Colon's sudden drop in performance. Something of that magnitude can easily weigh on the mind to great detriment to one's performance on the field.
He righted the ship following this, as in his last 2 May starts he threw 13 innings and gave up just 3 runs, finishing the month with a 4-3 record and an ERA of 3.38. Solid numbers for any pitcher, let alone an assumed 5th starter. It was in June that Cologne somehow pitched like an ace, not just a fill-in. In 5 starts, his team went 4-1, and by the end of June, Cologne's ERA sat under 3 at 2.86, to go along with a 6-4 record. In just one June start did Cologne give up more than 2 runs, and in the one game he lost against the Braves, he went 7 innings and gave up just 1 earned. That underscored the team's troubles at the time. The Mets weren't scoring. Captain America David Wright had again gone on the DL, and slugging first baseman Lucas Duda was hurt too. The Mets could have signed Yuli Gurriel, but passed, probably because the team ownership was in disarray financially. The state of crisis showed in large part why the Mets needed new owners. But that wouldn't come yet for multiple years, and even since the change, the results have been, well, let's say mixed. But back to Big Bart. 2 of Cologne's losses on the season had come in games where he went deep and gave up just a single run. He could have been 8-2 with the far above average ERA and considerable innings totals, incredible numbers for someone who'd turned 43 in May. However, his entire season could have been sunk on June 21st in a game against the Royals in a rematch of the 2015 World Series. In the bottom of the first, facing leadoff hitter Whit Merrifield, Cologne took a comebacker off his right thumb, subsequently having to leave the game. Fears were that his thumb was broken, and if so, he'd be out at least a month, possibly more. But, Cologne being Cologne, X-rays came back negative and he didn't miss even a single start. He came back strong again against the Braves, giving up a run over 7 innings and again taking a tough loss. Ironically, the Braves would end up signing him the next season in 2017, with him pitching more than a few innings in a brand new Truist Field. In 1997, he'd pitched in Turner Field when it had just opened. Insane stuff. But Cologne wasn't done making history in 2016 yet either, let alone the next year. Making an all-star team. It doesn't matter where you are on your baseball journey, getting picked to play in a game of the best against the best is always a great honor. This is true for 10-year-olds, and it's definitely true for grown men of 43. Heading into the Summer Classic, Cologne was having a strong year, sitting at 7-4 with an ERA of 3.28, which is somewhat misleading because he'd started the month of July with a tidy mark of 2.87. But then he ran into a buzzsaw named the Washington Nationals, led by reigning NL MVP Bryce Harper. Over the previous 2 weeks, the Nats had played the Mets 7 times and beat them 6, outscoring them 39-19. In Cologne's start, he gave up 6 runs in 4+ innings, including homers to Harper and Anthony Rendon. Thankfully, it didn't matter. Giant starter Madison Bumgarner had pitched on the Sunday before the game, so Cologne was named as his replacement by his own manager Terry Collins, joining teammates Yoenis Cespedes, Noah Syndergaard, and Jay Reese Familia at the contest. Collins joked that he was surprised that Cologne didn't ask to rest. Cologne's reaction was typically humble. I was surprised a little bit. There are definitely better players ahead of me, but I thank God I was chosen nonetheless. What made Cologne's selection so poignant is that he'd been picked as an all-star in the 1990s, the 2000s, and the 2010s, 3 decades worth of all-starness. The only recent all-star who had been as old as Cologne when he'd been selected was Mariano Rivera, which is pretty good company to keep. But Mo had never signed a minor league contract between all-star appearances like Cologne had, making his selection even more unlikely. Cologne didn't end up making an appearance in-game, but he had made his impact nonetheless. After the game, Cologne almost immediately pitched one of his best games of the year, lasting 7 innings against the Cards to salvage a split and a doubleheader against a team that they were battling for a playoff spot. He struck out 8 and gave up just 1 run while walking none. After the game, Collins asked his warhorse if he could pitch on 3 days rest if they needed him. Cologne said sure. The results weren't pretty, as Cologne took a tough loss versus the Rockies to drop to 9-6 on the year. He coughed up 5 runs over 5 innings. Despite the all-star selection and a couple of those notable highlights, that had been his 3rd rough start in July. With August approaching, it was time to wonder, was age finally catching up to Big Sexy? If there were any real doubts of this, Cologne quickly swept them all away. His August numbers were simply amazing. He started 6 games, and the Mets won 4 of them. In 5 of the 6 starts, Cologne pitched in the 7th inning and gave up 2 runs or fewer, crucial for saving a bullpen in the dog days of summer. He walked exactly 6 in those appearances, while fanning 24, an elite 4-to-1 ratio. Upon defeating the Yankees during one of these games, Cologne became the first pitcher to beat both teams in the Subway Series, as he had pitched for the Yankees for a season back in 2011, getting a win over the Mets then. He was big tonight, Terry Collins said at the start. I thought he had perhaps his best stuff all year. But Cologne wasn't done with the record books. On August 15th, during that tough loss against the D-backs, Cologne had drawn a walk. It came after 281 plate appearances without one, which remains an MLB record to this day, and will furthermore with the abolition of pitchers hitting. He also holds the record for most plate appearances with just 1 walk, because Cologne never walked again. What was perhaps the most surprising about it was the fact that Cologne had no intention of swinging, period, because his left wrist had been bothering him. On the AB, Bart said, "The pitcher didn't strike me out because he didn't want to. I couldn't make a swing because of my hand." If you're keeping score, that's 2 hitting records for a 43-year-old pitcher. As the calendar reached September, the Mets were in the thick of a pennant race. This is when clutch players step up, and Cologne did just that. In his first September start against the Reds, he went 6 innings and gave up no runs. 2 starts later, he did it again against the Twins, but this time he managed to last 7 innings. He won both games, with his record now standing at 14-7, a .667 winning percentage. Couple that with a low 3s ERA and an around 120 ERA plus, and you had numbers that usually belong to a 1 or 2 starter, not a 5 guy. Cologne was the rock on a team with Thor, DeGrom, Matt Harvey, and Steven Matz. He might not have been the flashiest of the bunch, but he was their stopper regardless, the man who wanted the ball no matter what, and would give quality outing after quality outing. Well, except for maybe 1 start in September. That came against the Marlins in Miami, the first game either team played following the death of Jose Fernandez the prior Sunday. The grief was still very raw for both teams, as the Marlins players all wore number 16 to salute their fallen comrade. In the bottom of the first, Cologne had to pitch. With D. Gordon batting, Cologne served up a meatball right down the middle, with Gordon hitting his first homer and 300 at-bats. The tears immediately started to flow, on both teams. It was a gracious gesture on Cologne's part, and went to show part of the reason he was so respected league-wide. After this, Cologne proceeded to have the worst start of his season. In 2 2/3 innings, he gave up 8 hits and 7 runs. His ERA jumped from .312 to .342. His own homer earlier in the year had been one of the most fun in MLB history, with the one he gave up in the start perhaps being one of the saddest as well. His post-game comments captured his feelings pretty well. "I feel like it was great for them that they were able to win. You know what though? I would have really enjoyed it if it was Fernandez who got the win over me." But Cologne came back in his next start on October 1st and pitched his team into the postseason, beating the Phillies for his 15th win of the year, giving up 2 runs in 5 innings. On a team loaded with huge arms, it was the old man who couldn't throw 90 who led the way right until the very end. Sadly for the Mets, this would pretty much be the end of their year, as they'd lose 3-0 in the wildcard game versus the Giants. It's often said that athletes die twice, once when their career ends, and then once when they depart our earthly domain. But not big Bartolo Colon. Because he extended his career for as long as he did, he gained a kind of second life as an athlete. He should have been done in 2008 when his shoulder came apart. He didn't pitch at all in 2010. He signed a minor league deal in 2011. The Grim Reaper was knocking on his door consistently. But, as they also say, a rolling stone gathers no moss. Bart kept grinding, reinventing himself as a control finesse pitcher even as the game was overtaken by freaks of nature, who were 6 inches taller, 100 pounds lighter, and a decade younger. Following his magical run in 2016, Colon signed with the Braves for $12 million. That was released on July 4th after posting an ERA over 8. He was picked up by the Twins, where he fared slightly better, going 5-6 with an ERA of 5.18. Between the two teams, he ate up 143 innings at the age of 44. He signed with the Rangers in 2018, and in one of his first starts, he took a perfect game through 7, at 45 years old. He gobbled up another 146 innings, again with an ERA over 5. But he won 7 more games in the process, giving him 247 for his career, 51st all-time, and the most for any Latino pitcher ever. He wouldn't end up officially retiring from Major League Baseball until 2023. The Rolling Stone kept rolling, opting to pitch in Mexico and then the Dominican Winter League. When he threw out the first pitch at Citi Field on May 7th last season to honor the 7th anniversary of his fabled homer, he technically hadn't retired. That didn't come until September. But perhaps that still isn't the end of his story. Colon recently got drafted by the Monarchs of Baseball United in Dubai, and in his first game as a 50-year-old, he went 3 innings and gave up 2 runs. Against all odds, Big Sexy is still around in some capacity, eating up innings wherever they're given to him, and I don't suspect he'll stop anytime soon.
I've been batting the idea back and forth of doing a free agent prediction video for a while, but I just couldn't find an angle where I'd be saying anything vastly different from the majority of people in the MLB space, with a lot of my own personal picks being guys returning to the ball clubs they already played for, which to me just wasn't all that fun to put together. But after Josh Naylor returned to the Mariners on a 5-year deal, I had a bit of a breakthrough in terms of a twist I could put on what admittedly is a bit of a tired idea. I'm going to try to place every free agent who's accrued at least 5 F-WAR combined over the prior 2 seasons with a team that they haven't most recently played for. For example, I can't say that Cody Bellinger is just going to re-sign with the Yankees, even if I do think that's probably the most likely outcome. With that being said, I'm going to go in order of total WAR posted, though I'm not going to be detailing exactly what that total is with every player, meaning we're going to start with Kyle Tucker. The former Astro and Cub is certainly an interesting case, because I think there's very few teams that couldn't use a player who, at his best, utilizes all 5 tools, at least in terms of statistical production. He's actually a little slow, relatively speaking, but I do think that he is somebody who has a major market written all over him. But instead of him predicting to go to the Yankees, which a lot of people are, or the Dodgers, I think it's instead going to be the Giants who are going to open up the pocketbook for the superstar, finally landing a truly big name in free agency. This, in my opinion, is probably going to come with a deal of around 10 years and $400 million. Next, we have the hulking DH formerly of the Philadelphia Phillies, being Kyle Schwarber. He certainly has less utility overall than somebody like Tucker, as he doesn't play anything close to decent defense at any position, but oh man, can this juggernaut crush. Managing to be so productive, he finished second place in MVP voting in 2025 as a DH only. This is where the framing of the video is important, because I do think he probably ends up back with the Phillies, but if he doesn't, I think a perfect place for him to go would be the Braves. Not only is that right field corner basically made for him, but with Marcell Ozuna now being a free agent, spots opened up for them to go out and get what would be a huge addition to the middle of their lineup, one that could possibly help them rebound from a poor season offensively. I think the deal necessary would probably be around 4 years, $130 million. Next up is Dylan Cease, who didn't have the best 2025, certainly diminishing his overall projected returns as a result. However, the 30-year-old still has been pretty good most years for the better half of a decade now, which is very valuable, especially in a year where the starter market is top-heavy. As for his destination, I think a good and reasonable match would be with the Red Sox. Not only did they have just 2 pitchers throw over 150 innings last year, something Dylan has done in each of the last 5 seasons, but their only other guy who threw over 100, Lucas Giolito, is also a free agent. With their impressive and currently improving pitching lab, I do think they could also work to unlock a little bit more in his right arm, and at a price point that wouldn't overall break the bank. I'm thinking 6 years, $170 million. Our fourth entry is another position player, this one being Alex Bregman. In the exact opposite manner as Cease, there's few players that did more to increase their stock over their prior campaign than Bregman, who managed to get pretty much every one of his stats back into line with his former career numbers after a somewhat down 2024, leading to him opting out of the rest of his Boston deal. Although I do think the Red Sox are going to prioritize his return. If he ends up leaving, he does seem like a good fit for a team that was heavily linked to him over the prior offseason, being the Detroit Tigers. With Kevin McGonigal and Max Clark set to make their debuts at some point during the 2026 campaign, the time to put pedal to the metal would seem to be now, and they do have the purse strings to pursue a guy like Alex if they think that re-signing Tarik Skubal isn't on the table. This would probably cost them around 5 years and $160 million. Popping back into the starting pitching world now, we have Framber Valdez. It was certainly an up-and-down season for the lefty in his free agent year, still managing to put up an ERA in the mid-threes, though with a whip that was his highest since 2021, his first full season. He also dealt with some drama when he seemingly intentionally threw at his catcher after a frustrating sequence, a move that certainly didn't help his clubhouse image as a bit of a diva. Still, consistent lefty starters are always valuable, and it's for this reason I think he signs a pretty big deal with the Chicago Cubs. To me, the fit is almost too perfect. You take what is one of the best infield defenses in baseball, and put it behind a guy with a career ground ball rate around 60%, and good things are likely to happen, especially considering his skill set specifically isn't affected by the blustery conditions often present in the aptly nicknamed Windy City. I'm thinking 5 years, $150 million. Eugenio Suarez maintains our current position player-pitcher alternating pattern, bringing with him easily the most pure pop of anybody outside of Schwarber, with him equaling his career high in home runs over this past season, albeit with some less than elite production metrics in the advanced capacities. This, to me, makes him the perfect match for a team who seems to love aging power hitters with near one-dimensional skill sets. Of course, I'm talking about the California Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, who, for all their flaws, certainly don't refuse to spend at least mid-market money at this point. He would slide in nicely as an improvement over Yoan Moncada and Luis Rengifo, and could be part of an intriguingly good infield with Zach Neto, Christian Moore, and Nolan Shanwell. Would this do anything for their postseason aspirations? I don't think a lot, but again, this is how they've operated for years now. In order to get Suarez, they would probably have to overpay a little bit, at around 4 years and $100 million. Would you look at that? Another pitcher, being one of a very similar archetype to Valdez, though with a far shorter track record in Ranger Suarez. He's been excellent for much of the last 5 years, with one major caveat that he's never thrown more than 157 innings in any of them. Maybe this helps with his aging curve as he just turned 30 recently, or perhaps it's just evidence of an injury history that's likely to repeat, but either way, it seems highly likely he'll go out there and give you some pretty decent production regardless in however many innings he can give you. He too is another guy I could see slotting into the Cubs rotation if they miss out on Valdez, but assuming that spot's already taken, I think a sneaky good club would be the Diamondbacks, who still have an extremely productive young hitting core. Their pitching commitments over the last few seasons certainly haven't worked out as well as they'd hoped, but I don't think the answer to that would be to shy away now, especially when they don't have a ton of attractive starting pitching prospects. In my opinion, Suarez is probably going to be a better value than Valdez if he can manage to stay relatively healthy, one that's going to be worth on the market around 6 years and $140 million. Back to the position player side, the pendulum swings, this time concerning an outfielder who, I think, profiles as a lower ceiling Kyle Tucker mold. being Cody Bellinger. I think last year was a great approximation of where he probably is going to sit in his career at this point for at least the next couple years, being a veteran capable of giving you an OPS around 800 with some decent base running and plus fielding in either corner outfield spot, or around average in center. Because of that profile, I think he fits in well with a former club of his that he hasn't played for in a few years, the Dodgers. His arrival would allow Teoscar Hernandez to move back to left field, which would hopefully help with his struggles with the glove, while giving LA some further lineup length and insurance all around the field because of that impressive versatility, something useful on one of the oldest teams in baseball. Again, this is assuming he doesn't return to New York, which I think is probably the most likely outcome, all things considered. What would it take for LA to procure his services? Probably around 7 years and $200 million. We finally break from the alternating pattern of hurler-hitter with our second straight position player, Marcell Ozuna, or as he's more commonly known, Ozuna from the Braves. This model citizen had one of the bigger fall-offs year to year that we saw in 2025, seeing his OPS drop by nearly 170 points, his batting average by 70, and his home runs by nearly half. For a guy on the wrong side of 35, this certainly doesn't make him a prime contender for a big contract, especially considering that his underlying metrics fell off a cliff as well. Still, considering he did have the above 5 WAR threshold that we were looking to hit between the last 2 seasons, I do think he'd serve as a pretty good option for a club like the Reds to pick up right now. They already have the starting pitching to contend, but they could certainly use a big bat in the middle of their lineup, and if Ozuna can get back to anything close to his prior form, he could end up being a steal in terms of value, at around 1 year, $15 million. It's hard to believe that Pete Alonso somehow had a lower value total over our selected time frame than Ozuna, but here we are, with the veteran first baseman's contract to far surpass the former Braves contract, courtesy of a really good 2025 that included his second highest career OPS and slugging marks to go along with nearly 40 dingers and a league-leading 41 doubles. Yeah, he's always been horrible defensively and will probably go down as the worst first baseman in advanced stat history in this regard when he retires, but still, he mashes with the best of them, and with some pretty impressive predictive metrics as well. He's another guy I think very strongly is going to end up back with his former club, because I do think that's where he wants to be, but if he doesn't, another good fit would be with the Phillies. As unlikely as it is that he'd want to sign with a division rival, the logic is there. If they lose Schwarber, why not replace him with somebody who's younger, yet profiles to produce in roughly the same range? Yeah, it'd be expensive, and they're already top 5 in payroll, but when have we known them to not go for it in this era? The cost would probably clock in at around 5 years, $130 million. The last guy who, surprisingly to me, meets the qualifications I laid out in terms of the threshold is starter Nick Martinez, though since I think he's one of the more relatively minor free agents, I'm going to substitute him out for Bo Bichette in terms of a deeper dive. Briefly, I think Martinez is a great candidate to head to Houston as a depth piece. Now, for Bichette, there's a number of teams I think should be in the running for his services, with him profiling, to me, as a Luis Arias type with more pop, on-base ability, and relative versatility. Again, I do think he re-signs with his former team logically speaking, but if I had to pick a secondary contender, I actually think the Mariners would be a good fit. They're still in the market for some hitting, and he could slot in most days as either a converted third baseman, where he certainly has the arm to play, second baseman on the days Cole Young doesn't play, or DH when he needs to rest what has been an, at times, prone to injury body. In order to sign him away, I think they'd have to probably fork over a deal in the range of 9 years and $230 million. Largely due to his exceptionally young age, as he is yet to turn 28. Alright, that was predicting where every major free agent is going to go over this offseason in the case that they don't return to their original team. Make sure to leave any comments below on what you thought of my picks, as well as any recommendations for other videos you'd like to see done in a similar vein.
Jon Lester is one of the most consistent lefties in modern Major League Baseball history, with career numbers that might put him in the Hall of Fame, or at least on the edge of induction. His career winning percentage of .631 is the 4th best all time among southpaw hurlers with 200 or more wins. The others are Randy Johnson, Whitey Ford, and Lefty Grove. Not bad company. Yeah, wins aren't as important as they used to be, but the point remains. He was a gamer, plain and simple. Want more evidence? Lester won 3 World Series rings, and during his stellar career, he was picked to start Game 1 of a postseason series 12 times. Only Justin Verlander can match that legacy among modern starters. His ERA throughout the year's postseason games, 2.51 in over 150 innings. Winning nature aside, Lester struck out 2,488 batters over his 16 big league seasons, mostly on a cutter that ranked just below the likes of Mariano Rivera and Roy Halladay. 3 different seasons he finished in the top 4 for the Cy Young Award, and once he finished 9th. What's more, Lester's career ERA plus is 117, better than CC Sabathia and Steve Carlton, both lefty starters with big profiles and pretty straightforward Hall of Fame credentials. And since biomechanics have become a focal point of pitching, Lester's own motion was often hailed as nearly perfect. An MRI on his left shoulder revealed that its structure was sound, somehow, 16 years into his big league career, unfazed by the wear and tear of being a big league starter. In other words, Jon Lester was the embodiment of what a quant would export if tasked with creating the embodiment of a truly solid, clutch-as-hell pitcher. He was tall, strong, athletic, and competitive. He was one of only 9 lefties to make at least 31 starts in 12 or more seasons. Given the rash of UCL injuries that have derailed the careers of many promising starters, Lester stands out as a paragon of fortitude, a pitcher who went to the bump for a scheduled start like few others in baseball history. Oh, and he battled back from a cancer diagnosis that struck during his rookie season. Less than 2 years later, he threw a no-hitter on 130 pitches in a season that saw him post a 1.44 ERA+. Talk about resiliency. But Lester stands out for another reason too. It's one that has defied easy analysis for years and has spawned countless examinations of Lester's head. It's an issue that still baffles to this day, since it involves throwing a baseball, which Lester excelled at. But he didn't excel at all aspects of it. Simply put, Jon Lester somehow forgot how to throw to the bases. Didn't matter which one. Lester pretty much couldn't make an overhanded throw to any of them. Except home, that is, after a full delivery. Most players of any skill level can throw a baseball to a first baseman from 30 feet away. Almost all high school pitchers can throw over to keep a runner close. Professional pitchers usually become at least proficient at throwing to the bases, if not an expert at the basics of fielding from the mound and holding runners on. That Jon Lester couldn't execute this fundamental baseball task seems impossible to believe. But just as mystifying are the symptoms and treatments of the syndrome that plagued him, the dreaded yips. While there are parallels that remotely resemble Lester's affliction, such as Mets catcher Mackey Sasser's inability to throw the ball back to the pitcher, there really is nothing else like it, because usually the yips bring careers to a grinding halt. But in Lester's case, he seemed to thrive, before, during, and after it struck. Jon Lester was born to be an athlete. He was the biggest, strongest kid who consistently threw the hardest and hit the furthest. At Bellarmine Prep, the longtime baseball coach, Rick Barnhart, saw the freshman throw one pitch, and that was enough to bring him up to varsity. Jon Lester made that kind of impression. Barnhart pitched him, played him in center, and slotted him in the 3-hole for all 4 years on varsity. By his senior season, Lester was named the Gatorade Player of the Year for Washington. But even Lester admits that the level of competition wasn't exactly equal with Miami or Hollywood. He crushed at the plate because most of the pitchers at most hit mid-80s with their fastballs, and their curveballs were telegraphed from a mile away. No real nasty sliders or diving changeups. When Lester took the mound, he only needed his one pitch, a 4-seam heater that sat in the low to mid-90s, more than most hitters could handle. He had no idea how to throw any other pitch, really. He was 6'5" and 240 pounds, a stud in football and basketball as well. At this point, he was more like his school's Nolan Ryan than Tom Glavine. He had an offer to play with future Red Sox teammate Dustin Pedroia at Arizona State, but as the draft approached, it was obvious that Lester was getting serious looks from pro scouts. Mariners pitcher Jamie Moyer told Lester to go to college and develop as a player while having fun, but Lester wanted to see what kind of money would be involved in turning pro, and what kind of professional timeline might be laid out for him. A slight case of dead arm during his senior season made some teams a bit wobbly, and so Lester somehow fell to the second round, where the Bo Sox took him with the 57th overall pick in 2002. They paid him $1 million to sign, the most of any second-round pick that year. Lester did indeed put his name on the dotted line, and reported to the Florida Gulf Coast League soon after, beginning a rise to the majors that wasn't without its lumps, with one particularly scary one in his upper back. In 2006, routine tests on Lester's back revealed that the pain he had been experiencing had nothing to do with the minor car wreck that had caused him to go in for a checkup. Lester's lymph nodes were instead swollen from anaplastic large cell lymphoma. This disease usually responds well to chemotherapy, but not every patient reacts to chemo the same way, and every cancer patient faces that moment of dread where you contemplate survival rates and wonder where you might fall. After all, with a disease as diabolical as cancer, anything can happen. But thankfully, when spring training 2007 rolled around, Lester's cancer was in remission. But being free of cancer didn't mean Lester could pitch in the big leagues immediately. He would have some ladder rungs to climb yet again on his way back up. The Sox sent him all the way to Single A to start this process, and he worked incrementally until he was ready, making his season debut on July 23rd in Cleveland, with his parents in the stands. Miraculously, Lester went 4-0 coming back from cancer, even posting a slightly above average 1.04 ERA+, helping the Red Sox to clinch the division. The storybook ending was Game 4 of the 2007 World Series, when, 9 months after being declared in remission, Lester started and led the Sox to their second World Series title in 4 years. But even within this inspirational tale lie the possible roots of Lester's yips. In Game 4 of the ALCS, Lester threw over to first and the throw got away, mostly due to his first baseman's own error. However, could this be one of the moments in which Lester began to doubt himself when throwing to the bases? In 2008, Lester became a frontline starter, and nothing epitomized his ascension more than the no-hitter he threw against the Royals on May 19th at Fenway. Lester's pitch count reached 130 during that game, a true testament to his grit and guile, and Lester blew past 200 innings in 2008, which would become routine for him, but not so much for the MLB he played in. He began consistently being a part of a group that would shrink each year, falling to just 15 the last season he would accomplish this in 2016. Last year, just 8 hurlers reached this benchmark, but it wasn't just his durability that stood out. He pitched with a 3.21 ERA and 144 ERA+, all while allowing just 0.6 homers per 9. The guy was certifiably elite. Lester followed up in 2009 with basically a carbon copy of 2008, with one big step forward, his K rate, jumping from 6.9 per 9 to over 10. He impressed again on the more traditional front with an ERA of 3.41 and 15 wins, along with a FIP of 3.15 and a 136 ERA+. He logged over 200 innings again and posted a career-high WAR of 6.2. That probably explains why the Twins were hot to trade Johan Santana for Lester before the season started, a deal that the Red Sox very intelligently nixed. But in 2009, his pitching coach John Farrell noticed that Lester was growing more restless while throwing over to first base. Most pitchers don't shake off the throw over sign, but Lester was becoming more and more willing to do so. If the yips were just starting, Lester didn't show any signs of deterioration. In 2010, he dominated, finishing 4th in the AL Cy Young race and making his first All-Star team. His record of 19-9 was a career best, along with a solid ERA of 3.25. But perhaps most impressive was his career-low 7.2 hits allowed per 9 innings, and league-leading 9.7 Ks per 9. The yips, though, were still yapping at him, and that off-season, Lester went home to Atlanta to try and fix his overthrowing problem. By 2011, Lester had lost the ability to throw to first almost completely. Other bases would follow. Despite the now full-on loss of his ability to hold runners at first, Lester again proved to be a top-line starter, with the Red Sox in control of the AL East for most of the season. But then their iconic fall from grace occurred. I'm sure you've heard the story by now, but on September 1st, the Sox were 9 games up and cruising. But during the month, the Sox went 7-20, and in Lester's 6 starts, he posted a record of 1-3 with an ERA of 5.40. Boston became the first team in MLB history to have a 9-game lead on September 1st and not make the playoffs. And in that horrible month of September, Lester made not a single pickoff throw. The collapse in 2011 carried over to 2012, with the Red Sox finishing in last place and Lester having the worst season of his career, 9-14 with an ERA of 4.82. His FIP was 4.11, meaning Lester pitched better than his surface numbers, but not much better, and certainly not ace-like. His K rate was down, and he was giving up almost 2 hits more per 9 innings than in 2011. He gave up more dingers too, and so for the only time during his prime, his ERA plus was below average, at a paltry mark of 87. For the entire 2012 season, he tried 5 pickoffs in his 33 starts. He tried just 6 the next season, and none after April. However, 2013 would prove to be a bounce-back year for the big lefty, as Lester went 15-8 with an ERA of 3.75 in the regular season, helping lead the Sox back to the top of the AL East, and into the playoffs, where he loomed large and in charge. He started 5 games and gave up 6 runs, including notching 2 wins in the World Series against the Cardinals. The Cardinals didn't run on Lester. Few teams did at the time, even though advanced scouts were starting to notice that Lester didn't throw over much, or in 2014, at all. For the entire season, he made no pickoff attempts. That season was a big one for Lester, not only because he was traded for the first time in his career, but also because he was about to see the full consequences of his developing issue play out on a national stage. The A's were making a playoff push and knew they needed a frontline starter with a big game pedigree to come in and take the reins, so they could, for the first time in the last 20 years, make a deep run into the playoffs. Meanwhile, Lester was in the midst of his best season, notching a 2.52 ERA along with a 1.58 ERA+. The two were a natural fit, so the A's traded big-name international signee Yoenis Cespedes for the lefty, picking him up at the deadline. Lester helped them clinch a spot in the wildcard game by going 6-4 with a 2.35 ERA the rest of the way, handily fulfilling every expectation they had for him. But teams knew about his yips at this point, and the Royals, for one, had a plan to take advantage of it. Lester started that year's wildcard game and gave up 3 steals, and almost a steal of home, while surrendering 6 runs in 7 1/3 innings, in a heartbreaking 9-8 loss that sent the A's packing. Who knows what kind of performance he could have turned in if it hadn't been for all that pressure from the Royals freely romping around the bags. The secret was out, but it didn't stop the Cubs from signing Lester to a 6-year, $155 million contract. The Cubs had finished last for the past 3 seasons, so the signing was risky to say the least, because at 31, Lester was looking more and more the part of savvy veteran rather than frontline ace, who knew where he would be at 37. But still, at this point, Chicago's World Series drought was running on 107 years, and it was time they made some big splashes to complement their young talent. And this big splash quickly turned into a tidal wave. Lester went 11-12 with an ERA of 3.34 that first season, He was a gamer as always, hauling 200 plus innings and leading the Cubbies into the wildcard game, despite giving up 44 steals during the season, which actually set the record for the most ever tallied against a lefty. The Cubs won their wildcard game, then the NLDS, only to get swept by the Mets in the NLCS. Lester lost a game in that series, giving up 2 homers and 2 steals, one of which cost him a run. His late career dominance continued the next season with arguably his best campaign to date, even though teams knew he couldn't throw over to stop them from taking extra bases. He went 19-5 with a 2.44 ERA, as well as posting a career-best 1.71 ERA+, on a Cubs team that was the best in baseball. The question is, how? How did Lester manage to finish second in the NL Cy Young voting when he couldn't perform the task of basically keeping singles from turning into free doubles, or doubles into free triples? The answer reveals how Joe Maddon's unorthodox ways helped him solve problems. Instead of filling Lester's head with advice that would frustrate him, Maddon accepted that Lester wasn't going to throw over. So he had catcher David Ross throw behind runners that strayed too far way more often than is considered normal. He also had the fastest snap tagger in MLB in Javier Baez, which aided the catching core further in making surefire stolen bases into close outs. Somehow this Bermuda Triangle worked well enough to greatly help Lester, who then helped the Cubs shock the world and win the World Series. Lester was outstanding all postseason, winning MVP honors in the NLCS against the Dodgers, with 2 strong starts in which he gave up 2 runs over 13 innings. It wasn't supposed to be that way. The Dodgers had a plan to take big leads and run, but with Lester's whip at just 0.85, they weren't getting on, and when they did, they couldn't risk getting backpicked. During the World Series against the Indians, Lester started twice, losing Game 1 and winning Game 5. In both contests, he handedly controlled the running game, with base stealers going 2 for 4 against him, even though he never threw over. He then turned in his most heroic effort of that season, going multiple innings in Game 7 helped the Cubbies bring home the championship. He had successfully reached the pinnacle of the baseball world for the 3rd time in his career. The fact is, during his Cubs years, Lester won 77 games and threw over 1,000 innings. And incredibly, despite his problems, from 2016 to 2020, Lester only allowed on average 15 steals per season, with a success rate of just 64%. For context, teams are only considered to have benefited from runners going if they're successful in excess of 75% of the time. Though the Cubs never made it back to World Series, they did make the postseason in both 2017 and 2018, and in both years, Lester was outstanding. Over 19 1/3 innings, he allowed just 4 earned runs. Yet, he got a no decision in each of his 3 starts, with his offense failing him each step of the way. Tellingly, 2018 was the last year that Lester's ERA Plus was over 100. He would tally innings for both the Nationals and Cardinals after this point, though neither stint was particularly memorable, save for registering his 200th career win during his last season in 2021. When Chuck Knobloch developed the throwing yips, he got moved to the outfield. When Rick Ankiel got wild on the mound, he became a very strong center fielder. They don't make good comps for Lester, but perhaps Mackey Sasser comes as close as we can get. Sasser was a good hitting Mets catcher, who early on in pro ball had an issue hesitating before throwing the ball back to the pitcher. A coach even threatened to fine him $20 each time it happened. But during a game in July 1990, Sasser was involved in a collision at home plate that sprained his ankle. Because he was hitting .336, the Mets wanted him back in the lineup, and so Sasser only missed 8 games. Even a grade 1 sprain would require at minimum 2 weeks of rest, and likely Sasser had a grade 2. When he came back, it was awkward for him to throw from the crouch. He could pop and throw to bases without issue. The trouble was returning the ball to the pitcher, and it just got worse and worse. The Mets couldn't continue to put up with this condition forever, trading him to the Mariners for a pittance, and by 1995, Sasser's once promising MLB career was over. Just like Lester, Sasser couldn't execute one facet of his job. But, unlike John, Mackey couldn't come up with an effective workaround. This just gives perspective as to how impressive what Lester did truly was. He was confronted with the boogeyman of baseball ailments, and he stared it down for years, all while registering some of the finest seasons of his career. Lester made close to $200 million over the course of his playing days, and today owns about 1,500 acres in Georgia. Just as easily, however, he could have faded away into obscurity as early as 2011, when his issues truly took hold. He might never have won that World Series with the Cubs, and he certainly wouldn't be a borderline Hall of Famer. After all, MLB is littered with players who encountered the yips and saw their careers stagnate and end prematurely. But Lester didn't let his inability to throw to the bases derail him, just like he didn't let his cancer diagnosis get the better of him. He figured out how to survive. Baseball is just a game, nothing compared to sitting in a chemo ward with others who may die, including people your own age. Lester had gained perspective, and with it he forged one of the more impressive resumes baseball has seen in the last 20 years. What a journey, what a story, and what an impressive human being.
To some degree, it's got to be the dream of nearly any fan who's ever watched a lot of Major League Baseball to, even for a second, step out on that field and see how you stack up.
Yeah, most of us know we'd get embarrassed in a second, but to even be there would be something truly special, and memorable nonetheless. But what if you actually got a chance to play left field versus major league players in multiple games? And then, what if you did really well? This was the case for Francisco Chico Herrera, who for a couple days back in 2020 got to do exactly that. It was in July of the shortened season when the Dodgers were having inter-squad scrimmages while they were waiting to be cleared by Major League Baseball to participate in an abbreviated spring training. Because of the overall effects of COVID, a few players hadn't managed to report yet, which resulted in a literal lack of position players being available for a couple of these games. So, what would they decide to do? Slot in clubby Chico Herrera, who had been with the Dodgers for years at this point, even managing to make a highlight reel catch way back in 2010 that impressed Vince Scully.
Wonderful. Take another look. Reaches up, backhands it. Big play.
But absolutely no one would have expected what would come next. Over the few games Chico would appear, he would make a number of highlight reel plays that would have been impressive for a major league player, let alone somebody who had never logged even a single inning at the highest level of baseball. Let's start first with his two fielding plays, with his highlight reel robbery of Mookie Betts being probably overall the best play he would make, which would even end up turning into a double play, being able to track that ball essentially over his shoulder on the run while having to make a little leap at the end into the wall. Are you kidding me? And then a good throw back in that was able to be relayed to first by Kike Hernandez. His second play was also very impressive, though a little bit less flashy than the first, when this one-hop single to left field off the bat of Justin Turner took a crazy backspin hop, which he still was able to field and hold the veteran to a single. While it may not look all that crazy, reading a line drive with spin like that as somebody who's not used to it is much harder than it looks. Now, we come to the most viral aspect of his performance, something that took the baseball world by storm. His throws, which were legitimately major league caliber, starting with this missile launch of a Jock Peterson medium depth fly ball that literally got to home plate on the fly. A little bit up the line, but still, it almost certainly would have nailed the runner if they would have had the stones to try it. But you know who would have the stones? Chris Taylor, who in a separate game was on first when Austin Barnes lifted this fly ball to nearly the warning track. Chico would settle under it and then see Chris breaking for second, where he would unleash a perfect strike in the air. Thank goodness the camera guy didn't pan away here as well, so we actually got to see the full trajectory of the throw. That wasn't some rainbow, it was a legitimate MLB caliber toss. This truly was one of the more impressive things I've ever seen in baseball period, and it's awesome to know that, even to this day, Chico's still with the Dodgers in his job as clubhouse attendant. It's a big deal to be the first player selected in the MLB draft. Like, a really big deal. One doesn't have to look any further for evidence than simply peering at the names previously taken in that slot. Ken Griffey Jr., Alex Rodriguez, Chipper Jones, Garrett Cole, and Bryce Harper, to name just a few. There have also been plenty of number one picks who've never quite lived up to their promise. Players like Brian Taylor, Mark Appel, and Tim Beckham. But no number one pick, and perhaps no player period, has ever had the kind of roller coaster career that the one chosen by the San Diego Padres in 2004 had. I'm talking, of course, about Matt Bush. In 2004, Bush was quickly anointed a potential star. It was the first time since Alex Rodriguez in 1993 that a high school shortstop had gone first overall. But then fast forward 5 years to 2009, and where do you find Matt? He's a pitcher now, but he's not in the big leagues, or even the minors. He's out of baseball entirely. Fast forward another 3 years to 2012, and you can't even find Matt Bush in Japan. He's an inmate in the Charlotte County Jail in Florida. But his story wasn't done. Not by a long shot. Not only did he play a key role in the 2016 Rangers playoff run as a reliever, but he somehow managed to stick around in the big sense, with him now at age 37 just having been released by his fifth MLB organization, the Milwaukee Brewers. And now he's trying to make yet another comeback with the Rangers. It's enough to make your head spin, and not quite in the way that Matt Bush used to make his head spin. We'll get to that. From draft bust to prison to the major leagues, Matt Bush's journey is one of the most unusual you'll come across in sports. And thanks to a horrendous bullpen on an otherwise fairly successful Rangers team, his story may yet still have one more crazy chapter in it. At Mission Bay High School in San Diego, Matt Bush was a five-tool player. He was a slick fielding shortstop with a cannon for an arm, who had a line drive-centered approach with room to add power. His senior year, he had .450 with 11 home runs and 35 RBIs. On the mound, Bush had a 94-mile-per-hour fastball with a good curve, posting a 0.73 ERA in his senior season. Matt Bush looked like he couldn't miss, regardless of where he would be slotted on the diamond. And so, his hometown San Diego Padres took him with the very first pick in the 2004 Major League Baseball draft, and gave him a $3.15 million signing bonus to get him to commit to their org. This was a big deal at the time. They had let Old Dominion righty Justin Verlander fall to the Tigers with this selection after all. There would end up being just 3 players who would take longer than Matt to reach the majors who were selected in that first round, and none of those guys ever saw a big league field. Regardless, at that time in 2004, Matt Bush was on top of the world. But it didn't take him long to fall from that perch. Before he even took the field in the rookie Arizona League, the soon-to-be rookie, still too young to drink legally, got into a fight outside an Arizona bar. According to the San Diego Union Tribune, Bush, after being denied entrance to a nightclub, jumped a railing to get in before getting into a fight with the bouncer. He was arrested on suspicion of felony assault, disorderly conduct, and underage drinking. Before he had even stepped onto the mound or into the batter's box as a professional player, he had already managed to get suspended. It was an inauspicious start to his baseball career, to say the least, but it was only one incident, right? And he was still a young kid, so it was easy to write off at the time. What wasn't quite as simple to wave away was his disappointing production at the plate. Bush hit just 192 in 99 at-bats that first year in rookie ball. Then, the following season in 2005, he hit just 221 in a full season. This trend continued over the next couple of years, even tossing in a broken ankle in 2006 to make matters that much worse. By 2008, the Padres had seen enough. However, they weren't willing to just discard their once top prospect, especially when he could still throw in the mid-90s. So they tried converting Bush to a pitcher, and for a while, the move worked. Bush topped out at 98 miles per hour and blew through rookie league hitters. He was now a one-tool prospect, but it really was an elite tool. Then, Matt encountered another setback. He injured his pitching elbow, forcing him to undergo Tommy John surgery and miss much of the next 2 seasons. But Bush's struggle on the field were soon eclipsed by a growing number of incidents off of it that would soon send his career and life careening off the rails. Matt Bush did not save a whole lot of his enormous signing bonus. Over his first few seasons as a professional athlete, he bought a Range Rover, a BMW, an Escalade, an Audi, a Bentley, and several different Mercedes. And he had a bad habit of drinking while operating those vehicles. In February 2009, Bush was involved in a drunken assault on 2 lacrosse players at a local San Diego high school. According to witnesses, the intoxicated Bush threw one freshman player and hit another one before yelling, "I'm Matt effing Bush," and driving his Mercedes over a curb, leaving the scene. It was the final straw for San Diego, having spent millions of dollars in the better part of 5 years waiting for their #1 pick to find himself. The Padres designated Bush for assignment, trading him to the Blue Jays a few days later. Toronto placed Bush on a zero-tolerance policy, which he very quickly violated. Just a month after his trade to the Blue Jays, Bush got into an altercation with a woman at a party. He reportedly threw a baseball at her head. The Blue Jays released him the next day. A few months later, he was arrested for another DUI. This time, he crashed his Escalade into a parking lot while drunk, and it took 6 police officers to subdue him. A video of the incident and the emotional Bush drew national attention. Matt Bush was now 23, out of baseball, with a growing rap sheet. Enter the Tampa Bay Rays, a team always willing to take a chance on an undervalued arm. In 2010, the Rays decided to give Bush another shot at baseball, signing him to a minor league deal. Bush stayed out of trouble and worked his way up through the Rays organization, showing flashes of brilliance on the mound. By March 2012, he had made the Rays spring training roster as a pitcher, and had a real chance of making the team and finally getting to the big leagues. Bush was on the brink. And then, after what he told himself was one final bender, he was in the clink. After being sober for months, Bush borrowed teammate Brandon Geyer's Dodge Durango to drive home from practice during spring training in Florida. He decided to stop and buy beer along the way. Next, he stopped at a liquor store, and then at a strip club where he was thrown out for trying to climb on stage. After that, the intoxicated Bush climbed back behind the wheel of the Durango. He then proceeded to strike a 72-year-old motorcyclist, knocking the man off his bike before driving over his head and speeding away from the scene. Amazingly, the man, who was wearing a helmet, survived after being in critical condition. When the police finally caught Bush, they charged him with 3 felonies, including DUI with serious bodily injury and leaving the scene of an accident. He was sentenced to 51 months in a Florida prison, and, obviously, released by the Rays. Nearly a decade after signing for $3.15 million, Bush found himself in a prison cell with $600 to his name. His girlfriend and his agent both dumped him. He had few visitors. He spent his days reading James Patterson books and doing a lot of reflecting about his life and his mistakes. He also played for the prison softball team. The inmates there still remember Bush's first game. Playing right field, he went to retrieve a ball that had been laced off the outfield wall. The batter was trotting around second for what he thought was a stand-up triple, when Bush threw a 250-foot laser from the outfield wall right to the third baseman's chest, beating the runner by several feet. No one could believe what they had just seen. Softball helped distract Matt Bush from the realities of prison life. The 3 square meals, the barred-off walls, the barbed wire-laced fences, and finally, after 1,317 days, about 39 months, Bush was released to a halfway house in Jacksonville, Florida. He took a job as a baker at Golden Corral, making $8.05 an hour. Bush could only travel to and from his job at Golden Corral, and so when the Texas Rangers took an interest in him, they had 2 scouts give him a tryout in the restaurant's parking lot. With a yellow parking place stopper serving as the pitcher's rubber, they measured off 60 feet 6 inches to an imaginary home plate. And there, wearing sweatpants, sneakers, and a tracking device on his ankle, Bush hit 95 miles per hour, along with demonstrating good control and a solid breaking ball. And so, after Bush was released from the halfway house, the Rangers invited him to Texas in December 2015 to have another look at it. John Daniels, the team's president and general manager, who famously took a chance on another baseball problem case, Josh Hamilton, was skeptical at first. His initial response to his scouts was, "Matt Bush? That Matt Bush? No way." But Bush impressed Daniels in their interactions, as well as the Texas coaching staff. Following a number of additional tryouts, the Rangers signed him to a minor league deal. Bush himself insisted that the deal contained a zero-tolerance policy that would guarantee his release if he broke certain rules. 3 months later, Bush reported to the Rangers spring training in 2016, where he was not allowed to drive or drink alcohol. His father was contractually obligated to live with him in his hotel room. Bush did well that spring, and after a short stint in the minors, on May 13, 2016, 12 years after he was the #1 overall pick, he made his major league debut against one of the teams he was once released by, the Toronto Blue Jays. It went well, with him striking out former MVP Josh Donaldson before retiring the next 2 hitters as well, notching a scoreless appearance. That season, Bush pitched in 58 games out of the bullpen for the Rangers, finishing with a 2.48 ERA, 1.84 ERA+, and just a 0.94 WHIP. He pitched in 2 games that postseason as well, in the AL Division Series against the Blue Jays, K-ing 6 over 3 2/3 scoreless innings. In the span of a year, Bush had gone from throwing in a Golden Corral parking lot to pitching in the Major League playoffs. Quite a turnaround. Bush had a solid, if unspectacular, follow-up campaign in 2017. In 57 relief appearances, he posted a 3.78 ERA with 58 strikeouts in 52 innings, logging another ERA plus over 120 at 128. Then things started going a bit south for him again, only, thankfully, just between the lines. After a mediocre 2018 season in which he had a 4.70 ERA, Bush had to undergo a second Tommy John surgery in 2019. Bush recovered and then returned to the Rangers full-time in 2022, posting a 1.35 ERA plus in 36 innings before being traded to the Milwaukee Brewers. There, he struggled, first ending his year with a 4.30 ERA in 22 innings before posting an astronomical 9.58 mark in just 10 innings in 2023. His velocity was down, and he gave up 5 home runs in just 12 appearances. The Brewers then proceeded to release the 37-year-old pitcher, and he was eventually re-signed by, you guessed it, the Texas Rangers, who have been pretty desperate to shore up their floundering bullpen this year in any way possible. It's because of this that in the final month of 23, we may yet see another Bush sighting, and depending on how things go, maybe even an inning or 2 in a playoff situation. Matt Bush's professional baseball career certainly didn't turn out the way we expected, but is it still fair to call him one of the biggest draft busts in history? Bush has now clocked 6 years and 217 games in the majors. His career ERA and ERA Plus are respectable numbers at 3.75 and 120. Those aren't Hall of Fame totals, especially for a reliever, or even all-star ones, but they also aren't the numbers of a total bust either. If you look back at Bush's 2004 draft class, despite disappointing as a first overall pick, Bush has still ended up playing more major league innings than a lot of the players also chosen in that first round. That year's draft was a somewhat bizarre one in retrospect. There are a few big successes early, like the aforementioned Tigers taking Justin Verlander with the 2nd pick, and future all-stars like Jared Weaver, Billy Butler, Gio Gonzalez, and Houston Street all going in that first round. But several of the draft's best players also came from later rounds, like Giovanni Gallardo, Dustin Pedroia, Hunter Pence, Ben Zobrist, and Mark Trumbo. And that first round also had some major disappointments aside from Bush. For example, Mark Rogers, who the Brewers took with the 5th overall pick, wound up pitching in just 11 big league games. Thomas Diamond, taken by the Rangers with the 10th pick, had just 16 major league appearances and an ERA of 6.83 in that time. And finally, Greg Golson, an outfielder taken by the Phillies with the 21st pick, had just 41 total big league at-bats. This is to say nothing of the 3 other players who never even made it to the bigs. Still, it's hard to compare the fates of even other first-rounders to the expectations that accompany the future of a #1 overall pick like Matt Bush. The point is that despite his colorful history, Bush has managed to put together a serviceable big league career, something that a lot of first-rounders never do. And additionally, who among his fellow first-round draft mates are still playing in the majors? Only Justin Verlander. That's pretty good company. Is this 1 in a million career finally coming to an end? Can Bush, currently in the minors, piece together yet another comeback? Will he again set foot on a major league mound? It does seem unlikely, but then again, so far, after every career setback, whether it be the drinking, the going broke, the prison time, the 2 Tommy John surgeries, Bush has emerged on top. So why couldn't he do it again? Elevate and celebrate. That's the mantra of today's MLB. Hit the ball in the air, and then circle the bases. This is the best of the 3 true outcomes. A home run. There's a majesty of watching a ball leave the bat at over 110 miles per hour at a launch angle of 25 degrees or so. But what about a ball that leaves the bat at 115 miles per hour? Better, right? But further, what if the launch angle is negative? That would make it a grounder. And if it's gloved in the infield, it becomes, quite simply, a loud out. And there's certainly no majesty in hard one-hoppers to the shortstop. This is perhaps a perfect prelude to the strange case of Yandy Diaz. Not many human beings can do what he does on a consistent basis, being hitting the ball as hard as he can. Last season, just 27 players topped 115 miles per hour on their hardest hit ball, and he was among them. Furthermore, few have done it more often than him since 2019. This would seem to imply he's a slugger, right? And he certainly looks the part, being perhaps the most jacked player in the game today, with biceps the size of a small car. And exit velocity certainly does correlate with batted ball distance, right? The harder you hit the ball, the further it travels. Seems obvious. Based on that simple statistical insight, the inference is that Yandy Diaz must hit a lot of homers, like Judge for example. But he doesn't. In fact, he's never hit more than 22 in a season, and his career home run percentage of 2.4 is 25% below the league average of 3.2. Yet, his career hard hit percentage of 48.1 is actually above the league average by about the same amount, 25%. It's a baffling inverse relationship. Lots of hard contact, not a ton of homers. No one disputes that Yandy Diaz is a great hitter. He won a batting crown in 2023 and finished 6th in MVP voting that season. But given his elite exit velocities that routinely rank him amongst the top in the game, it seems ridiculous that he hits homers at a rate that would put many defense-first catchers to shame. But here lies the blunt truth of the matter. 115 miles per hour just doesn't give you anything in the way of homers when it's on the ground. Yandy Diaz might indeed be the strongest player in the game today, and I'm not even talking about his muscles. Instead, his determination. It's hard to find other players who've actually risked as much as Diaz has to make it to the major leagues. You see, 3 separate times Diaz tried to leave Cuba to pursue his dream of making it in the show. 3 times he was caught and sent to prison. And Cuban prisons, for those who know, aren't exactly luxurious. They're hellscapes of cruelty and torture, and yet Diaz never gave up. He endured human traffickers and shark-infested waters to earn his shot. On his 4th attempt, Diaz finally made it from Cuba to the Dominican Republic, and then to Haiti, where he claimed the residency that made it easier for him to sign a professional contract, which he did with the then Cleveland Indians in 2013 for just $300,000. I know that sounds like a decent amount, but keep in mind that minor league salaries are exceptionally low, and he would largely have to survive on this solely until he made it to the major leagues, if he even ever managed to do so. What's more, he hasn't seen his mother, who supported his baseball career early, since. In an age when many American high schoolers have perfect game pages, Diaz's rise harkens back to a different time, before scouting services began ranking middle schoolers. No one ever told Diaz he was a lock, and when he was finally signed, most US scouts had still not heard of him. By the time Diaz stepped onto the field for the Carolina Mudcats in Zebulon, North Carolina, he hadn't played competitively for 4 years. Now he was in High A, going up against prospects who'd started in rookie ball. Diaz had been in various Cuban prisons or had been fighting for his life in the streets of Florida for the better part of half a decade. Not getting fed by a nutritionist or watching a swing on an iPad. But yet the results were very much what we know today to be Yandy-like. He hit .286 with an OBP that was .396 because he walked 49 times while striking out just 35. Considering how hard he hit the ball with a swing that was one of the more violent in the minors, it was an amazing accomplishment. He was named a prospect of interest, which is ranking below prospects that matter, but in 2015 he finally managed to crack the top 30 for the Indians, because at AA Akron, Diaz hit .315 and again walked more than he fanned. He racked up 150 hits in 132 games, though just 7 of those were bombs. Still, it was a very successful year that would also include Baseball America naming him as having the best strike zone judgment in the Eastern League. By 2016, Diaz had progressed to AAA. Alas, ahead of him on the depth chart were the players on the best team in the AL, so cracking the Cleveland lineup that season would prove to be a major challenge he couldn't quite overcome. And much like the previous 2 seasons, still hanging over Diaz's head was his lack of home run power. One projection had him as a .260 hitting role player with decent OBP and little else, but stated that if his power numbers ever increased, the story could be far different.
He did what he had to in AAA through that season to get further notice, hitting .325 with an OPS of .860, with 22 doubles, and again, just 7 homers. Still, he had proven he could hit in the minors at a high level. All he needed was a chance to do so with the big club. Going into 2017 spring training, the odds of Diaz sticking with the Tribe were long. He wasn't even on the 40-man roster for a team who'd won the pennant the previous season after all. But during spring training, Diaz crushed it. In 33 at-bats, he hit .424. He was the talk of the camp. Famed sports writer Terry Pluto heaped praise on Diaz. Yandy might be the best young hitter I've seen in a Tribe spring training since Victor Martinez. Then Jason Kipnis got injured, and just like that, a spot opened up. Diaz claimed it, breaking camp with Cleveland. For the next 2 seasons, he would yo-yo up and down between the Major League squad and Columbus. So, why couldn't he stick? Put simply, 2 words. Launch angle. During his first 2 months in the bigs, Diaz had an average launch angle of negative 3.5 degrees, the lowest of any MLB player with 40 or more balls in play. But he was still hitting the ball incredibly hard. His max exit velo of 112.8 miles per hour ranked him in the top 10% in the league. His average exit velo of 91.6 wasn't far behind. By then, everyone in baseball seemed to know that Diaz was jacked. His time in the weight room had taken him from 185 pounds to closer to 230. But even though Diaz had muscles on his muscles, homers remained a rarity due to his excessive ground ball tendencies. Thus, he was sent down to Columbus to work on lifting the ball. When he came back in August, he went 4 for 4 against Chris Sale. Teammate Francisco Lindor explained what had happened. He did the exact same thing he did in the first month. He just put the ball a little higher. In the first month, he was doing the exact same thing, hitting it the other way or pulling the ball, but on the ground or a line drive right at guys. Today, he was hitting it off the wall, and it's tough to catch it when it's going 110 miles per hour. Despite such bursts of greatness, Diaz would spend the bulk of the next season, 2018, down at AAA again, logging 98 games with Columbus versus just 39 in Cleveland. He finally hit his first MLB homer that September, a shot to center that showed his true power potential off well. During his cumulative time with the then Indians, now Guardians, Diaz hit grounders on 56.6% of balls put in play. And as we've alluded to before, balls on the ground just simply aren't as valuable as balls hit in the air. They're outs a great portion of the time, especially when you don't have great speed, and they rarely go for extra bases. This was the product of Yandy's improved, yet still pretty poor, average launch angle of 4.4 degrees, the 21st lowest mark in the game. So was the Diaz conundrum, elite exit velos on balls that stayed mostly out of the air. His hitting coach certainly understood the talent Diaz possessed, even if it wasn't materializing then. Ty Van Berkeleo explained, "There is plane to his swing, he just catches the ball very deep, and has the ability to accelerate the ball very deep, which allows for low trajectory, high velocity balls off the bat. Visual data from 2017 and 2018 reinforces this point. Lots of grounders, lots of balls going the other way, very little making it to left field on the pull side in the air. But the Indians weren't willing to wait for Diaz to figure out how to improve his launch angle, believing it to be a capping force that would make him the kind of project that can get complicated. Another team, though, had looked at the same hitting stats and came away with a different conclusion. In 2018, the Tampa Bay Rays might have assembled one of the greatest baseball think tanks in the history of the game. At the forefront was Eric Neander, current head of the team, Chaim Bloom, who'd later take over the Red Sox, James Click, who'd become GM of the Astros, Peter Bendix, who now runs the Marlins, and Jonathan Ehrlichman, a Princeton alum who was the first analytics bench coach in MLB history. These are the guys who gave the game extreme defensive shifts and the opener, moves by rigorous data analytics, and data told the Rays that Yandy Diaz was undervalued, despite his current 1 career home run.
We've had kind of ongoing conversations with the Indians about Yandy Diaz for some time.
Bloom explained, "We like his bat a lot. He hasn't gotten into a ton of power, but even if he doesn't, we still like the bat." In December 2018, the Rays traded Jake Bauers to the Indians and sent $5 million to Seattle to complete a 3-team trade that brought Diaz to a Tampa lineup that was desperately in need of a productive bat in the middle of the order, and they had one big trick up their sleeve to help turn Yandy into said bat, the artificial turf of Tropicana Field. That was the fastest infield in the game, and they just gotten a player who hits the ball harder than nearly anyone, while doing it straight into the turf over half the time. The Rays had, and still have, a track record of resurrecting careers, and their brain trust went to work on Yandy, and he immediately responded with the breakout season, slashing .267, .340, .476. But perhaps the most surprising development came in the 14 homers he managed to hit in just 79 games. How'd he do it? Well, he hit less often in right field and notched 20% fewer grounders overall. When he got the ball in the air, he hit .350 and slugged nearly 1,200. With the Indians, his fly ball to home run ratio never topped 5%. With the Rays that first season, it sat at 17.5%. But let's not get carried away. His launch angle of 5.7 degrees still placed him in the bottom 10 of MLB hitters, and his OPS plus of 117 was basically the same as it had been with the Indians in 2018. Still, it seemed like Diaz might be becoming a different kind of hitter, one that could pop 20 to 25 homers a season at least. Then 2020 happened. Diaz battled through various injuries, appearing in just 34 out of the 60 games during the truncated COVID season. The progress he'd made getting the ball in the air seemingly vanished, as his launch angle dropped to negative 7.9 degrees. Correspondingly, he hit just 2 homers, but he walked more than he struck out and still finished with a .307 batting average, helping him to a robust OPS plus of 133. It was the ultimate Yandy year, exemplary production with the bat overall, but with just 11% of his batted balls going straight up into the air, which was the lowest percent of his professional career. It would be until June 6, 2021 that his powerless funk would continue. He went into that date with no homers and 223 total plate appearances. Then, over his next 153 plate appearances, he hit 7, finishing the year with a still paltry 13. Overall, 2021 was his worst MLB season since his abbreviated rookie campaign. With his marks in batting average, OPS plus, OPS, slugging percentage, and average exit velocity all dipping, you can see the change pretty dramatically in his fly ball percentage month to month. As such, it was clear he was still searching, but still his max exit velo of 113.5 miles per hour ranked in the top 10% in the league, and even at this low point, his OPS plus of 110 was still 10% better than league average. And it would be in 2022 that he would finally start putting all of it together. His plate discipline rebounded to previously reached levels, with an OBP that ranked in the top 15 in the entire sport at 401. This was aided in part by one of the game's lowest chase rates. But perhaps more importantly, Diaz had returned to absolutely smoking baseballs on the level he had pre-2021, with an average exit velo that put him in the top 7% of the game at 92.2 miles per hour, almost 3 miles per hour up from the previous year. What had changed? Not his stance or his swing, but his mindset. The Rays wanted Diaz to hunt for pitches when he was ahead in the count. Hitting coach Chad Mottola explained, "We're trying to encourage him to take more shots in advantage counts." It took him a year to fully embrace the mindset, but once he did, he managed to slash .296, .401, .423, while being one of just 6 players league-wide with more walks than Ks. His OPS plus of 142 was a career high, but much like in years past, all that hard contact still only equated to 9 homers. I think his heat chart here shows a good reason as to why. He wasn't really swinging at pitches up in the zone, and pitches up in the zone obviously are easier to hit in the air. And balls in the air with the kind of exit velo he could generate often would leave the yard. But since he wasn't swinging, it ended up being a losing formula for the righty if his goal was to pop 20 plus stingers. Then 2023 happened. Oddly, while his launch angle in 2023 actually decreased from 2022, from 7.7 degrees to 5.7 degrees, Diaz still put up, for the first time in a full season, power numbers that more befit his monster biceps. 22 homers, a .532 slugging percentage, and a .932 OPS. Oh yeah, and he also hit .330, winning the AL batting crown. What happened? Well, his 2023 heat chart shows a major change. He had started hunting pitches up in the zone. He still wasn't chasing, remaining selective, but when he saw an elevated offering, he was cutting loose. He also fanned more than he ever did in a season and walked a little less, but it had certainly been worth it. For good reason, he actually finished 6th in AL MVP voting. This was the Yandy everybody had been waiting for, the one all those hours in the gym had produced. But sadly, it wasn't to last. From 2023 to 2024, Diaz saw his OPS plus fall from 157 all the way down to 116. His batting average from 330 to 281, and his homer total from 22 to 14. He could still crush baseballs at his best, but it wasn't translating. And hasn't so far in 2025 either, with his OPS now coming in almost 200 points off his 2023 mark. The bottom line is this: Yandy Diaz has always hammered baseballs like few players can, yet these ferocious hacks don't translate into homers, or really extra base pop of any kind. Last year, the players with the highest average exit velos were Judge, Ohtani, Soto, and Vlad Jr. What do these guys have in common? Well, they all hit over 30 homers, something Yandy Diaz has never done, even though he hits the ball roughly as hard as they do. The ground ball rate is obviously a huge factor, but we've already mentioned that. So let's discuss the other major factor at play. You see, the one other stat where Diaz ranks near the absolute bottom in all of baseball is his pulled air percentage, or the amount of time he hits fly balls to left field. The average MLB player will pull the ball in the air about 16.6% of the time, with the elite sluggers often being 10% to even double that mark. But for his career, Diaz has done that in just 8.4% of his plate appearances, about half of average. Even if we discount 2020's awfulness, when Diaz pulled just 2.1% of balls in the air, he's still never topped 10%. And hey, just ask his former teammate, Isaac Paredes, how much this can change your profile as a hitter, as despite the fact the third baseman has routinely rocked an average exit velo in the bottom 10 percentile in all of MLB, he still managed to crush 76 homers in 498 games, by pulling the ball in the air roughly 30% of the time. For a point of comparison, Yandy has 80 career long balls in 789 contests. Now, none of this analysis is to imply that Yandy Diaz has to hit 30 homers in order to be considered a great player. But when you are one of the slowest runners in the league, and you exclusively play first base and DH, home runs do help make up for the lack of production you're inevitably going to have in the other facets of your game, especially if Yandy continues as he has for the last season and a half, hitting the ball hard but with batting averages under 300 and OBPs under 350.
Alright everybody, if you made it this far, I appreciate you watching, and if you did, consider checking out any of these other videos on your screen right now for other content just like this. Also, if you ever see anything you'd like to see me detail in the video, feel free to reach out to my email, basebpoet@gmail.com, and if I end up using your idea, I'll give you a shout out. Thanks for watching. Have a great rest of your day.